he could want. Mouth visibly watering, he settled on the gold couch, taking in Elena from head to toe. And finally the time had come. Damon couldn't put it off any longer. Slowly, as if every step was part of a play that he hadn't rehearsed properly, he sidled alongside Elena to get an angle. Finally, as the gathered crowd became restless and the women showed signs of losing themselves in drink rather than in keening, he picked his spot. "I ask forgiveness, my master," Elena said in her no-expression voice. If left to himself, she thought, he wouldn't even have remembered the necessities. Now, indeed, was the time. Elena knew what Damon had promised her. She also knew that a lot of promises had been broken that day. For one thing, 10 was almost twice 6. She wasn't looking forward to this. But when the first blow came, she knew that Damon wasn't one of the promise breakers. She felt a dull thud and a numbness, and then, curiously, a wetness which had her glancing up through the latticework of boards above them for clouds. It was disconcerting to realize that the wetness was her own blood, spilled without pain, running down her side. "Make her count them!" Young Drosny slurred in a snarl, and Elena said, "1," automatically, before Damon could put up a fight. Elena went on counting in the same clear, unaffected voice. In her mind, she wasn't here, in this foul-smelling, horrible gutter at all. She was lying with her elbows propped up to support her face and looking down into Stefan's eyes, those spring-green eyes that would never be old, no matter how many centuries he accumulated. She was dreamily counting for him, and 10 would be their signal to jump up and begin the race. It was raining gently, but Stefan was giving her a handicap, and soon she would scramble off him and run away through lush green grass. She would make this a fair race and really put her muscle into it, but Stefan, of course, would catch her. Then they would go down on the grass together, laughing and laughing as if they were having hysterics. As for the vague, far-off sounds of wolf-like leers and drunken snarls, even they were gradually changing. It all had to do with some silly dream about Damon and an ash rod. In the dream, Damon was swinging hard enough to satisfy the most exacting of onlookers, and the blows, which Elena could hear in the increasing silence, sounded more than hard enough, and made her feel a bit nauseated when she reflected that they were the sound of her own skin splitting, but she felt no more than dull cuffs up and down her back, and Stefan was drawing up her hand to kiss. "I'll always be yours," Stefan said. "We belong together every time you dream." "I'll always be yours," Elena told him silently, knowing he would get the message. "I may not be able to dream of you all the time, but I am always with you. Always, my angel. I'm waiting for you," Stefan said. Elena heard her own voice say, 10. And Stefan kissed her hand again and was gone, blinking, bewildered and confused by the sudden inrush of noises. She sat cautiously up, looking around. Young Drosny was hunched into himself, blind with fury, disappointment, and more liquor than even he could stand up under. The wailing women had long ago gone silent, awed. The children were the only ones who still made any noise, climbing up and down on the boards, whispering to one another, and running if Elena should happen to glance their way. And then, with an entire lack of ceremony, it was over. When Elena first stood up, the world made a complete double circle around her, and her legs folded. Damon caught her, and called to the few young men still conscious and inclined to look at him. "Give me a cape." It wasn't a request, and the best-dressed of the men, who seemed to have been slumming, tossed him a heavy cape, black, lined with greenish-blue, and said, "Keep it. The performance, marvelous. Is it a hypnotist's act?" "No performance," Damon snarled, in a voice that stopped the other slummers in the act of holding out business cards. "Take them," Elena whispered. Damon snatched up the cards in one hand ungraciously, but Elena forced herself to toss the hair off her face and smile slowly, heavy-lidded, at the young men. They smiled somewhat timidly back. "When you, perform again." "You'll hear," Elena called to them. Damon was already carrying her back to Dr. Megger, surrounded by the inevitable entourage of children plucking at their cloaks. It was only then that it occurred to Elena to wonder why Damon had asked for a cloak from some strangers, when he, in fact, was already wearing one. "They will be having ceremonies somewhere, now that there are this many of them," Mrs. Flowers said in genteel distress as she and Matt sat and sipped herbal tea in the boarding-house parlor. It was dinner time, but still quite light outside. "Ceremonies to do what?" Matt asked. He had never made it to his parents' house since he'd left Damon and Elena more than a week ago to come back to Fell's Church. He'd stopped by Meredith's house, which was on the edge of town, and she'd convinced him to come by Mrs. Flowers first. After the conversation the three of them had had with Bonnie, Matt had decided it was best to be invisible. His family would be safer if no one knew that he was still in Fell's Church. He would live at the boarding house, but none of the children who were making all the trouble would realize that. Then, with Bonnie and Meredith safely gone to meet Damon and Elena, Matt could be a sort of secret operative. Now he almost wished he'd gone with the girls. Trying to be a secret operative in a place where all the enemies seemed to be able to hear and see better than you could, as well as to move much faster, hadn't turned out to be nearly as helpful as it had sounded. He spent reading most of the time the internet blogs that Meredith had marked, looking for clues that might do them some good. But he hadn't read of the need for any kind of ceremonies. He turned to Mrs. Flowers as she thoughtfully sipped her tea. "Ceremonies for what?" he repeated. With her soft white hair and her gentle face and vague, amiable blue eyes, Mrs. Flowers looked like the most harmless little old lady in the world. She wasn't. A witch by birth and a gardener by vocation, she knew as much about black magic herbal toxins as about white magic healing poultices. "Oh, doing generally unpleasant things," she replied sadly, staring into the tea leaves in her cup. "They're partly like pep rallies, you know, to get everyone all worked up. They probably also do some small black magic there. Some of it is by way of blackmail and brainwashing. They can tell any new converts that they are guilty now by reason of attending the meetings. They might as well give in and become fully initiated, that sort of thing. Very unpleasant." "But what kind of unpleasant?" Matt persisted. "I really don't know, dear. I never went to one of them." Matt considered. It was almost 7 o'clock. which was curfew for children under 18. 18 seemed to be the oldest that a child could be and become possessed. Of course, it wasn't an official curfew. The sheriff's department seemed to have no idea of how to deal with the curious disease that was working its way through the young girls of Fell's Church. Scare them straight? It was the police that were frightened. One young sheriff had come tearing out of the Ryan house to be sick after seeing how Karen Ryan had bitten off the heads of her pet mice and what she had done with the rest of them. Lock them away? Parents wouldn't hear of it, no matter how bad their child's behavior was, how obvious it was that their kid needed help. Children who were towed off to the next town for an appointment with a psychiatrist sat demurely and spoke calmly and logically for the entire 50 minutes of their appointment. Then, on their way back, they took revenge, repeating everything their parents said in perfect mimicry, making startlingly real-sounding animal noises, holding conversations with themselves in Asian-sounding languages, or even resorting to the cliché but still chilling, backward-talking routine. Neither ordinary discipline nor ordinary medical science seemed to have an answer to the children's problem. But what frightened parents the most was when their sons and daughters would disappear. Early on, it was assumed that the children went to the cemetery, but when adults tried to follow them to one of their secret meetings, they found the cemetery empty, even down to Honoria Fell's secret crypt. The children seemed to have simply vanished. Matt thought he knew the answer to this conundrum. That thicket of the old wood still standing near the cemetery. Either Elena's powers of purification had not reached this far, or the place was so malevolent that it had been able to resist her cleansing. And as Matt knew well, the old woods were completely under the domination of the Kitsune by now. You could take 2 steps into the thicket and spend the rest of your life trying to get out. But maybe I'm young enough to follow them in, he said now to Mrs. Flowers. I know Tom Peerler goes with them, and he's my age. And then, so were the ones who started it. Caroline gave it to Jim Bryce, who gave it to Isabel Saito. Mrs. Flowers looked abstracted. We should ask Isabel's grandmother for more of those Shinto wards against evil she blessed, she said. Do you think you could do that sometime, Matt? Soon we'll have to ready ourselves for a barricade, I'm afraid. Is that what the tea leaves say? Yes, dear. And they agree with what my poor old head says, too. You might want to pass the word on to Dr. Alpert as well, so she can get her daughter and grandchildren out of town before it's too late. I'll give her the message, but I think it's going to be pretty hard tearing Tyrone away from Deborah Cole. He's really stuck on her. Hey, maybe Dr. Alpert can get the Coles to leave too. Maybe she can. That would mean a few less children to worry about, Mrs. Flowers said, taking Matt's cup to peer into it. I'll do it. It was weird, Matt thought. He had 3 allies now in Fell's Church, and they were all women over 60. One was Mrs. Flowers, still vigorous enough to be up every morning taking a walk and doing her gardening. One was Obasan, confined to bed, tiny and doll-like, with her black hair held up in a bun, who was always ready with advice from the years she had spent as a shrine maiden. And the last was Dr. Alpert, Fell's Church's local doctor, who had iron gray hair, burnished dark brown skin, and an absolutely pragmatic attitude about everything, including magic. Unlike the police, She refused to deny what was happening in front of her, and did her best to help alleviate the fears of the children, as well as to advise the terrified parents. A witch, a priestess, and a doctor. Matt figured that he had all his bases covered, especially since he also knew Caroline, the original patient in this case, whether it was possession by foxes or wolves or both, plus something else. "I'll go to the meeting tonight," he said firmly. "The kids have been whispering and contacting each other all day. I'll hide in the afternoon someplace where I can see them going into the thicket. Then I'll follow. As long as Caroline, or, God help us, Shinichi or Misao, isn't with them." Mrs. Flowers poured him another cup of tea. "I'm very worried about you, Matt, dear. It seems to me to be a day of bad omens. Not the sort of day to take chances." "Does your mom have anything to say about it?" Matt asked, genuinely interested. Mrs. Flowers' mother had died sometime around the beginning of the 1900s, but that hadn't stopped her from communicating with her daughter. "Well, that's just the thing. I haven't heard a word from her all day. I'll just try one more time." Mrs. Flowers shut her eyes, and Matt could see her crepe-textured eyelids move around as she presumably looked for her mother, or tried to go into a trance or something. Matt drank his tea and finally began to play a game on his mobile. At last, Mrs. Flowers opened her eyes again and sighed. "Dear Mama." She always said it that way, with the accent on the second syllable. "Is being fractious today. I just can't get her to give me a clear answer. She does say that the meeting will be very noisy, and then very silent. And it's clear that she feels it will be very dangerous as well. I think I'd better go with you, my dear." "No, no. If your mother thinks it's that dangerous, I won't even try it," Matt said. The girls would skin him alive if anything happened to Mrs. Flowers, he thought. Better to play it safe. Mrs. Flowers sat back in her chair, seeming relieved. "Well," she said at last, "I suppose I'd better get to my weeding. I have mugwort to cut and dry, too. And blueberries should be ripe by now as well. How time flies." "Well, you're cooking for me and all," Matt said. "I wish you'd let me pay you bed and board." "I could never forgive myself. You are my guest, Matt. As well as my friend, I do so hope." "Absolutely. Without you, I'd be lost. And I'll just take a walk around the edge of town. I need to burn off some energy. I wish—" He broke off suddenly. He'd started to say he wished he could shoot a few hoops with Jim Bryce. But Jim wouldn't be shooting hoops again. Ever. Not with his mutilated hands. "I'll just go out and take a walk," he said. "Yes," said Mrs. Flowers. "Please, Matt, dear. Be careful. Remember to take a jacket or windbreaker." "Yes, ma'am." It was early August, hot and humid enough to walk around in swimming briefs. But Matt had been raised to treat little old ladies in a certain way, even if they were witches, and in most things sharp as the X-Acto knife he slipped into his pocket as he left the boarding house. He went outside, then by a side route, down to the cemetery. Now, if he just went over there, where the ground dipped down below the thicket, he'd have a good view of anyone going into the last remnant of the old wood, while no one on the path below could see him from any angle. He hurried toward his chosen hide noiselessly, ducking behind tombstones, keeping alert for any change in bird song, which would indicate that the children were coming. but the only bird song was the raucous shriek of crows in the thicket, and he saw no one at all, until he slipped into his hideout. Then he found himself face to face with a drawn gun, and behind that, the face of Sheriff Rich Mossberg. The first words out of the officer's mouth seemed to come entirely by rote, as if someone had pulled a string on a 20th century talking doll. "Matthew Jeffrey Honeycutt, I hereby arrest you for assault and battery upon Caroline Beulah Forbes. You have the right to remain silent, and so do you," Matt hissed. "But not for long. Hear those crows all taking off at once? The kids are coming to the old wood, and they're close." Sheriff Mossberg was one of those people who never stop speaking until they are finished. So by this time he was saying, "Do you understand these rights?" "No, sir. Me ne comprenas, dumb talk." A wrinkle appeared between the sheriff's eyebrows. "Is that Italian lingo you're trying on me?" "It's Esperanto. We don't have time." "There they are. Oh, God. Shinichi's with them." The last sentence was spoken in the barest of whispers as Matt lowered his head, peeking through the tall weeds at the edge of the cemetery without stirring them. Yes, it was Shinichi, hand in hand with a little girl of maybe 12. Matt recognized her vaguely. She lived up near Richmond. Now what was her name? Betsy? Becca? There was a faint anguish sound from Sheriff Mossberg. "My niece," he breathed, surprising Matt that he could speak so softly. "That, in fact, is my niece, Rebecca." "Okay, just stay still and hang on," Matt whispered. There was a line of children following behind Shinichi, just as if he were some sort of satanic Pied Piper, with his red-tipped black hair shining and his golden eyes laughing in the late afternoon sunlight. The children were giggling and singing, some of them in sweet nursery school voices, a remarkably twisted version of 7 Little Rabbits. Matt felt his mouth go dry. It was agony to watch them march into the forest thicket, like watching lambs riding up a ramp into an abattoir. He had to commend the sheriff for not trying to shoot Shinichi. That would really have caused all hell to break loose. But then, just as Matt's head was sagging in relief as the last of the children entered the thicket, he jerked it back up again. Sheriff Mossberg was preparing to get up. "No!" Matt grabbed his wrist. The sheriff pulled away. "I have to go in there. He's got my niece. He won't kill her. They don't kill children. I don't know why, but they don't." "You heard what sort of filth we was teaching them? He'll sing a different tune when he sees a semi-automatic Glock pistol aimed at his head." "Listen," Matt said. "You've got to arrest me, right? I demand that you arrest me, but don't go into that wood." "I don't see any proper wood," the sheriff said with disdain. "There's barely room in that stand of oak trees for all those kids to sit down. If you want to be of some use in your life, you can grab 1 or 2 of the little ones as they come running out." "Running out?" "When they see me, they're going to scatter. Probably burst out in all directions, but some of them will take the path they used to go in. Now, are you going to help or not?" "Not, sir," Matt said slowly and firmly. And look, I'm begging you not to go in there. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about." "I don't know what kind of dope you're on, kid, but in fact, I don't have time to talk any more right now. And if you try to stop me again, He swung the Glock to cover Matt. "I'll cite you for another account of trying to obstruct justice. Get it?" "Yeah, I get it," Matt said, feeling tired. He slumped back into the hide as the officer, making surprisingly little noise, slipped out and made his way down to the thicket. Then Sheriff Rich Mossberg strode in between the trees and was lost to Matt's field of vision. Matt sat in the hide and sweated for an hour. He was having trouble staying awake when there was a disturbance in the thicket and Shinichi came out, leading the laughing, singing children. Sheriff Mossberg didn't come out with them. Chapter 22. The afternoon after Elena's discipline, Damon took out a room in the same complex where Dr. Megger lived. Lady Ulma stayed in the doctor's office until between them, Sage, Damon, and Dr. Megger had healed her completely. She never talked about sad things now. She told them so many stories about her childhood estate that they felt they could walk around it and recognize every room, vast though it was. "I suppose it's home to rats and mice now," she said wistfully at the conclusion of one story, "and spiders and moths." "But why?" Bonnie said, failing to see the signals that both Meredith and Elena were giving her not to ask. Lady Ulma tipped her head back to look at the ceiling. "Because of General Varance, the middle-aged demon who saw me when I was only 14. When he had the army attack my home, they slaughtered every living thing they found inside, except me and my canary. My parents, my grandparents, my aunts and uncles, my younger brothers and sisters, even my cat sleeping on the window seat. General Varance had me brought in front of him, just as I was, in my nightgown and bare feet, with my hair unbrushed and coming out of its braid. And beside him was my canary with the nighttime cloth off its cage. It was still alive and hopping about as cheerful as ever. And that made everything else that happened seem worse somehow, and yet more like a dream, too. It's difficult to explain. 2 of the general's men were holding me when they brought me before him. They were really propping me up more than keeping me from running, though. I was so young, you see, and everything kept fading in and out. But I remember exactly what the general said to me. He said, "I told this bird to sing, and it sang. I told your parents I wanted to give you the honor of being my wife, and they refused. Now look over there. Will you be like the canary or your parents, I wonder?" And he pointed to a dim corner of the room. Of course it was all torchlight then, and the torches had been put out for the night. But there was enough light for me to see that there was a heap of round objects, with thatch or grass at one side of them. At least that is what I first thought. Truly. I was that innocent, and I believe shock had done something to my mind. "Please," Elena said, stroking Lady Ulma's hand gently. "You don't have to keep on with this. We understand." But Lady Ulma didn't seem to hear the words. She said, "And then one of the general's men held up a sort of coconut with a very long thatch at the top, braided. He swung it casually, and all of a sudden I saw it for what it really was. It was my mother's head." Elena choked involuntarily. Lady Ulma looked around at the 3 girls with steady, dry eyes. "I suppose you think me very callous for being able to talk about such things without breaking down." No, Elena began hastily. She herself was shaking. even after tuning down her psychic senses to their least extent. She hoped Bonnie wouldn't faint. Lady Ulma was speaking again. War, casual violence, and tyranny are all I have known since my childhood innocence was crushed in that moment. It is kindness now that astounds me, that makes my eyes sting with tears. "Oh, don't cry," begged Bonnie, throwing her arms around the woman impulsively. "Please don't. We're here for you." Meanwhile, Elena and Meredith were regarding each other with knitted eyebrows and quick shrugs. "Yes, please don't cry," Elena put in, feeling faintly guilty, but determined to try Plan A. "But tell us, why did your family estate end up in such bad condition?" It was the fault of the general. He was sent to faraway lands to fight foolish, meaningless wars. When he left, he would take most of his retinue with him, including slaves who were in favor at the moment. When he left once, 3 years after he had attacked our home, I was not in favor, and I was not chosen to be with him. I was lucky. His entire battalion was wiped out. The household members who went with him were taken captive or slaughtered. He had no heir, and his property here reverted to the crown, which had no use for it. It has lain unoccupied for all these many years, looted many times, no doubt, but with its true secret, the secret of the jewels, undiscovered, as far as I know. "The secret of the jewels?" Bonnie whispered, clearly putting it all in capital letters, as if it were a mystery novel. She still had an arm around Lady Ulma. "What secret of the jewels?" Meredith said more calmly. Elena couldn't speak for the delicious shivers that were running through her. This was like being part of some magical play. In my parents' day, it was common to hide your wealth somewhere on your estate, and to keep the knowledge of its hiding place strictly to the owners. Of course, my father, as a designer and trader in jewels, had more to hide than most people knew of. He had a wonderful room that seemed to me something like Aladdin's cave. It was his workshop, where he kept his raw gems as well as finished pieces that had been commissioned, or that he designed for my mother, or out of his imagination. "And no one ever found that?" Meredith said. There was just the slightest tinge of skepticism in her voice. "If anyone did, I never heard about it. Of course, they could have gotten the knowledge out of my father or mother in time. But the general was not a meticulous and patient vampire or kitsune, but a rough and impatient demon. He killed my parents as he stormed through the house. It never occurred to him that I, a child of 14, might share the knowledge." "But you did?" Bonnie whispered, fascinated, taking the story where it had to go. "But I did. And I do now." Elena gulped. She was still trying to stay calm, to be more like Meredith, to maintain a cool head. But just as she opened her mouth to be cool-headed, Meredith said, "What are we waiting for?" and jumped to her feet. Lady Ulma seemed to be the most tranquil person there. She also seemed slightly bewildered and almost timid. "You mean that we should ask our master for an audience?" "I mean that we should go out there and get those jewels," Elena exclaimed. "Although, yes, Damon would be a big asset if there's anything that takes strength to lift. Sage, too." She couldn't understand why Lady Ulma wasn't more excited. "Don't you see?" Elena said, her mind racing. "You can have your household back again. We can do our best to fix it up the way it was when you were a child. I mean, if that's what you want to do with the money." but I'd love at least to see the Aladdin's cave. But, well, Lady Ulma seemed suddenly distressed. I had meant to ask Master Damon for another favor. Although the money from the jewels might help with that. What is it that you want? Elena said as gently as she could. And you don't need to call him Master Damon. He freed you days ago, remember? But surely that was just a celebration of the moment. Lady Ulma still looked puzzled. He didn't make it official at the servile offices or anything, did he? If he didn't, it's because he didn't know. Bonnie cried out at the same time as Meredith said, We don't really understand the protocol. Is that what you need to do? Lady Ulma seemed able only to nod her head. Elena felt humble. She guessed that this woman, a slave for more than 22 years, must find true freedom difficult to believe in. Damon meant it when he said we were all free, she said, kneeling by Lady Ulma's chair. He just didn't know all the things he had to do. If you tell us, we can tell him, and then we can all go to your old estate. She was about to get up again when Bonnie said, Something's wrong. She isn't as happy as she was before. We have to find out what it is. By opening her psychic perceptions a bit, Elena could tell that Bonnie was right. She stayed where she was, kneeling by Lady Ulma's chair. What is it? She said, because the woman seemed to bare her soul most when she, Elena, asked the questions. I had hoped, Lady Ulma said slowly, that Master Damon might buy. She flushed, but struggled on. Might find it in his heart to buy one more slave. The father of my child. There was a moment of perfect silence. And then all three girls were talking. All three, Elena guessed, trying frantically to do what she herself was working at, which was not mentioning that she had assumed old Drosne was the father. But of course he couldn't be, Elena scolded herself. She's happy about this pregnancy. And who could be happy to have a child by a disgusting monster like old Drosne? Besides, he didn't have a clue that she might be pregnant, and didn't care. It might be easier said than done, Lady Ulma said, when the babble of reassurances and questions had died down a little. Lucen is a jeweler, a renowned man who creates pieces that remind me of my father's. He will be expensive. But we've got Aladdin's cave to explore, Bonnie said gleefully. I mean, you'll have enough if you sell off the jewelry, right? Or do you need more? But that is Master Damon's jewelry, Lady Ulma said, seeming horrified. Even if he did not realize it when he inherited all of old Drosne's property, he became my owner, and the owner of all my property. Let's go get you freed, and then we'll take things one step at a time, Meredith said in her firmest and most rational voice. Dear Diary, well, I am writing to you still as a slave. Today we freed Lady Ulma, but decided that Meredith and Bonnie and I should remain personal assistants. This is because Lady Ulma said Damon would seem odd and unfashionable if he didn't have several beautiful girls as courtesans. There is actually an upside to this, which is that as courtesans, we need to have beautiful clothes and jewelry all the time. Since I've been wearing the same pair of jeans ever since that bastard old Drosne sliced up the pair I wore into this place, you can imagine that I'm excited. But truly, it's not just because of the pretty clothes that I'm excited. Everything that happened since we freed Lady Ulma and then went to her old estate has been a wonderful dream. The house was run down, and obviously the home of wild animals who used it as a lavatory as well as a bedroom. We even found the tracks of wolves and other animals upstairs, which led to the question of whether werewolves live in this world. Apparently they do, and some in very high positions under various feudal lords. Maybe Caroline would like to try a vacation here to learn about the real werewolves, though. They're said to hate humans so much that they won't even have human or vampire, once human, slaves. But back to Lady Ulma's house. Its foundation is of stone, and it's paneled inside with hardwood, so the basic structure is fine. The curtains and tapestries are all hanging in shreds, of course, so it's sort of spooky to go inside with torches and see them dangling above and around you. Not to mention the giant spider webs. I hate spiders more than anything, but we went inside, with our torches seeming like smaller versions of that giant crimson sun that always sits on the horizon, staining everything outside the color of blood. And we shut the doors and lit a fire in a giant fireplace in what Lady Ulma calls the Great Hall. I think it's where you eat or have parties. It has an enormous table on a dais at one side and a room for minstrels above what must be the dance floor. Lady Ulma said that this is where the servants all sleep at night, too. The Great Hall, not the minstrel gallery. Then we went upstairs, where we saw, I swear, several dozen bedrooms with very large 4-poster beds that are going to need new mattresses and sheets and coverlets and hangings, but we didn't stay to look around. There were bats hanging from the ceiling. We headed for Lady Ulma's mother's workroom. It was a very large room where at least 40 people could sit and sew the clothes that Lady Ulma's mother designed. But here's the exciting part. Lady Ulma went to one of the wardrobes in the room and moved away all the tattered, moth-eaten clothes that were in it, and she pressed some different places at the back of the cupboard, and the whole back of the cupboard slid out. Inside, it was a very narrow stairway going straight down. I kept thinking about Honoria Fell's crypt and wondering if some homeless vampire might have taken up residence in the room downstairs. But I knew that was silly, because there were spider webs just inside the door. Damon still insisted that he go down first, because he has the best eyesight in the dark. But I think the truth is that he was just curious to see what was down there. We each followed him one at a time, trying to be careful with the torches and, well, I can't find the right words for what we discovered. For just a few minutes, I was disappointed because everything on the big table down there was dusty rather than sparkly. But then Lady Ulma began to gently brush jewels off with a special cloth, and Bonnie found sacks and packages, and she poured them out, and it was like pouring out a rainbow. Damon found a cabinet where there were drawers and drawers of necklaces, bracelets, rings, armlets, anklets, earrings, nose rings, and hairpins and ornaments, too. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I poured out a pouch and found that I had a huge handful of glorious white diamonds dripping through my fingers, some of them as big as my thumbnail. I saw white pearls and black pearls, both smaller and perfectly matched, and huge and in marvelous shapes, almost as big as apricots with pink or golden or gray sheens to them. I saw sapphires the size of quarters, with stars you could see almost from across the room. I held handfuls of emeralds and peridots, and opals and rubies and tourmalines and amethysts, and a lot of lapis lazuli, for the discriminating vampire, of course. And the jewelry that was already made up was so beautiful it made my throat ache. I know Lady Ulma had a quiet little cry, but I think it was partly from happiness, as we all kept complimenting her on her jewels. In days, she has gone from being a slave who owned nothing to an incredibly rich woman who owns a house and all the means she would ever need to keep it up in style. We decided that even though she is going to marry her lover, it was best at first for Damon to buy him quietly and free him quietly, but to play head of the household for as long as we are here. During that time, we will treat Lady Ulma as family, and will put the jeweler Lucen back to work until we leave, when he and Lady Ulma can quietly take Damon's place. The feudal lords around here are not demons anymore, but vampires, and they have less objection to humans owning property. Have I told you about Lucen? He's a wonderful artist with jewels. He has a burning need to create. In his early days as a slave, he would create with mud and weeds, imagining that he was making jewelry. Then he got lucky and was apprenticed to a jeweler. He's felt sorry for Lady Ulma for so long and loved her for so long that it's like a little miracle that they are truly able to get together, and most importantly, as free citizens. We were afraid that Lucen might not like the idea of us buying him as a slave and not freeing him until we leave, but he never thought he'd be free because of his talent. He's a slow, gentle, kind man with a neat little beard and gray eyes that remind me of Meredith's. And he's so amazed at being treated decently and not worked around the clock that he would have accepted anything just to be allowed to be near Lady Ulma. I guess he was an apprentice when her father was a jeweler, and he fell in love with her all those years ago, but he thought he would never, never, ever be able to be with her, because she was a young lady of quality, and he was a slave. They're so happy together. Every day, Lady Ulma looks more beautiful and younger. She asked permission from Damon to dye her hair all black, and he told her she could dye it pink if she liked. And now she just looks incredibly beautiful. I can't believe I ever thought of her as an old hag, but that's what agony and fear and hopelessness do to you. Every one of those gray hairs was from being a slave, with no property, no say in her future, no safety, no ability even to keep her children if she had them. I forgot to tell you the other upside of Meredith, Bonnie, and I being personal assistants for a while. It's that we can employ a lot of poor women who make their living by sewing, and Lady Ulma actually wants to design and show them how to make our finest clothes. We told her that she could just relax, but she says all her life she's fantasized about being a designer like her mother, and now she's dying to do it, with 3 completely different types of girls to dress. I'm dying to see what she'll come up with. She's already started sketching, and tomorrow the man who sells fabric will come, and she'll pick the materials. Meanwhile, Damon has hired about 200 people, really, to clean out Lady Ulma's estate, put up new wall hangings and curtains, refurbish the plumbing system, polish up the furniture that has kept nicely, and to get new furniture where things have fallen apart. Oh, and to plant ready-grown flowers and trees in the gardens and put in fountains and all kinds of stuff. With that many people working, we ought to be able to move in just a matter of days. All this has just one purpose, aside from making Lady Ulma happy. It's so that Damon and his personal assistants will be accepted by high society as the season of parties begins this year, because I've kept the best for last. Both Lady Ulma and Sage could immediately identify the people in the riddles that Misao gave to us. It just goes to prove what I thought before, that Misao never imagined that we'd actually make it here, or that we could get entrance to the places where they've hidden the two halves of the fox key. But there's a very easy way to get invited into the houses we need to get into. If we're the newest, splashiest nouveau riche, I hope I spelled that right, around, and if we circulate the story that Lady Ulma has been restored to her rightful place, and if everyone wants to know about her, we'll get invited to parties. And that's how we get into the two estates we need to visit to look for the halves of the key that we need to free Stefan. And we're incredibly lucky, because this is the time of year when everyone begins to give parties, and both households we want to visit are having early celebrations. One is a gala, and one is a spring soiree to celebrate the first flowers. I know my writing is shaky now. I'm shaky myself at the thought that we are actually going to look for the two halves of the fox key that will let us break Stefan out of his prison. Oh, diary, it's late, and I can't write about Stefan. To be here in the same city with him, to know the direction to his prison, and yet to not be able to get to see him. My eyes are so blurred, I can't see what I'm writing. I wanted to get some sleep to be ready for another day of running around, supervising and watching Lady Ulma's estate blossom like a rose. But now I'm afraid I'll just have nightmares about Stefan's hand slowly slipping out of mine. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. That night they moved in, choosing the hour while the other estates they passed were darkened and quiet. Elena, Meredith, and Bonnie each picked a room on the upper floor as a bedroom, all close together. Nearby was a luxurious bathing room with a pale blue and white marble floor and a unique pool shaped like a giant rose, fully large enough to swim in, heated by charcoal, with a cheerful-looking servant to tend it. Elena was delighted with what happened next. Damon bought a number of slaves quietly, in a private sale from a respectable dealer, and then promptly freed them all and offered them wages and time off. Almost all the former slaves were only too happy to agree to stay, and only a few chose to leave or ran away, mostly women in search of their families. The others would remain and become Lady Ulma's staff once Damon, Elena, Bonnie, and Meredith left after freeing Stefan. Lady Ulma was given a senior room downstairs, although Damon almost had to use brute force to install her in it. He himself chose a room that was an office by day, since he wasn't likely to spend much of the night in the house anyway. There was a slight embarrassment over that. Most of the staff knew of the ways of vampire masters, and the young girls and women who came to sew or who lived on the estate and cooked and cleaned seemed to expect some sort of rota to be worked out, with each of them taking turns at being donors. Damon explained this to Elena, who quashed the idea before it could be implemented. She could tell that Damon was hoping for a steady stream of girls, ranging from flower-like to red-cheeked and buxom, who would be glad to be tapped like beer kegs for the pretty bangles and baubles that were traditionally given. Elena similarly disposed of the idea of hunting for hire. Sage had mentioned that there were even rumors of a possible outside connection, a very advanced training course for Navy SEALs. And they can come out of the world's only vampire seals? Elena had said sardonically, in front of a group of male slaves this time. They can go out and bite sharks. Certainly you guys can go out and hunt some humans like a pair of owls hunting mice. Just don't bother to come home afterward, because the doors will be locked. Permanently. She held Sage's gaze until her expression became a steely glare, and he'd hastened off to do something else around the estate. Elena didn't mind Sage's informal moving in with them. And after hearing how Sage had saved Damon from the mob that ambushed him on the way to the meeting place, she had determined in her own mind that if Sage ever wanted her blood, she would give it to him, unhesitatingly. After a few days, when he had stayed around the house near Dr. Megger's and then moved with them into Lady Ulma's compound, she had wondered if her diminished aura and Damon's reticence weren't depriving him of something he should know about. So she'd thrown broader and broader hints at him, until once, when he had doubled over, and then with tears of laughter, but had it only been laughter, in his eyes, had come over to her and said that the Americans had a saying, no? You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. In his case, he said, you could lead a snarling black panther, her normal mental iconic image of Damon, to water, if you had electric cattle prods and elephant and kusha, but that afterward you'd be a fool to turn your back on it. Elena had laughed until she, too, cried, but had still pledged that if he wanted her blood, a reasonable share was his. Now she simply felt glad to have him around. Her heart was too full already, with Stefan, Damon, and even Matt, despite his apparent desertion, for her to be in danger of falling for another vampire, no matter how terminally fit they were. She appreciated Sage as a friend and protector. Elena was surprised at how much she came to rely on Lakshmi as each day passed. Lakshmi had begun as a sort of gopher, doing the running around that no one else wanted to, but more and more, she had become Lady Ulma's maid-in-waiting, and Elena's source of information about this world. Lady Ulma was still officially bedridden, and having Lakshmi ready at any time of the day or night to send messages was wonderfully convenient. 2, she was someone that Elena could ask questions of, that otherwise would get her eyed as if she were crazy. Did they need to buy plates, or was food served on a large hunk of dried bread, which acted as a napkin for greasy fingers as well? Plates had been recently introduced, along with forks, which were all the rage now. How much were the men and women of the household entitled to in wages? Which had to be calculated from scratch, since no other household paid its slaves a geld, merely clothing them from a community uniform cash and allowing them 1 or 2 feast days a year. Young as she was, Lakshmi was both honest and bold, and Elena was grooming her to become Lady Ulma's right hand, after Lady Ulma had become well enough to be the lady of the house. Chapter 24. Dear Diary, it's the night before the night of our first party, or rather, gala. But I don't feel very gala. I miss Stefan too much. I've been brooding about Matt, too. How he walked away, so angry at me, not even looking back. He didn't understand how I could care for Damon and yet still love Stefan so much that it felt as if my heart was breaking. Elena put down the pen and stared at her diary dully. The heartbreak manifested itself in actual physical pains in her chest that would have frightened her if she hadn't been sure of what it really was. She missed Stefan so desperately that she could hardly eat, could barely sleep. He was like a part of her mind that was constantly on fire, like a phantom limb that would never go away. Not even writing in her diary would help tonight. All she could write about were painfully tantalizing memories of the good times she and Stefan had shared together. How good it had been when she could just turn her head and know that she would see him. What a privilege that had been. And now it was gone, and in its place was racking confusion, guilt, and anxiety. What was happening to him right now, when she no longer had the privilege of turning her head and seeing him? Were they hurting him? Oh God, if only I had made him lock all the windows to his room at the boarding house. If only I had been more suspicious of Damon. If only I had guessed he had something on his mind that last night. If only. It became a pounding refrain in time to her heart. She found herself breathing in sobs, her eyes tightly shut, clutching the rhythm to her and clenching her fists. If I keep feeling this way, if I let it crush me enough, I'll become an infinitesimal point in space. I'll be crushed into nothingness, and even that will be better than needing him so much. Elena lifted up her head and stared down at her head, resting on her diary. She gasped. Once more, her first reaction was to imagine death, and then, slowly, because she was stupefied by so many tears, she realized that she'd done it again. She was out of her body. This time she wasn't even aware of a conscious decision about where to go. She was flying so fast that she couldn't tell which way she was going. It was as if she was being pulled, as if she were the tail of a comet that was rapidly shooting downward. At one point, she realized with familiar horror that she was passing through things, and then she was veering as if she were the end of the whip in a game of crack the whip, and then she was catapulted into Stefan's cell. She was still sobbing as she landed in the cell, unsure of whether she had solid form or gravity, and uncaring for the moment. The only thing she had time to see was Stefan, very thin, but smiling in his sleep. And then she was dumped onto him, into him, and still crying as she bounced, as lightly as a feather, and Stefan woke. "Oh, can't you let me sleep for a few minutes in peace?" Stefan snapped, and added a couple of Italian words that Elena had never had reason to hear before. Elena had an immediate fit of the Bonnies, sobbing so hard that she couldn't listen to, couldn't even hear, any comfort that was on offer. They were doing horrible things to him, and they were using her image, Elena's, to do them. It was all too awful. They were conditioning Stefan to hate her. She hated herself. Everyone in the whole world hated her. Elena, Elena, don't cry, love. Dully, Elena lifted herself up, getting a brief anatomical view of Stefan's chest before she was sobbing again, trying to wipe her nose on Stefan's prison uniform, which looked as if it could only be improved by anything she might do to it. She couldn't, of course, just as she couldn't feel the arm that was trying to encircle her gently. She hadn't brought her body with her, but she had somehow brought her tears, and a cold, cable-wire tough voice inside her said, "Don't waste them, idiot. Use those tears. If you're going to sob, sob over his face or his hands. And by the way, everyone hates you. Even Matt hates you. And Matt likes everybody." The tiny, cruel, productive voice went on, and Elena gave way to a fresh gale of sobbing, absently noting the effect of each teardrop. Each drop turned the white skin under it pink, and the color spread in ripples outward, as if Stefan were a pool and she was resting on him, water on water, except that her tears were falling so fast that it looked like a rainstorm on Wickery Pond, and that only made her think about the time that Matt had fallen into the pond trying to rescue a little girl who had fallen through the ice, and how Matt hated her now. "Don't, oh don't, lovely love," Stefan begged, so sincerely that anyone would have believed he meant it. But how could he? Elena knew what she must look like, face swollen and blotched by tears. No lovely love here. And he'd have to be mad to want her to stop crying. The teardrops were giving him new life wherever they touched his skin, and perhaps the storm inside him had done best, because his telepathic voice was strong and sure. "Elena, forgive me. Oh, God, just give me one moment with her. Just a single moment. I can bear anything then, even the true death. Just one moment to touch her." And perhaps God did look down for a moment in pity. Elena's lips were hovering over, quivering over Stefan's, as if she could somehow steal a kiss like this, as she used to when he was still asleep. But for just an instant, it seemed to Elena that she felt warm flesh below hers, and the flick of Stefan's lashes against her eyelids as his eyes flew open in surprise. Instantly, they both froze, eyes wide open, neither of them foolish enough to move in the slightest. But Elena couldn't help herself. As the flush of warmth from Stefan's lips sent a flush of warmth through her entire body, she melted into the kiss, and while keeping her body carefully in the same position, felt her gaze go unfocused and her eyelids close. As her lashes swept against something with substance, the moment swept quietly to an end. Elena had two choices. She could shriek and rail telepathically at Il Signore for only giving them what Stefan had asked for, or she could gather her courage and smile and maybe comfort Stefan. Her better nature won out, and when Stefan opened his eyes, she was leaning over him, pretending to be resting on her elbows and his chest, and smiling at him as she tried to straighten out her hair. Relieved, Stefan smiled back at her. It was as if he could bear anything as long as she was unhurt. Now Damon would have been practical, she teased him. He would have kept me crying, because in the end, his health would be the most important thing. And he'd have prayed for... She paused, and finally began laughing, which made Stefan smile. "I have no idea," Elena said finally. "I don't think Damon prays." "Probably not," Stefan said. "When we were young and human. The town priest walked with a cane that he seemed to enjoy using on young delinquent boys more than as a source of support." Elena thought of the delicate child chained to the huge and heavy boulder of secrets. Was religion one of the things locked away, put behind doors closed one after another in secret there, like a chambered nautilus until almost everything he cared about was inside? She didn't ask that of Stefan. Instead, she said, lowering her voice to the tiniest telepathic whisper, the barest disturbance of neurons in Stefan's receptive brain. "What other practical things can you think of that Damon might have thought of? Things relating to a jailbreak?" "Well, for a jailbreak, the first thing I can think of is for you to know your way around the city. I was brought here blindfolded, but since they don't have the power to take the curse off vampires and make them human, I still had all my senses. I'd say it's a city about the size of New York and Los Angeles combined." "Big city," Elena noted, taking notes in her head. "But fortunately the only bits that would interest us are in the southwestern section. The city's supposed to be ruled by the Guardians, but they're from the other side, and the demons and vampires here long ago realized that people were more afraid of them than the Guardians. It's set up now with about 12 to 15 feudal castles or estates, and each of those estates has control of a considerable amount of land outside the city. They grow their own unique products and sell them in deals made here. For instance, it's the vampires who cultivate Clarion Loche black magic." "I see," said Elena, who had no idea what he was talking about, except the black magic wine. "But all we really need to know is how to get to the Shi-no-Shi, your prison." "That's true. Well, the easiest way would be to find the Kitsunye sector. The Shi-no-Shi is a cluster of buildings, with the largest one, the one without a top, although it's curved, and you may not be able to tell from the ground." "The one that looks like a coliseum?" Elena interrupted eagerly. "I get a sort of bird's-eye view of the city whenever I come here." "Well, the thing that looks like a coliseum is a coliseum." Stefan smiled. He really smiled. "He's feeling well enough to smile now," Elena rejoiced, but silently. "So to get you in and out, we just head from below the Colosseum to the gate back to our world?" Elena said. "But to get you free, there are some things we need to collect, and those are probably going to be in different parts of the city." She tried to remember if she had ever described the twin fox key to Stefan or not. It was probably better not to do it if she hadn't already done it. "Then I'd hire a native guide," Stefan said immediately. "I don't really know anything about the city, except what the guards tell me. And I'm not sure if I would trust them. But the little people, the ordinary ones, will probably know the things you want to know." "That's a good idea," Elena said. She drew invisible designs with a transparent finger on his chest. "I think Damon really plans to do everything he can to help us." "I honor him for coming," Stefan said, as if he were thinking things out. "He's keeping his promise, isn't he?" Elena nodded. Deep, deep in her consciousness floated the thoughts. His word to me that he would take care of you. His word to you that he would take care of me. Damon always keeps his word. "Stefan," she said, again in the innermost recesses of his mind, where she could share information she hoped in secret. "You should have seen him, really. When I did Wings of Redemption, and every bad thing that had hardened him or made him cruel came undone. And when I did Wings of Purification, and all the stone covering his soul came away in chunks. I don't think you could imagine how he was. He was so perfect and so new. And later, when he cried, Elena could feel inside Stefan 3 layers of emotion succeed one another almost instantaneously. Disbelief that Damon could cry, despite all that Elena had been telling him. Then belief and astonishment as he absorbed her pictures and her memories. And finally, the need to console her as she stared at a Damon forever trapped in penitence. A Damon that would never exist again. He saved you, whispered Elena. But he wouldn't save himself. He wouldn't even bargain with Shinichi and Misao. He just let them take all his memories of that time. Maybe it hurt too much. Yes, said Elena, deliberately lowering her barriers so that Stefan could feel the hurt that the new and perfect creature she created had felt upon learning that he had committed acts of cruelty and treachery that would make the strongest soul flinch. Stefan, I think he must feel very lonely. Yes, Angel, I think you're right. This time, Elena thought a good deal longer before venturing. Stefan, I'm not sure he understands what it's like to be loved. And while he thought out his response, she was on tenterhooks. Then he said very softly, very slowly again, Yes, Angel, I think you're right. Oh, she did love him. He always understood, and he was always most brave and gallant and trusting just when she needed him to be. Stefan, can I stay again tonight? Is it night time? Lovely love. You can stay unless they come to take me somewhere. All at once, Stefan was very solemn, holding her gaze. But if they come, you'll promise me to leave then, won't you? Elena looked straight into his green eyes and said, If that's what you want, I'll promise. Elena, do you keep your promises or not? Suddenly, he sounded very sleepy, but the right kind of sleepy. Not worn out, but someone who has been refreshed and is being lulled into a perfect slumber. I keep them close to me, Elena whispered. But I keep you closer, she thought. If someone came to hurt him, they would find out what a bodiless opponent could do. For instance, what if she just reached inside their bodies and managed to make contact for an instant, long enough to squeeze a heart between her pretty white fingers? That would be something. I love you, Elena. I'm so glad we kissed. It's not the last time. You'll see, I swear it. She dropped new, healing tears down on him. Stefan just smiled gently, and then he was asleep. In the morning, Elena woke up in her grand bedroom in Lady Ulma's house, alone. But she had another memory, like a pressed rose, to put away in its own special place inside her. And somewhere, deep in her heart, she knew that these memories might be all she had of Stefan someday. She could imagine that these sweet-scented, fragile mementos would be something to hold on to and cherish if Stefan never came home. Chapter 25. Oh, I just want to take a little peek, Bonnie moaned, looking at the forbidden sketchbook, the one in which Lady Ulma had drawn their high couture outfits for the first party, the one that would be held tonight. Beside it, just within reach, were some sample squares from bolts of fabric in shimmering satin, rippling silk, transparent muslin, and soft, rich velvet. "You'll get to try it on for the last fitting in an hour, this time with your eyes open," Elena laughed. "But we can't forget that tonight isn't playtime. We'll have to dance some dances, of course." "Of course," Bonnie repeated ecstatically. "But our purpose there is to find the key, the first half of the double fox key. I just wish there was a star ball that showed the inside of tonight's house." "Well, we all know pretty much about it. We can talk about it and try to imagine it," Meredith said. Elena, who had been fiddling with the star ball from the other house, now put the slightly cloudy orb down and said, "All right, let's brainstorm." "May I storm too?" a low, modulated voice asked from the doorway. The girls all turned, rising at the same time to greet a smiling Lady Ulma. Before taking a chair, she gave Elena a particularly heartfelt hug and kiss on the cheek, and Elena couldn't help herself from comparing the woman as they had seen her at Dr. Megger's to the elegant lady she was now. Then she had been hardly more than skin over bones, with the eyes of a timid, wild creature under great strain, wearing a common housecoat with men's bedroom slippers. Now she reminded Elena of a Roman matron, with her face tranquil and beginning to fill out under a crown of glossy dark braids held back by jeweled combs. Her body was filling out too, especially her belly, although she retained her natural grace as she took a seat on a velvet couch. She was wearing a saffron-colored gown of raw silk, with an underskirt of fringed and shimmering apricot. "We're so excited about the fitting tonight," Elena said with a nod toward the sketchbook. "I am as excited as a child myself," Lady Ulma admitted. "I only wish I could do for you 1/10 of what you have done for me." "You already have," Elena said. "And if we can find the fox keys, it will only be because you helped us so much, and I can't tell you how much that means to me," she finished in almost a whisper. "But you never thought I could help you when you defied the law for a ravaged slave. You simply wanted to save me, and you have suffered much for it," Ulma responded quietly. Elena shifted uncomfortably. The cut running down her face had left only a thin white scar along the cheekbone. Once, when she had first returned to Earth from the afterlife, she would have been able to wave the scar away with a simple wash of power. But now, although she could channel her power through her body and use it to enhance her senses, she couldn't make it obey her will in any other way. And once, she thought, imagining the Elena who had stood in Robert E. Lee High School's parking lot and drooled over a Porsche, she would have considered the marring of her face the greatest calamity of her life. But with all the accolades she had received, with Damon calling it her white wound of honor, and her certainty that it would mean as little to Stefan as a scar on his cheekbone would mean to her, she had found she just couldn't take it very seriously. "I am not the same person I once was," she thought, "and I'm glad." "Never mind," she said, ignoring the pain down her leg that still throbbed at times. "Let's talk about the Silver Nightingale and her gala." "Right," Meredith said. "What do we know about her? How did the clue go again, Elena?" Misao said, "If I said that one of the halves was inside the Silver Nightingale's instrument, would that even give you an idea?" Or something like that, Elena repeated obediently. They all knew the words by heart, but it was part of the ritual every time they discussed it. "And the Silver Nightingale," is the nickname for Lady Fazina Darley, and everyone in the dark dimension knows it," cried Bonnie, clapping her small hands in sheer delight. Indeed, that has long been her sobriquet, given to her when she first came here and began to sing and play on her harp strung with silver, Lady Ulma put in gravely. "And harp strings need to be tuned, and they're tuned with keys," Bonnie continued excitedly. Yes, Meredith, in contrast, spoke slowly and thoughtfully. "But it's not a harp tuning key we're looking for. They look like this." She put down on a table beside her an object made of smooth, pale maple that looked like a very short T, or, if held on its side, like a gracefully waving tree with one short horizontal branch. "I got that from one of the minstrels Damon hired." Bonnie eyed the tuning key loftily. "It might be a harp tuning key we're looking for," she insisted. "It might be used for both things somehow." "I don't see how," Meredith said doggedly. "Unless somehow they change shape when the two halves come together." "Oh my, yes," Lady Ulma said, as if Meredith had just made an obvious proposition. "If they are magical halves of a single key, they will almost certainly change when the two halves come together." "You see?" Bonnie said. "But if they can be any sort of shape, then how the hell will we even know when we found them?" Elena asked impatiently. All she cared about was finding what it took to save Stefan. Lady Ulma fell silent, and Elena felt badly. She hated to use harsh language, or even appear distressed in front of the woman who had lived a life of such subjection and horror since her early teens. Elena wanted Lady Ulma to feel safe, to be happy. "Anyway," she said quickly, "we know one thing. It's in the Silver Nightingale's instrument. So whatever is inside Lady Fazina's harp, that has to be it." "Oh, but—" Lady Ulma began, and then she stopped herself almost before the words were out. "What is it?" Elena asked gently. "Oh, nothing at all," Lady Ulma said hastily. "I mean, would you like to see your dresses now? This last fitting is really just to make sure every stitch is perfect." "Oh, we'd love to!" Bonnie cried, at the same time making a dive for the sketchbook, while Meredith rung a bell pull that brought a servant hurrying in and hurrying away again to the sewing room. "I only wish Master Damon and Lord Sage had agreed to let me create something for them to wear," Lady Ulma said mournfully to Elena. "Oh, Sage is not going, and I'm sure Damon wouldn't have minded, as long as you designed him a black leather jacket, a black shirt, black jeans, and black boots, all exactly like the ones he wears every day. He'd have been happy to wear it then." Lady Ulma laughed. "I see. Well, there will be enough fantastical styles worn tonight that he may change his mind for the future. Now let's draw the curtains on the windows all around. This gala is to be indoors, with gaslight only, so colors will show true." "I wondered why it said indoors on the invitations," Bonnie said. "I thought maybe it was because of rain." "It's because of the sun," Lady Ulma said soberly. "That hateful crimson light, changing every blue to purple, every yellow to brown. You see, no one would wear aqua or green to an outdoor soiree. No, not even you, with that strawberry hair that cries out for it." "I get it. I can see how having that sun hanging there every day would really get you down after a while." "I wonder if you can," murmured Lady Ulma, and then she added hastily, While we wait, shall I show you what I have created for your tall friend who doubts me? Oh, please, yes! Bonnie held out the sketchbook. Lady Ulma thumbed through it until she came to a page that seemed to please her. She took up pens and coloring pencils, like a child eager to play with beloved toys again. Here it is, she said, using the colored pencils to add a line here and a curve there, but holding the book so that the three girls could see the design. "Oh, my God!" cried Bonnie in genuine astonishment, and even Elena felt her eyes widening. The girl in the sketch was definitely Meredith, with her hair half up and half down, but wearing a dress, such a dress, black as ebony, strapless. It clung to the long, slim figure perfectly sketched in the picture, emphasizing the curves, enhancing them on top by what Elena learned was called a sweetheart neckline, one that made Meredith's front look like a Valentine's Day heart. It kept close to the body all the way to the knees, where it suddenly flared out again, dramatically wide. A mermaid dress, Lady Ulma explained, satisfied with her sketch at last. And here it is, she added, as several sewing women entered, reverently holding the miraculous gown between them. Now the girls could see that the material was a plush black velvet, dotted with tiny rectangular metallic golden flecks. It looked like midnight back home, Elena thought, with 1,000 falling stars in the sky. And with it, you will wear these very large black onyx and gold earrings, these black onyx and gold combs to hold your hair up, and some lovely matching bracelets and rings Lucien has made just for this outfit, Lady Ulma continued. Elena realized that sometime in the last minutes, Lucien must have entered the room. She smiled at him, and then her eyes dropped to the 3-tiered tray he held. On the top tray, against an ivory background, were 2 black onyx and diamond bracelets, as well as a ring with a diamond in it that almost made her swoon. Meredith was looking around the room as if she had stumbled into a private discussion and didn't know how to get out. Then she looked from the dress to the jewels to Lady Ulma again. Meredith was not one to lose her composure easily, but after a moment she simply went to Lady Ulma and hugged her fiercely, then went to Lucien and very gently put her hand on his forearm. It was clear that she couldn't speak. Bonnie was studying the sketch with the eyes of a connoisseur now. "Those matching bracelets were made just for this dress, weren't they?" she said with a conspiratorial air. To Elena's surprise, Lady Ulma seemed uncomfortable. Then she spoke slowly. "The truth is, well, that Miss Meredith is a slave. All slaves are required to wear some sort of symbolic bracelets when they travel outside their households." She turned her eyes down to the polished wooden floorboards. Her cheeks were flushed. "Lady Ulma, oh, please, you can't think it matters to us." Lady Ulma's eyes flashed as she looked up. "Not matter?" "Well," Elena said haughtily, "it doesn't really matter, yet, because there's nothing to do about it, not now." Of course the servants weren't in on the secrets of the Damon-Elena-Meredith-Bonnie relationship. Even Lady Ulma didn't see why Damon didn't free the 3 girls just in case something should happen. May the celestial guardians forbid it. But the girls had formed a solid phalanx against it. It would be like jinxing their whole enterprise. "Well, anyway," Bonnie was blathering, "I think the bracelets are beautiful. I mean, she could hardly find anything more perfect for the dress, could she?" striking at the professional sensibilities of the designer. Lucen smiled modestly, and Lady Ulma gave him a loving glance. Meredith's face was still glowing. Lady Ulma, I don't know how to thank you. I will wear this gown, and for tonight I will be someone I have never been before. Of course, you've drawn my hair up, or partly up. I don't usually wear it that way. Meredith finished weakly. You will tonight. Up and high over that lovely wide brow of yours. This dress is to show off the charming curves of your bare shoulders and arms. It's a crime to cover them, day or night. And the hairstyle is to lay bare your exotic face instead of hiding it, Lady Ulma said firmly. Good, Elena thought. They've gotten her off the subject of symbolic slavery. You'll wear a touch of makeup as well, pale gold on your lids, and kohl to enhance and lengthen your lashes. A touch of golden lipstick, but no rouge. I don't believe in that for young girls. Your olive skin will complete the picture of a sultry maiden perfectly. Meredith looked helplessly at Elena. I don't usually wear makeup either, she said. But they both knew that she was beaten. Lady Ulma's vision would come to life. Don't call it a mermaid dress. She'll be a siren, Bonnie said enthusiastically. But we'd better put a spell on it to keep all the vampire sailors away. To Elena's surprise, Lady Ulma nodded solemnly. My seamstress friend has sent a priestess today to bless all the garments and to keep you from being victimized by vampires, of course. If that meets with your approval? She looked at Elena, who nodded. As long as they don't keep Damon out of the way, she added jokingly, and felt time freeze as Meredith and Bonnie immediately turned their eyes on her, hoping to catch something in Elena's expression that would give her away. But Elena kept her expression neutral as Lady Ulma continued. Naturally, the restrictions would not apply to Master Damon. Naturally, Elena said soberly. And now for the smallest beauty to go to the gala, Lady Ulma was saying to Bonnie, who bit her lip, blushing. I have something very special for you. I don't know how long I've been yearning to work with this material. I've trudged by it in a shop window year after year, just aching to buy it and create with it, you see? And the next set of sewing women came forward, holding a smaller, lighter frock between them, while Lady Ulma held up a sketch. Elena was already staring in amazement. The material was glorious, incredible, but especially clever was how it had been put together. The fabric was vivid peacock green-blue, with the most amazing hand-stitching to represent a pattern of peacock eyes flaring up from the waist. Bonnie's brown eyes had widened again. This is for me, she breathed, almost afraid to touch the material. Yes. And we're going to slick that hair of yours back until you look as sophisticated as your friend. Go ahead and try it on. I think you'll like the way this dress has come out. Lucen had retired, and Meredith was already being carefully encased in the mermaid dress. Bonnie happily began to strip. Lady Ulma turned out to have been right. Bonnie loved the way she looked that evening. Right now, she was being given the finishing touches, such as a delicate spray of citrus and rose water, a fragrance made just for her. She stood before a giant silvered glass mirror, just minutes before they were due to start off for the gala given by Fezina, the Silver Nightingale herself. Bonnie turned a little, looking at the strapless, full-skirted dress in awe. Its bodice was made, or seemed to be made, entirely of the eyes of peacock feathers, arranged in a spray that was gathered together at her waist, showing off how tiny it was. There was another spray of larger feathers that pointed downward from the waist, front and back. The back actually had a small train of peacock feathers against emerald silk. In front, below the larger, downward-pointing spray, a design worked in silver and gold, of stylized, undulating plumes, all upside down, made its way to the bottom of the gown, which was edged with thin gold brocade. As if this were not enough, Lady Ulma had had a fan made with real peacock eyes set in an emerald jade handle, with a tassel of softly clinking jade, citrine, and emerald charms at the bottom. Around Bonnie's throat was a matching necklace of jade, inlaid with emerald, sapphire, and lapis lazuli, and around each of her wrists were several emerald jade bracelets that clicked together whenever she moved, the symbol of her slavery. But Bonnie's eyes could hardly linger on them, and she couldn't summon up a proper hatred of the bracelets. She was thinking of how a special hairdresser had come to slick back Bonnie's strawberry-colored curls until, darkened into true red, they were plastered flat against her skull and held in place with jade and emerald clips. Her heart-shaped face had never looked so mature, so sophisticated. To emerald eyelids and coal-darkened eyes, Lady Ulma had added a vivid red lipstick, and had for once broken her rule, and cleverly, wielding the brush herself, had added touches here and there of blusher so that Bonnie's translucent skin looked as if she were constantly coloring at some compliment. Delicately carved jade earrings with golden bells inside completed the ensemble, and Bonnie felt as if she were some princess of the ancient Orient. It's really some kind of miracle. Usually I look like a pixie trying to dress up as a cheerleader or a flower girl, she confided, kissing Lady Ulma again and again, delighted to find that the lipstick stayed on her lips instead of transferring to her benefactress's cheeks. But tonight, I look like a young woman. She would have kept on babbling, helpless to stop herself, even though Lady Ulma already was trying to discreetly dab tears away from her eyes, except that at that moment, Elena came in, and she gasped. Elena's dress had already been finished by the afternoon, and so all Bonnie had seen of it was the sketch. But somehow that had failed to convey just what this dress would do for Elena. Bonnie had secretly wondered if Lady Ulma were leaving too much to Elena's own natural beauty, and was hoping that Elena would be as excited about her own dress as everyone seemed to be about Bonnie's and Meredith's. Now Bonnie understood. It's called a goddess dress, Lady Ulma explained to the stunned silence in the room as Elena walked in, and Bonnie dizzily thought that if goddesses had ever lived up on Mount Olympus, they would certainly have wanted to dress this way. The trick of the dress lay in its very simplicity. It was made of milk-white silk with a delicately pleated waist. Lady Ulma called the irregular tight pleating ruching, which held two simple bodice panels that formed a V neckline, showing off Elena's peach blossom skin between them and behind them. These panels, in turn, were held at the shoulders by two carved clasps, gold inlaid with mother of pearl and diamonds. From the waist, The skirt fell straight in graceful, silken folds all the way to Elena's delicate sandals. Again, designed in gold, mother-of-pearl and diamonds. In the back, the two panels that clasped at the shoulder became straps and crossed over to once again meet at the pleated waist. Such a simple dress, but so magnificent on the right girl. At Elena's throat, an exquisitely designed golden and mother-of-pearl necklace in the stylized shape of a butterfly was inset with so many diamonds that it seemed to blaze with multicolored fire each time she moved and they caught the light. She wore this over the lapis and diamond pendant Stefan had given her, since she had flatly refused to take the pendant off. It didn't matter. The butterfly covered the pendant completely. On each wrist, Elena wore a wide bracelet of gold and mother-of-pearl inset with diamonds, creations that they had found in the secret jewel room, obviously made to go with the necklace. And that was all. Elena's hair had been brushed and brushed and brushed until it formed a silky golden tumble of waves that hung below her shoulders and back. And she was wearing a touch of rose-colored lipstick. But her face, with its thick black eyelashes and lighter arched brows, and just now its look of excitement that parted her rose-colored lips and brought brilliant color to her cheeks, had been left entirely alone. Earrings that were just cascades of diamonds peeped through her gold tresses. She's going to drive them crazy tonight, Bonnie thought, eyeing the daring dress with envy, but not with jealousy, instead rather reveling in the thought of the sensation Elena would make. She's wearing the simplest gown of any of us, but she still completely puts Meredith and me in the shade. Yet Bonnie had never seen Meredith look better, or more exotic. She'd also never known what a stunning figure Meredith had, despite her friend's wide assortment of designer clothes. Meredith shrugged when Bonnie told her this. She had a fan, too, black lacquer that folded. Now she opened it and folded it shut again, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "We're in the hands of a genius," she said simply. "But we can't forget what we're really here for." Chapter 26. "We have to keep our minds on saving Stefan," Elena was saying in the room Damon had taken over for his own, the old library in Lady Ulma's mansion. "Where else would my mind be?" Damon said, never taking his eyes off her neck with its ornaments of mother-of-pearl and diamonds. Somehow the milk-white dress served to emphasize the slim, soft column of Elena's throat, and Elena knew it. She sighed. "If we thought you really meant it, then we could all just relax." "You mean be as relaxed as you are?" Elena gave herself an inner shake. Damon might seem to be completely absorbed with one thing and one thing only, but his sense of self-preservation made sure that he was constantly on guard, and seeing not just what he wanted to see, but everything that was around him. And it was true that Elena was almost unbearably excited. Let the others think it was about her marvelous dress. And it was a marvelous dress. And Elena was profoundly grateful to Lady Ulma and her helpers for getting it done in time. What Elena was really excited about, though, was the chance. No, the certainty, she told herself firmly, that tonight she was going to find half of the key that would allow them to free Stefan. The thought of his face, of seeing him in the flesh was terrifying. Thinking about what Bonnie had said when she was asleep, Elena reached out for comfort and understanding, and somehow found that instead of holding Damon's hand, she was in Damon's arms. The real question is, What will Stefan say about that night at the motel with Damon? What would Stefan say? What was there to say? I'm frightened, she heard, and a minute too late recognized her own voice. Well, don't think about it, Damon said. It'll only make things worse. But I've lied, Elena thought. You don't even remember it, or you'd be lying too. Whatever happened, I promise I'll still be around for you, Damon said softly. You've got my word on that, anyway. Elena could feel his breath against her hair. And on keeping your mind on the key? Yes, yes. But I haven't fed properly today. Elena started, then clasped Damon closer. For just an instant she'd felt not merely a ravaging hunger, but a sharp pain that puzzled her. But now, before she could quite locate it in space, it was gone, and her connection to Damon had been abruptly cut off. Damon? What? Don't shut me out. I'm not. I've just said all there is to say, that's all. You know I'll be looking for the key. Thank you. Elena tried again. But you can't just starve. Who said I was starving? Now Damon's telepathic connection was back, but something was missing. He was deliberately holding something back and concentrating on assaulting her senses with something else. Hunger. Elena could feel it rampaging in him, as if he were a tiger or wolf that had gone for days, for weeks, without making a kill. The room did a slow spin around her. It's all right, she whispered, amazed that Damon was able to stand and hold her at all, with his insides tearing at him that way. Whatever you need, take. And then she felt the most gentle probing at her throat of razor-sharp teeth. She gave herself up to it, surrendering to the sensations. In preparation for the Silver Nightingale's gala, where they would be searching for the first half of the double fox key to release Stefan, Meredith had been reading some of the hard copy she'd stuffed into her bag, from the huge amount of information she had downloaded from the internet. She had done her best to describe everything that she'd learned to Elena and the others. But how could she be sure that she hadn't missed some vital clue, some vastly important thread of information that would make all the difference tonight between success and failure, between finding a way to save Stefan and coming home defeated, while he languished in prison? No, she thought, standing by a silvered mirror, almost afraid to look at the exotic beauty she had become. No, we can't even think of the word failure. For the sake of Stefan's life, we have to succeed, and we have to do it without getting caught. Chapter 27. Elena felt confident and just a little lightheaded as they set out for the Silver Nightingale's gala. However, when the four of them arrived on litters, Damon with Elena, Meredith with Bonnie, Lady Ulma being forbidden by her doctor to go to any festivities while she was pregnant, at the Honorable Lady Fazina's palatial home, she was struck with something like terror. The house was truly a palace, in the best of storytelling tradition, she thought. Minarets and towers soared above them, probably painted in blue and lavish gilt, but turned lavender by the sunlight, and looking almost lighter than air. To complement the sunlight, torches had been lit on either side of the path of the litters up the hill, and some chemical had been added, or some magic used, to make their lights shine in varying colors so that they changed from golden to red to purple to blue to green to silver, and these colors shone true. They took Elena's breath away as the only things that were not tinged with red in the whole world that she could see. Damon had brought a bottle of black magic with him and was almost too high-spirited. No pun intended, Elena thought. As their litter stopped at the top of the hill, Damon and Elena were helped out and down a hallway that cut out much of the sunlight. Above them hung delicate, lighted paper lanterns, some larger than the litter they'd been in a moment ago. Brightly lighted and fancifully shaped, which gave a festive, playful air to a palace otherwise so magnificent that it was a little intimidating. They passed by lighted fountains, some of which had surprises, like the line of magical frogs that constantly leaped from lily pad to lily pad. Plop, 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 like the sound of rain on a rooftop. Or a huge gilded serpent that coiled among trees and over the heads of visitors, winding from there to the ground and then back up to the trees again. Then again, it was the ground that would turn transparent with all manner of magical schools of fish, sharks, eels, and dolphins cavorting, while in the dim blue depths far below loomed the figure of a gigantic whale. Elena and Bonnie hurried quickly over this portion of the path. It was clear that the owner of this estate could afford any kind of extravaganza her heart desired, and that above all things, what she enjoyed the chiefest was music. For in each area, splendidly, sometimes bizarrely dressed orchestra were playing, or there might be only one famous soloist singing from a high gilded cage, perhaps 25 feet above the ground. Music, music, and lights everywhere. Elena herself, although thrilled by the sights, sounds, and glorious scents coming from huge banks of flowers, as well as from the guests, both male and female, felt a slight fear like a small rock in her stomach. She had thought her dress and diamonds so elaborate when she had left Lady Ulna's estate, but now that she was here at Lady Fezina's, well, there were too many rooms, too many people as fancifully and finely clad as herself and her sister, personal assistants. She was afraid that, well, that the woman over there, dripping jewels from her delicate three-tiered diamond and emerald tiara to her delicate diamond-circled toes, made her own unadorned hair look dowdy or laughable at such a grand affair. Do you know how old she is? Elena almost jumped to hear Damon's voice in her head. Who? Elena replied, trying at least to keep her envy, her worry, out of her telepathic voice. And am I projecting that loudly? She added in alarm. Not all that loudly, but it never hurts to tune it down. And you know perfectly well who. That giraffe you are eyeing, Damon replied. For your information, she's about 200 years older than I am, and she's trying to look around 30, which is 10 years younger than when she became a vampire. Elena blinked. What are you trying to say? Send some power to your ears, Damon suggested, and stop worrying. Elena obediently increased slightly the power to what she still thought of as her burst ear nodes, and conversations suddenly became audible all around her. Oh, the goddess in white. She's just a child, but what a figure. Yes, the one with the golden hair. Magnificent, isn't she? Oh, by Hades, look at that girl. Did you see the prince and princess over there? I wonder if they'd swap or do a quartet, dear. This was more like what Elena was used to hearing at parties. It gave her more confidence. It also, as she allowed her eyes to sweep more boldly across the opulently costumed crowd, caused her to feel a sudden surge of love and respect for Lady Ulma, who had designed and overseen the construction of 3 glorious dresses in only a week. "She's a genius," Elena informed Damon solemnly, knowing that through their mid-link he would see who she meant. "Look, Meredith already has a crowd around her, and she's not acting much like Meredith at all," Damon finished, sounding slightly uneasy. Meredith didn't seem uneasy in the least. She had her face turned deliberately to show off a classical profile to her admirers, but it wasn't the profile of level-headed, serene Meredith Sulez at all. It was a sultry, exotic girl who looked as if she might very well be able to sing the habanera from Carmen. She had her fan open and was gracefully, languorously fanning herself. The soft but warm indoor lighting made her bare shoulders and arms gleam like pearl above the black velvet dress, which seemed even more mysterious and striking than it had back at home. In fact, it seemed to have stricken one devotee to the heart already. He was kneeling before her with a red rose in his hand, so hastily picked from one of the arrangements that a thorn had pricked him and blood welled from his thumb. Meredith didn't seem to have noticed. Both Elena and Damon felt for the young man, who was blonde and extremely handsome. Elena felt sorry, and Damon felt hungry. "She certainly seems to have come out of her shell," ventured Damon. "Oh, Meredith doesn't ever really come out," Elena replied. "It's all play acting. But tonight I think it's the dresses that are doing it. Meredith is dressed like a siren, and so she's acting all sultry. Bonnie's dressed like a peacock, and look!" She nodded down the long hallway that led to a huge room in front of them. Bonnie, dressed in what looked like real peacock feathers, had a crowd of her own followers, and that was just what they were doing, following. Bonnie's every movement was light and bird-like, and her jade bracelets clinked together on her small, rounded arms. Her earrings chimed with each toss of her head, and her feet seemed to twinkle in golden sandals in front of her peacock train. "You know, it's strange," Elena murmured as they reached the large room and at last sound was muted so she could hear Damon's physical voice. "I didn't realize it, but Lady Ulma designed our dresses at different levels of the animal world." "Huh?" Damon was looking at her throat again, but fortunately at that moment a handsome man dressed in formal earth clothes, tuxedo, cummerbund, and so on, came by with black magic in large silver goblets. Damon drained his in one gulp and took another from the gracefully bowing waiter. Then he and Elena took seats on the outside of the back row, even if this was a rudeness to their hostess. They needed to be free to maneuver. "Well, Meredith is a mermaid, which is the highest order, and she's acting like a siren. Bonnie is a bird, so that's the next highest order, and she is acting like a bird, watching all the boys display themselves while she keeps laughing. And I'm a butterfly. So I suppose I'll be a social butterfly tonight, with you beside me, I hope." "How cute," Damon said heavily. "And what exactly makes you think you're supposed to be a butterfly?" "Well, the designs, silly," Elena said, and she lifted her mother-of-pearl and gold and diamond fan and gave him a tiny butterfly rap on the forehead with it. Then she opened it to show him a masterly sketch of the same design as her necklace on its front, decorated with tiny dots of diamond, gold, and mother of pearl, where they would not be harmed by the folds. "You see? A butterfly," she said, not displeased with the image. Damon traced the outline with one long, tapering finger that reminded her so much of Stefan's that it hurt her throat, and stopped at 6 stylized lines above the head. "Since when do butterflies have hair?" His finger moved to 2 horizontal lines between the wings. "Or arms." "Those are legs," Elena told him, amused. "What kind of thing with arms and legs and a head has 6 hairs and wings?" "A tipsy vampire," suggested a voice above them, and Elena looked up, surprised to see Sage. "May I sit with you?" he asked. "I couldn't manage a shirt, but my fairy godmother did conjure up a vest." Elena, laughing, scooted over a seat so that he could take the aisle seat by Damon. He was much cleaner than when she had last seen him working around the house, although his hair was still in long, wild, unruly curls. She noted, however, that his fairy godmother had scented him with cedar and sandalwood, and provided him with Dolce & Gabbana jeans and vest. He looked magnifique. There was no sign of his animals. "I thought you weren't coming," Elena said to him. "You can say that? Garbed as you are in celestial white and gold? You mentioned the gala. I took your wish as a command." Elena giggled. Of course. Everyone was treating her differently tonight. It was the dress. Sage, murmuring something about his latent heterosexuality, swore that the image on her necklace and fan was a phoenix. The very polite demon on her right, who had deep mauve skin and small, curling white horns, deferentially submitted that it looked to him like the goddess Ishtar, who had apparently sent him to the dark dimension a few millennia ago for tempting people to sloth. Elena made a mental note to ask Meredith whether this meant tempting them to eat sloths, which she knew were some kind of wild animal that didn't move around much, or something else. Then Elena thought that Lady Ulma had called the dress a goddess dress, hadn't she? It was certainly a dress you could only wear if your body was very young and very close to perfection, because there was no way to fit corsetry into it, or even to drape it to minimize an unflattering feature. The only things under the dress were Elena's own firm, young physique and a pair of scant, soft, flesh-colored lace underwear. Oh, and a spray of jasmine perfume. "So it's a goddess, I feel like," she thought, thanking the demon who stood and bowed. People were taking their seats for the Silver Nightingale's first performance. Elena had to admit to a longing to see Lady Fezina, and besides, it was too early to try for a restroom trip. Elena had already noticed that guards were posted at all the doors. There were 2 harps on a dais in the middle of a great circle of chairs, and then suddenly everyone was on their feet and clapping, and Elena would have seen nothing if the Lady Fezina had not chosen to walk down the same aisle Elena and Damon had taken. As it was, she paused right beside Sage to acknowledge the roar of acclamation, and Elena had a perfect view of her. She was a lovely young woman who, to Elena's surprise, looked hardly older than 20, and was nearly as small as Bonnie. This diminutive creature obviously took her sobriquet very seriously. She was dressed entirely in a gown of silver mesh. Her hair was metallic silver, too, swept high in front and very short in back. Her train was barely attached to her, by two simple clasps at the shoulders. It floated horizontally behind her, constantly in motion, more like a moonbeam or a cloud than like real material, until she got to the central dais and ascended it, then walked once around the tall, uncovered harp, at which point the suspended part of the cape fell softly and gracefully to the floor in a semicircle around her. And then came the magic of the silver nightingale's voice. She began by playing the tall harp, which seemed even taller in comparison to her small body. She could make the harp sing under her fingers, coax it to cry like the wind, or make music that seemed to descend from heaven in glissandos. Elena wept throughout her first song, even though it was sung in some foreign language. It was so piercingly sweet that it reminded Elena of Stefan, of the times they had been together, communicating by only the softest words and touches. But Lady Fezina's most impressive instrument was her voice. Her tiny body could generate an extraordinary volume when she wanted it to, and as she sang one poignant, minor-tuned song after another, Elena could feel her skin break out into goose flesh and a trembling in her legs. She felt that at any moment she might fall to her knees as the melodies filled her heart. When someone touched her from behind, Elena started violently, brought back too quickly from the fantasy world the music had woven around her. But it was only Meredith, who, despite her own love for music, had a very practical suggestion for their group. "I was going to say, why not start now, while everyone else is listening?" she whispered. "Even the guards are out of it. We agreed on 2 by 2, yes?" Elena nodded. "We're just having a look around the house. We may even find something while everyone is still here, listening, for nearly another hour. Sage, maybe you could sort of liaise between the two groups telepathically?" "It would be my privilege, madame." The 5 of them set out into the Silver Nightingale's mansion. Chapter 28. They walked right by the weeping door guards, but very quickly they discovered that while almost everyone was listening to Lady Fezina, in each room of the palace that was open to the public, a black-clad, white-gloved steward awaited, ready to give out information and to keep a watchful eye on his lady's possessions. The first room that gave them any kind of hope was Lady Fezina's Hall of Harpery, a room devoted entirely to the display of harps, from ancient, bow-like, single-stringed instruments, undoubtedly played by individuals who were similar to cave-dwellers, to tall, gilded, orchestral harps like the one Fezina was now playing, the music audible throughout the palace. Magic, Elena thought again. They seemed to use it here instead of technology. "Each kind of harp has a unique key to tune the strings," Meredith whispered, looking down the length of the hall. On each side, the line of harps marched into the distance. One of those keys might be the key. But how will we even know? Bonnie was fanning herself lightly with her peacock feather fan. "What's the difference between a harp key and the fox key?" "I don't know. And I've never heard of a key being kept in a harp either. It would rattle around the sound box every time the harp shifted slightly," Meredith admitted. Elena bit her lip. It was such a simple, reasonable question. She should feel dismayed, should be wondering how they could ever find one small half of a key in this place, especially considering that the clue they had, that it was in the Silver Nightingale's instrument, suddenly seemed absurd. "I don't suppose," Bonnie said a little giddily, "that the instrument is her voice, and that if we reach down her throat—" Elena turned to look at Meredith, who was looking heavenward, or at whatever was above this hideous dimension. "I know," Meredith said. "No more drinks for Birdbrain here. Although I suppose it's possible that they give out little silver whistles or instruments as favors. All big parties used to do that, give you a gift." "How," Damon said in a carefully expressionless tone, "would they possibly get the key into a favor for a party being given at least weeks away? And how could they ever hope to retrieve it? Misao might as well have told Elena, 'We threw the key away.'" "Well," began Meredith, "I'm not at all sure that they did mean for the keys to be retrievable, even by them. And Misao could have meant you'd have to search all the garbage from the night of this gala or some other party Fazina performed at. I imagine she gets asked to play at a lot of other people's parties, too." Elena hated bickering, even though she was a champion bickerer herself. But she was a goddess tonight. Nothing was impossible. If only she could remember. Something like white lightning struck her brain. For just an instant, one instant, she was back, struggling with Misao. Misao was in her fox form, biting and scratching and snarling out a reply to Elena's question about where the two halves of the fox key were. "As if you would understand the answers I could give. If I told you that one was inside the Silver Nightingale's instrument, would that give you any kind of idea?" Yes, those had been the exact words, the real words that Misao had spoken. Elena heard her own voice, repeating the words distinctly now. And then she felt something like an arc of lightning leave her mind, only to meet another's not far away. The next thing she knew, her eyes were flying open in surprise because Bonnie was speaking in that blank, toneless way she always did when making a prophecy. "Each half of the fox key is shaped like a single fox, with 2 ears, 2 eyes, and a snout. The 2 fox key halves are gold and covered with gems, and their eyes are green. The key you seek is yet in the Silver Nightingale's instrument." "Bonnie!" Elena said. She could see that Bonnie's knees were trembling, her eyes unfocused. Then they opened, and Elena watched as confusion surged in to fill the blankness. "What's going on?" Bonnie said, looking around to see everyone looking at her. What happened?" "You told us what the fox keys look like." Elena couldn't help this exclamation, almost a shout of joy. Now that they knew what they were looking for, they could free Stefan. They would free Stefan. Nothing would stop Elena now. Bonnie had just helped move this quest to an entirely different level. But while she was quaking inside with joy at the prophecy, Meredith, in her own level-headed way, was taking care of the prophet. Meredith said quietly, "She's probably going to faint. Would you please—" Meredith didn't have to ask further, for the vampires Damon and Sage were each quick enough to catch and support Bonnie on opposite sides. Damon was staring down at the diminutive girl in surprise. "Thanks, Meredith," Bonnie said, and let out a breath, blinking. "I don't think I'll faint," she added, and then, with a glance up at Damon through her lashes, "But it's probably just as well to make sure." Damon nodded and got a better grip, looking serious. Sage turned half away, seeming to have something stuck in his throat. "What did I say? I don't remember." And after Elena had solemnly repeated Bonnie's words, it was just like Meredith to say, "You're sure now, Bonnie? Does that sound right?" "I'm sure. I'm positive," Elena cut in. She was positive. The goddess Ishtar and Bonnie had unlocked the past for her and shown her the key. All right. What if Bonnie and Sage and I take this room, and two of us can be distracting the steward, while the third looks in the harps for keys? Meredith suggested. Right. Let's do it, Elena said. Meredith's plan proved to be more difficult in practice than it sounded. Even with two glorious young girls in the room and one terminally fit guy, the steward kept spinning in little circles and catching one or another of them handling and peering into a harp. Naturally, the handling was strictly forbidden. It puts the harps further out of tune, and it could easily damage them, especially since the only way to make absolutely sure that a small golden key was not in a harp sound box was to actually shake the harp and listen for rattling. Worse, each of the harps was displayed in its own little nook, complete with dramatic lighting, a flamboyant painted screen behind it, most of them portraits of Fazina playing the harp in question, and a plush red rope across the front of the nook that said "Keep Out" as plainly as a sign. In the end, Bonnie, Meredith, and Sage resorted to having Sage influence the steward to be entirely passive, something he was only able to do for a few minutes of time, or the steward would notice the gaps in Lady Fazina's program. They would then each frantically search harps while the steward stood like a wax figure. Meanwhile, Damon and Elena were wandering the palace, looking through the rest of the mansion that was off limits to visitors. If they found nothing, they intended to search the more available rooms as the gala continued. It was dangerous work, this stealing in and out of darkened, cordoned off, often locked, empty rooms. Dangerous and strangely thrilling to Elena. Somehow, it seemed that fear and passion were more closely related than she had fully realized, or at least, it seemed that way with her and Damon. Elena couldn't help noticing and admiring little things about him. He seemed to be able to pick any lock with a single, little implement he produced from inside his black jacket, the way other people produced fountain pens, and he had such a swift, graceful way of taking the pick out and putting it back in. Economy of motion, she knew, earned by living for around 5 centuries. Also, no one could argue it. Damon seemed to keep his head in any situation, which made them a good pair right now when she was striding around like a goddess who could not be bound by the rules of mortals. This was even enhanced by the scares she got. Shapes that looked like guards or sentries looming up at her turned out to be a stuffed bear, a slim cupboard, and something Damon didn't allow her more than a glimpse of, but what looked like a mummified human. Damon wasn't fazed by any of them. If I could just channel some more power to my eyes, Elena thought, and things immediately brightened up. Her power was obeying her. God, I'll have to wear this dress for the rest of my life. It makes me feel so powerful, so unashamed. I'll have to wear it to college, if I ever get to college, to impress my professors, and to Stefan's and my wedding, just so people understand I'm not a slut, and to the beach, just to give the guys something to ogle. She stifled a giggle and was surprised to see Damon glance with mock reproach at her. Of course, he was as closely focused on her as she was on him, but it was a slightly different case, of course, because to his eyes, she wore a big label with strawberry jam written on it, tied around her neck. And he was getting hungry again, very hungry. Next time, I'm going to see that you eat properly before you go out, she thought at him. Let's worry about succeeding this time before we start planning for next time, he returned, with just the faintest firefly hint of his 250-kilowatt smile. But it was all mixed in, of course. with a little of the sardonic triumph that Damon always carried with him. Elena swore to herself that laugh at her as he might, beg her as he might, threaten or cajole as he might, she wouldn't give Damon the satisfaction of even one nip tonight. He could just pop the top off another jam pot, she thought. Eventually, the sweet music of the concert was stilled, and Elena and Damon dashed back to meet with Bonnie, Meredith, and Sage in the Harpery Hall. Elena could have guessed the news by Bonnie's stance, even if she hadn't already known from Sage's silence. But the news was worse than Elena could have imagined. Not only had the three found nothing in the Harpery Hall, but they had finally resorted to quizzing the steward, who could speak, if not move, under Sage's influence. "And guess what he told us?" Bonnie said, and added before anyone could venture a word. "Those harps are each cleaned and tuned every single day. Zazina has like a whole army of servants for them, and anything that didn't belong to a harp would be reported at once. And nothing has been. It just isn't there." Elena felt herself sink from omniscient goddess to baffled human. "I was worried it would be like this," she admitted, sighing. "It would have been just too easy the other way. All right, plan B. You mingle with the gala guests, trying to get a look at each room that's open to the public. Try to dazzle Fazina's consort and pump him for information. See if Misao and Shinichi have been here recently. Damon and I will keep looking in the rooms that are supposed to be closed off." "That's so dangerous," Meredith said, frowning. "I'm afraid of what the penalty might be if you're caught." "I'm afraid of what the penalty might be to Stefan if we don't find this key tonight," Elena retorted shortly and turned on her heel, leaving. Damon followed her. They searched endless, darkened rooms, now not even knowing whether they were looking for a harp or something else. First, Damon would check if there were a breathing body inside the room. There might be a vampire guard, of course, but there wasn't much to do about that. Then he picked the lock. Things were working seamlessly until they reached a room at the end of a long hall facing west. Elena had long since gotten lost in the palace, but she could unerringly tell west, because it was where the bloated sun hung. Damon had picked the lock of this room, and Elena had originally started forward, eagerly. She searched the room, which contained, frustratingly, a silver-framed picture of a harp, but with nothing as bulky as the half of the fox key inside it, even when she had carefully used Damon's lock pick to unscrew the backing. It was while she was placing this picture back on the wall that they both heard the thump. Elena winced, praying that none of the black-suited security servants who roamed the palace had heard the noise. Damon quickly put a hand over her mouth and dialed the gaslight knob into darkness. But they both could hear it now. Footsteps approaching from outside in the hallway. Someone had heard the thump. The footsteps stopped outside the door, and there was the distinct sound of an upper servant's discreet cough. Elena whirled, feeling in that moment as if wings of redemption were within her reach. It would only require the slightest rise in adrenaline, and she would have the security worker on his or her knees, sobbing in the penitence of a lifetime's work at evil. Elena and Damon would be gone before... But Damon had another idea, and Elena was startled into going along with it. When the door opened silently a moment later, the steward found a couple locked in such a tight embrace that they seemed not even to notice the intrusion. Elena could practically feel his indignation. The desire of a couple of guests to discreetly embrace in the privacy of Lady Fazina's many public rooms was understandable, but this was a part of the private household. As he turned the lights up, Elena peeked at him out of the corner of her eye. Her psychic senses were open enough to catch his thoughts. He was going over the valuables in the room with an experienced but bored gaze. The exquisite miniature vase with the trailing roses picked out in rubies and emerald-encrusted vines, the magically preserved 5,000-year-old wooden Sumerian lyre, the twin pair of solid gold candlesticks in the shape of rearing dragons, the Egyptian funerary mask with its dark, elongated eye holes, seeming to watch out of its brilliantly painted features. All were here. It wasn't even as if her ladyship kept anything of great value here, but still. "This room is not part of the public display," he told Damon, who merely clasped Elena closer. Yes, Damon seemed very determined to put on a good show for the steward, or something like that. But hadn't they already done so? Elena's thoughts were losing coherency. The last thing, the very last thing that they could afford was to lose the chance of finding the fox key. Elena started to pull away and then realized that she mustn't, not couldn't. She was property, expensive property to be sure, decked out the way she was tonight, but Damon's to dispose of as he chose. While someone else was looking on, she must not seem to disobey her master's wishes. Still, Damon was taking this too far, farther than he had ever taken liberties with her, although, she thought wryly, he didn't know that. He was caressing the skin left unprotected by the ivory goddess dress, her arms, her back, even her hair. He knew how she liked that, how she could somehow feel it when her hair was held and the ends caressed softly or gently crushed in a fist. "Damon!" She was down to the last resort now, pleading. "Damon, if they detain us or do anything to us that keeps us from finding the key tonight, when will we have another chance?" She let him feel her desperation, her guilt, even the treacherous desire she had to forget everything and let each minute carry her further on this wave of ardor that he had created. "Damon, I'll say it if you want. I'm begging you." Elena could feel her eyes prickling as tears flooded them. "No tears," Elena heard Damon's telepathic voice gratefully. There was something strange about it, though. It couldn't be starvation. He'd had her blood not much more than 2 hours ago. And it wasn't passion, for she could hear and sense that all too clearly. Yet Damon's telepathic voice was so taut with control that it almost frightened her. More, she knew he could feel that it frightened her, and that he chose to do nothing about it. No explanation, no exploration either. She realized as she found that behind the control, his mind was entirely shut to her. The only thing she could liken the feeling that she got from his steely control was pain. Pain that was just on the edge of the endurable. But from what? Elena wondered helplessly. What could cause him pain like that? Elena couldn't waste their time on wondering what was wrong with Damon. She turned up the power of her own hearing and began to listen at the doors before they entered. It was while she was listening that suddenly a new idea solidified in Elena's mind, and she stopped Damon in a pitch-dark hallway and tried to explain to him what kind of room she was looking for. What in modern days would be called a home office. Damon, familiar with the architecture of great mansions, took her, after only a few false starts, into what was clearly a lady's writing room. Elena's eyes were by now as keen as his in the dimness as they searched by the light of a single candle. While Elena was being frustrated after searching a remarkable desk with pigeonholes for secret drawers and not finding any, Damon was checking the hallway. "I hear someone outside," he said. "I think it's time to leave now." But Elena was still looking, and as her eyes raced across the room, she saw a small writing desk with an old-fashioned chair and an assortment of various pens, from ancient to modern, flaunting themselves from elaborate holders. "Let's go while it's still clear," Damon murmured impatiently. "Yes," Elena said distractedly. "All right." And then she saw. Without an instant's hesitation, she strode across the room to the desk and picked up a pen with a brilliant silver plume. It wasn't a genuine quill pen, of course. It was a fountain pen made to look elegant and old-fashioned, with a plume. The pen itself was curved to fit her hand, and the wood felt warm. "Elena, I don't feel very—" "Damon, shh!" Elena said, ignoring him, too absorbed in what she was doing to really hear. "First, try to write." No go. Something was blocking the cartridge. Second, unscrew the fountain pen carefully, as if to refill its cartridge, while all the time her heart was clamoring in her ears and her hands were shaking. "Keep moving slowly. Don't miss anything. For God's sake, don't let anything fall away and bounce in this dimness." The two parts of the pen parted in her hand, and onto the dark green desk pad fell a small, heavy, curved piece of metal. It had just fit inside the widest part of the pen. She had it in her hand and was reassembling the pen before she could get a good look at it. But then she had to open her hand and see. The small crescent-shaped object dazzled her eyes in the light, but it was just like the description Bonnie had given Elena and Meredith. A tiny representation of a fox with a nominal body and a jewel-encrusted head that sported two flat ears. The eyes were two sparkling green stones. Emeralds? "Alexandrite," Damon said in a bedroom whisper. "Folklore has it that they change color in candlelight or firelight. They reflect the flame." Elena, who had been leaning back against him, recalled with a chill the way Damon's eyes had reflected flame when he had been possessed. The blood-red flame of the Malik, of Shinichi's cruelty. "So," Damon demanded, "how did you do it?" "This is really one of the two pieces of the fox key?" "Well, it's hardly something that belongs in a fountain pen. Maybe it's a Cracker Jack prize. But you went right to it the moment we entered the room. Even vampires need time to think, my precious princess." Elena shrugged. "It's too easy, actually." When it was clear that all those harp keys were no-goes, I asked myself what else was an instrument that you'd find in someone's house. A pen is a writing instrument. Then I just had to find out whether Lady Fazina had a study or writing room. Damon let out a breath. "Hell's demons, you little innocent. You know what I've been looking for? Trap doors, secret entries to dungeons. The only other instrument I could think of was an instrument of torture, and you'd be surprised at how many of them you'll find in this fair city. But not in her house." Elena's voice rose dangerously, and they were both silent a moment to make up for it, listening, on tenterhooks, for any sound from the hallway. There was none. Elena let out a breath. "Quick! Where will it be safe?" She was realizing that the one fault of the goddess dress was that there was absolutely no place to hide anything. She'd have to speak to Lady Ulma about that for next time. Down, down in the pocket of my jeans," Damon said, seeming to be as urgent and shaking as badly as she was. When he had jammed it deep into the recesses of his black Armani jeans, he caught her by both hands. "Elena, do you realize we've done it? We've actually done it." "I know." Tears were leaking out of Elena's eyes, and all of Lady Fazina's music seemed to be swelling in one great, perfect chord. "We did it together." And then somehow, like all the other somehows that were getting to be a habit with them, Elena was in Damon's arms, sliding her own arms under his jacket to feel his warmth, his solidity. She wasn't surprised either to feel a double piercing at her throat when she dropped her head back. Her lovely panther was really only a little tamed and needed to learn a few basics of dating etiquette, such as you kiss before you bite. He had said he was hungry earlier, she remembered, and she had ignored him, too enthralled by the silver pen to put the words together. But she put them together now and understood. Except why he seemed to be so exceptionally hungry tonight, maybe even excessively hungry. "Damon," she thought gently, "you're taking a lot." She could feel no response but the raw hunger of the panther. "Damon, this could be dangerous. For me." This time Elena put as much power as she could into the words she sent. Still no response from Damon. But she was floating now, down into darkness, and that gave her the vague thread of an idea. "Where are you? Are you here?" she called, picturing the little boy. And then she saw him, chained to his boulder, curled up in a ball, with his fists covering his eyes. "What's wrong?" Elena asked immediately, floating near to him, concerned. "He's hurting. He's hurting." "Are you hurt? Show me," Elena said instantly. "No, he's hurting you. He could kill you. Hush, hush." She tried to cradle him. "We have to make him hear us." "All right," Elena said. She really was feeling odd and weak, but she turned along with the child and cried voicelessly. "Damon, please. Elena says stop." And a miracle happened. Both she and the child could feel it. The little sting of fangs being withdrawn, the stop of energy flow from Elena to Damon. And then, ironically, the miracle began to take her away from the child, with whom she really wanted to speak. "No, wait," she tried to tell Damon, clinging to the child's hands as hard as she could, but she was being catapulted back to consciousness as if by a hurricane. The darkness faded. In its place was a room, too bright, its one candle blazing like a police searchlight aimed directly at her. She shut her eyes and felt the warmth and heaviness of the corporeal Damon in her arms. "I'm sorry. Elena, can you speak? I didn't realize how much—" There was something wrong with Damon's voice. Then she understood. Damon's fangs were unretracted. What? Everything was wrong. They'd been so happy, but now her right arm felt wet. Elena pulled away from Damon entirely, staring at her arms, which were red and with something that wasn't paint. She was still too worked up to ask questions properly. She slipped behind Damon and pulled his black leather jacket off him. In the brilliant light, she could see his black silk shirt marred by line after line of dried, partially dried, or just plain wet blood. "Damon!" Her first reaction was horror without a touch of guilt or understanding. "What happened? Did you get in a fight? Damon, tell me!" And then something in her mind presented her with a number. Since she had been a child, she had been able to count. In fact, she learned to count to 10 before her first birthday. Therefore, she'd had 17 full years of learning to count the number of irregular, deep, still bleeding cuts in Damon's back. 10. Elena looked down at her own bloody arms and at the goddess dress, which was now the horror dress, because its pure milky whiteness was marred with brilliant red. Red that should have been her blood. Red that must have felt like sword slashes into Damon's back as he channeled the pain and the marks of the night of her discipline from her to him. And he carried me all the way home. The thought came swimming in from nowhere. Without a word about it, I would never have known. And he still hasn't healed. Will he ever heal? That was when she started screaming on all frequencies. Chapter 29. Someone was trying to make her drink out of a glass. Elena's sense of smell was so acute that she could taste what was in the glass already. Black magic wine. And she didn't want that. No. She spat it out. They couldn't make her drink. Mon enfant, it is for your own good. Now, drink it. Elena turned her head away. She felt the darkness and the hurricane rushing up to take her. Yes, that was better. Why wouldn't they leave her alone? In the very deepest trenches of communication, a little boy was with her in the dark. She remembered him, but not his name. She held out her arms, and he came into them, and it seemed that his chains were lighter than they had been. When? Before, that was all she could remember. "Are you all right?" she whispered to the child. Down here, deep in the heart of communion, a whisper was a shout. "Don't cry. No tears," he begged her. But the words reminded her of something she couldn't bear to think of, and she put her fingers to his lips, gently silencing him. Too loud. A voice from outside came rumbling in. "So, mon enfant, you have decided to become un vampire encore une fois." "Is that what's happening?" she whispered to the child. "Am I dying again? To become a vampire?" "I don't know," the child cried. "I don't know anything. He's angry, I'm afraid." "Sage won't hurt you," she promised. "He's already a vampire and your friend, not Sage." "Then who are you afraid of?" "If you die again, I'll be wrapped in chains all over." The child showed her a pitiable picture of himself, covered by coil after coil of heavy chains. In his mouth, gagging him, pinning his arms to his sides and his legs to the ball. Moreover, the chains were spiked, so that everywhere they dug into the child's soft flesh, blood flowed. "Who would do such a thing?" Elena cried. "I'll make him wish he'd never been born. Tell me who's going to do this." The child's face was sad and perplexed. "I will," he said sadly. "He will. Damon, because we'll have killed you." "But if it's not his fault." We have to. But maybe I'll die, the doctor says." There was a definite lilt of hope in the last sentence. It decided Elena. If Damon was not thinking clearly, then maybe she wasn't thinking clearly, she reasoned out slowly. Maybe she should do what Sage wanted. And Dr. Megger. She could discern his voice as if through a thick fog. "Sake, you've been working all night. Give someone else a chance." "Yes, all night. Elena had not wanted to wake up again, and she had a powerful will. Maybe switch sides? Someone, a young girl was suggesting, little in voice, but strong-willed too. Bonnie. Elena, it's Meredith. Can you feel me holding your hand? A pause, then very much louder, excitedly. Hey! She squeezed my hand. Did you see? Sage, tell Damon to get in here quick. Drifting. Drink a little more, Elena. I know, you're sick of it. But drink un peu for my sake, will you? Drifting. Très bon, mon enfant. M'entends. What about a little milk? Damon believes you can stay human if you drink some milk. Elena had two thoughts about this. One was that if she drank any more of anything, she might explode. Another was that she wasn't going to make any foolish promises. She tried to speak, but it came out in a thread of a whisper. Tell Damon, I won't come up unless he lets the little boy free. Who? What little boy? Elena, sweetie, all the little boys on this estate are free. Meredith, why not let her tell him? Dr. Megger. Elena, Damon is right here on the couch. You've both been very sick, but you're going to be fine. Here, Elena, we can move the examination table so you can talk to him. There, it's done. Elena tried to open her eyes, but everything was ferociously bright. She took a breath and tried again. Still much too bright, and she didn't know how to dim her vision any more. She spoke with her eyes shut to the presence she felt in front of her. I can't leave him alone again, especially if you're going to load him with chains and gag him. Elena, Damon said shakily, I haven't led a good life, but I haven't kept slaves before, I swear. Ask anyone, and I wouldn't do that to a child. You have, and I know his name. And I know that all he is made of is gentleness and kindness and good nature and fear. The low rumble of Sage's voice, agitating her, the slightly louder murmur of Damon's. I know she's off her head, but I'd still like to know the name of this little boy I'm supposed to have done this to. How does that agitate her? More rumbling then. But can't I just ask her? At least I can clear my name of these charges. Then out loud, Elena, can you tell me what child I'm supposed to have tortured like this? She was so tired, but she answered aloud, whispering, His name is Damon, of course. And Meredith's own exhausted whisper, oh my God. She was willing to die for a metaphor. Chapter 30. Matt watched Mrs. Flowers go over Sheriff Mossberg's badge, holding it lightly in one hand and running her fingers over it with the other. The badge came from Rebecca, Sheriff Mossberg's niece. It had seemed entirely a coincidence when Matt had almost run into her earlier that day. Then he'd noticed that she was wearing a man's shirt as a dress. The shirt had been familiar, a Ridgemont sheriff's shirt. Then he had seen the badge still attached to it. You could say a lot of things about Sheriff Mossberg, but you couldn't imagine him losing his badge. Matt had forgotten all sense of gallantry and snatched at the little metal shield before Rebecca could stop him. He had a sick feeling in his stomach then, and it had only gotten worse since. Mrs. Flowers' expression was doing nothing to comfort him. It wasn't in direct contact with his skin, she said softly. So the images I get are hazy. But oh, my dear Matt, she lifted shadowed eyes to his. I am afraid. She shivered, sitting at her kitchen table chair where 2 mugs of hot spiced milk sat, untouched. Matt had to clear his throat and touch the scalding milk to his lips. You think we need to go out to look? We must, said Mrs. Flowers. She shook her head with its soft, wispy white curls sadly. Dear Mamma is most insistent. I can feel it too, a great disturbance in this artifact. Matt felt the faintest shade of pride tinging his fear for having secured the artifact, and then he thought, yeah, robbing badges from the shirts of 12-year-old girls is really something to be proud of. Mrs. Flowers' voice came from the kitchen. You'd best put on several shirts and sweaters, as well as a pair of these. She emerged sideways through the kitchen door, holding several long coats, apparently from the closet in front of the kitchen door, and several pairs of gardening gloves. Matt jumped up to help her with the armfuls of coats, and then went into a coughing fit as the smell of mothballs and of something else, something spicy, surrounded him. Why do I feel like Christmas? He said, forced to cough between each few words. Oh, now, that would be great Aunt Morwen's clove preservation recipe, Mrs. Flowers replied. Some of these coats are from Mother's time. Matt believed her. But it's still warm out. Why should we wear coats at all? For protection, dear Matt, for protection. These clothes have spells woven into the material to safeguard us from evil. Even the gardening gloves? Matt asked doubtfully. Even the gloves, Mrs. Flowers said firmly. She paused and then said in a quiet voice, And we'd better gather some flashlights, Matt dear, because this is something we're going to have to do in the darkness. You're kidding. No, sadly, I am not. And we should get some rope to tie ourselves together. Under no circumstances must we enter the thicket of the old wood tonight. An hour later, Matt was still thinking. He hadn't had any appetite for Mrs. Flowers' hearty braised eggplant au fromage dinner, and the wheels in his brain just wouldn't stop turning. I wonder if this is how Elena feels, he thought, when she's putting together plans A, B, and C. I wonder if she ever feels this stupid doing it. He felt a tightening around his heart, and for the 300,000th time since he'd left her and Damon, he wondered if he'd done the right thing. It had to be right, he told himself. It hurt the worst, and that's the proof of it. Things that really, really hurt are the right thing to do. But I just wanted to say goodbye to her. But if you'd said goodbye, you'd never have left. Face it, moron. As far as Elena goes, you're the world's biggest loser. Ever since she found a boyfriend she liked better than you, you've been working like you were Meredith and Bonnie to help her keep him and keep away the bad guy. Maybe you should get you all little matching T-shirts saying, I am a dog. I serve the princess smack. Matt leaped up and landed crouching, which was more painful than it looked in movies. Rattle smick! It was the loose shutter on the other side of the room. That first bang had really been a slam, though. The exterior of the boarding house was in pretty bad shape, and the wooden shutters there sometimes suddenly came free of their winter-time nails. But was it really just a coincidence? Matt thought, as soon as his heart had stopped galloping. In this boarding house where Stefan had spent so much time, maybe somehow there were still remnants of his spirit around, tuned to what people thought within these halls. If so, Matt had just been given a solid whack to the solar plexus from the way he felt. Sorry, bud, he thought, almost saying it out loud. I didn't mean to trash your girl. She's under a lot of pressure. Trash his girl? Trash Elena? Hell, he'd be the first person to knock out anybody who trashed Elena, provided Stefan didn't use vampire tricks to get in front of him. And what was it Elena always said? You can't be too prepared. You can't have too many sub-plans because just as sure as God made a pesky shell around a peanut, your major plan was going to have some flaws. That was why Elena also worked with as many people as possible. So what if C and D workers never needed to get involved? They were there if they were needed. Thinking this, and with his head feeling a lot clearer than it had since he had sold the Prius and given Stefan's money to Bonnie and Meredith for plane fare, plus, Matt went to work. And then we took a walk around the estate and saw the apple orchard and the orange orchard and the cherry orchard, Bonnie told Elena, who was lying down, looking small and defenseless in her four-poster bed, which had been hung with dusty gold sheer panels, right now held back by heavy tassels in various shades of gold. Bonnie was sitting comfortably in a gold-upholstered chair that had been drawn to the bed. She had her small, bare feet up on the sheets. Elena was not being a good patient. She wanted to get up, she insisted. She wanted to be able to walk around. That would do her more good than all the oatmeal and steak and milk and 5 times a day visits from Dr. Megger, who had come to live at the estate. She knew what they were all really afraid of, though. Bonnie had blurted it all out in one long, sobbing, keening wail one night when the little redhead had been on duty beside her. You screamed, and all the vampires heard it. And Sage just picked up Meredith and me like 2 kittens, one under each arm, and he ran to where the screaming was. But by then so many people had gotten to you first. You were unconscious, but so was Damon, and somebody said that they've been attacked, and I think they're dead. And everybody was saying, call the Guardians, and I fainted a little. Shh, Elena had said kindly and cannily. Have some black magic to make it feel better. Bonnie had some, and some more, and then she'd gone on with the story. But Sage must have known something because he said, Here, I'm a doctor, and I'm going to examine them. And you would really believe him, the way he said it? And then he looked at both of you, and I guess he knew right away what happened because he said, Fetch a carriage. I need to take them to Dr. Megger, my colleague. And the Lady Fazina herself came and said that they could have one of her carriages and just send it back whenever. She's so rich. And then we got you two out the back way because there were some bastards who said, let them die. They were real demons, white like snow, called snow women. And then we were just in the carriage and, oh my God, Elena, you died. You stopped breathing twice. And Sage and Meredith just kept doing CPR on you, and I prayed so hard. Elena, fully into the story by now, had cuddled her, but Bonnie's tears kept coming back. And we knocked at Dr. Megger's as if we were going to burst the door in, and and someone told him, and he examined her and said, she needs a transfusion. And I said, take my blood. Because remember in school when we both gave blood to Jody Wright, and we were practically the only ones who could do it because we were the same kind? And then Dr. Megger got 2 tables ready like that. Bonnie had snapped her fingers, and I was so scared I could hardly hold still for the needle. But I did. I did, somehow. And they gave you some of my blood. And meanwhile, you know what Meredith did? She let Damon bite her. She really did. And Dr. Megger sent the carriage back to the house to ask for servants who wanted a bonus because that's what it's called here. And the carriage came back full. And I don't know how many Damon bit, but it was a lot. Dr. Megger said it was the best medicine. And Meredith and Damon and all of us talked, and we convinced Dr. Megger to come here. To live. And Lady Ulma is going to turn that whole building he was living in into a hospital for the poor people. And ever after that, we've just been trying to get you well. Damon was fine the next morning. And Lady Ulma and Lucen and he, it was their idea, but he did it, sent this pearl to Lady Fazina. It was one that her father had never found a client rich enough to buy, because it's so big, like a good handful in size, but irregular. That means with twists and turns, and a sheen like silver. They put it on a thick chain and sent it to her. Bonnie's eyes had filled again. Because she saved both you and Damon. Her carriage saved your lives. Bonnie had leaned forward to whisper. And Meredith told me, it's a secret, but not from you, that being bitten isn't that bad. There. And Bonnie, like the kitten she was, had yawned and stretched. I would have been bitten next, she'd said almost wistfully, and quickly added, but you needed my blood, human blood, but mine especially. I guess they know all about blood types here because they can taste and smell the differences. Then she gave a little jump and said, do you want to look at the fox key half? We were so sure it was all over and we'd never, ever find it. But when Meredith went in the bedroom to get bitten, and I promise that was all they did, Damon gave it to her and asked her to keep it. So she did, and she took good care of it. And it's in a little chest Lucen made out of something that looks like plastic, but it's not. Elena had admired the little crescent, but other than that there was nothing to do in bed but talk and read classical books or encyclopedias from Earth. They wouldn't even let her and Damon rest in the same room. Elena knew why. They were afraid she wouldn't just talk to Damon. They were afraid that she would get near to him and smell his exotic, familiar smell, made up of Italian bergamot, mandarin, and cardamom, and that she would look up into his black eyes that could hold universes inside the pupils, and that her knees would go weak, and she'd wake up a vampire. They didn't know anything. She and Damon had been safely exchanging blood for weeks before the crisis. If there was nothing to drive him out of sanity again, the way the pain had before, he would conduct himself like a perfect gentleman. Bonnie said, upon hearing this protest, pushing a tiny throw pillow around with toenails that had been painted silver. I maybe wouldn't tell them that you've been exchanging blood so many times from the beginning. It might make them go, aha, or something. You know, read something into it. There's nothing to read into. I'm here to collect my beloved Damon, and Stefan is just helping me. Bonnie looked at her with her brows knitted and her mouth pursed, but didn't venture a word. Bonnie. Mm-hmm. Did I just say what I thought I said? Mm-hmm. Elena, with one motion, gathered an armful of pillows and deposited them on her face. Could you please tell Chef that I want another steak and a big glass of milk? She requested in a muffled voice from under the pillows. I'm not well. Matt had a new junk car. He was always able to get his hands on one when he really needed it. And now he was driving, in fits and starts, to Obasan's house. Mrs. Saito's house, he corrected himself hastily. He didn't want to tread on unfamiliar cultural customs, not when he was asking for a favor. The door at the Saitos was opened by a woman Matt had never seen before. She was an attractive woman, dressed very dramatically in a wide scarlet skirt, or maybe in very wide scarlet pants. She stood with her feet so far apart that it was hard to tell. She wore a white blouse. Her face was striking. 2 swaths of straight black hair and a smaller, neater swath of bangs that came to her eyebrows. But the most striking thing of all about her was that she was holding a long, curved sword, pointed directly at Matt. Hi, Matt said, when the door swung open to reveal this apparition. This is a good house, the woman replied. This is not a house of evil spirits. I never thought it was, Matt said, retreating as the woman advanced. Honest. The woman shut her eyes, seemed to be searching for something in her own mind. Then, abruptly, she lowered the sword. You speak the truth. You mean no harm. Please come in. Thank you, Matt said. He'd never been so happy to have an older woman accept him. Orime, came a thin, feeble voice from upstairs. Is that one of the children? Yes, Hahawe, called the woman that Matt couldn't help thinking of as the woman with the sword. Send him up. Why don't you? Of course, Hahawe. Hahawe, Matt said, turning a nervous laugh into a desperate sentence as the sword swung by his midriff again. Not Obasan? The sword woman smiled for the first time. Obasan means grandmother. Hahawe is one of the ways to say mother. But mother won't mind at all if you call her Obasan. It's a friendly greeting for a woman of her age. Okay, Matt said, trying his best to seem like an all-around friendly guy. Mrs. Saito gestured him up the stairs, and he peeped into several rooms before he found one with a large futon in the exact middle of a completely bare floor, and in it a woman who seemed so tiny and doll-like as not to be real. Her hair was just as soft and black as the sword woman's downstairs. It was put up or arranged somehow so that it lay around her like a halo as she lay on the bed. But the dark lashes on the pale cheeks were shut, and Matt wondered if she had fallen into one of the sudden slumbers of the elderly. But then, quite abruptly, the doll-like lady opened her eyes and smiled. Why, it's Masato-chan, she said, looking at Matt. Bad beginning. If she didn't even recognize that a blonde guy wasn't her Japanese friend from about 60 years ago. But then she was laughing, with her small hands in front of her mouth. I know, she said. You're not Masato. He became a banker, very rich, very thick, especially in the head and the stomach. She smiled at him again. "Sit down, please. You can call me Obasan if you want, or Orime. My daughter was named for me. But life has been hard for her, as it was for me. Being a shrine maiden and a samurai, it takes discipline and much work, and my Orime did so well until we came here. We were looking for a town that would be peaceful and quiet. Instead, Isabel found Jim, and Jim was untrue." Matt's throat swelled with the desire to defend his friend. But what defense could there be? Jim had spent one night with Caroline, at Caroline's pressing invitation, and he had become possessed and had brought that possession to his girlfriend Isabel, who had pierced her body grotesquely, among other things. "We've got to get them," Matt found himself saying earnestly. "The Kitsune who started it all, who started it with Caroline, Shinichi, and his sister Misao." "Kitsune?" Obasan was nodding her head. "Yes. I said there would be one involved from the very beginning. Let me see. I blessed some charms and amulets for your friends." "And some bullets. I just sort of filled my pockets," Matt said, embarrassed, as he spilled out a jumble of different calibers on the edge of her futon cover. "I even found some prayers on the web about getting rid of them." "Yes. You've been very thorough. Good." Obasan looked at the hard copies he'd printed of the prayers. Matt squirmed, knowing that he had only been running down Meredith's to-do list, and that the credit really belonged to her. "I'll bless the bullets first, and then I'll write out more amulets," she said. "Put the amulets wherever you need protection most. And, well, I suppose you know what to do with the bullets." "Yes, ma'am." Matt fumbled in his pockets for the last few, put them into Obasan's outstretched hands. Then she chanted a long, elaborate prayer, holding her tiny hands out over the bullets. Matt didn't find the incantation frightening, but he knew that as a psychic, he was a dud, and that Bonnie had probably seen and heard things he couldn't. "Should I aim for any particular part of them?" Matt asked, watching the old woman and trying to follow along on his own copy of the prayers. "No. Any part of the body or head will do. If you take out a tail, you'll make it weaker, but you'll enrage it as well." Obasan paused and coughed, a small, dry, old lady cough. Before Matt could offer to run downstairs and get her a drink, Mrs. Saito entered the room with a tray and 3 cups of tea in little bowls. "Thank you for waiting," she said politely as she knelt fluidly to serve them. Matt found with the first sip that the steaming green tea was much better than he'd expected from his few experiences at restaurants. And then there was silence. Mrs. Saito sat, looking at the teacup. Obasan lay looking white and shrunken under the futon cover, and Matt felt a storm of words building up in his own throat. Finally, even though good sense was counseling him not to speak, he burst out, "God, I'm so sorry about Isabel, Mrs. Saito. She doesn't deserve any of this. I just wanted you to know that I'm just so sorry. And I'm going to get the Kitsune who's at the bottom of it. I promise you, I'll get him." "Kitsune?" Mrs. Saito said sharply, staring at him as if he'd gone mad. Obasan looked on in pity from her pillow. Then, without waiting to gather up the tea things, Mrs. Saito jumped up and ran out of the room. Matt was left speechless. Obasan spoke from her pillow. Don't be too distressed, young man. My daughter, although a priestess, is very modern in her outlook. She would probably tell you that kitsune don't even exist. Even after... how does she think Isabel... She thinks that there are evil influences in this town, but of the ordinary, human kind. She thinks Isabel did what she did because of the stress she was under, trying to be a good student, a good priestess, a good samurai. You mean like Mrs. Saito feels guilty? She blames Isabel's father for much of it. He is a salaryman back in Japan. Obasan paused. I don't know why I have told you all this. I'm sorry, Matt said hastily. I wasn't trying to snoop. No, but you care about other people. I wish Isabel had had a boy like you instead of her daughter. Matt thought of the pitiful figure he'd seen at the hospital. Most of Isabel's scars would end up invisible under her clothes, presuming she learned to speak again. Bravely, he said, Well, I'm still up for grabs. Obasan smiled faintly at him, then put her head back down on the pillow. No, it was a wooden headrest, Matt realized. It didn't look very comfortable. It's a great pity when there has to be strife between a human family and the kitsune, she said, because there are rumors that one of our ancestors took a kitsune wife. Say what? Obasan laughed, again behind concealing fists. Mukashi, or as you say, long ago in the times of legend, a great shogun became angry at all the kitsune on his estate for the mischief they made. For many long years they were up to all sorts of pranks, but when he suspected them of ruining the crops in the fields, that was it. He roused every man and woman in his household and told them to take sticks and arrows and rocks and hoes and brooms and flush out all the foxes that had dens on his estate, even the ones between the attic and the roof. He was going to have every single fox killed without mercy. But the night before he did this, he had a dream in which a beautiful woman came and said she was responsible for all the foxes on the estate. And, she said, while it is true that we make mischief, we repay you by eating the rats and mice and insects that really spoil the crops. Won't you agree to take your anger out just on me and execute me alone instead of all the foxes? I will come at dawn to hear your answer. And she kept her word. This most beautiful of kitsune, arriving at dawn with 12 beautiful maidens as attendants. But she outshone all of them just as the moon outshines a star. The shogun could not bring himself to kill her, and in fact asked for her hand in marriage, and married her 12 attendants to his 12 most loyal retainers as well. And it is said that she was always a faithful wife, and bore him many children as fierce as Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and as beautiful as the moon, and that this continued until one day the shogun was on a journey, and he happened to accidentally kill a fox. He hurried home to explain to his wife that it hadn't been intentional, but when he arrived, he found his household in mourning, for his wife had already left him with all his sons and daughters. Oh, too bad, Matt muttered, trying to be polite, when his brain elbowed him in the ribs. Wait, but if they all left... I see you're an attentive young man, the delicate old woman laughed. All his sons and daughters were gone, except the youngest, a girl of peerless beauty, although she was just a child. She said, I love you too much to leave you, dear father, even if I must wear a human shape all my life. And that is how we are said to be descended from a kitsune. Well, these kitsune aren't just causing mischief or ruining crops, Matt said. They're out to kill, and we have to fight back. Of course, of course. I didn't mean to upset you with my little story, Obasan said. I'll write out those amulets for you now. It was as Matt was leaving that Mrs. Saito appeared at the door. She put something into his hand. He glanced down at it and saw the same calligraphy that Obasan had given him, except that it was much smaller and written on... A post-it note? Matt asked, bewildered. Mrs. Saito nodded. Very useful for slapping on the face of demons or the limbs of trees or such. And as he stared at her in complete amazement, my mother doesn't know all there is to know about everything. She also handed him a sturdy dagger, smaller than the sword she was still carrying, but very serviceable. Matt immediately cut himself on it. Put your faith in friends and your instincts, she said. Slightly dazed, but feeling encouraged, Matt drove to Dr. Alpert's house. Chapter 31. I'm feeling much better, Elena told Dr. Megger. I'd like to take a walk around the estate. She tried not to bounce up and down on the bed. I've been eating steak and drinking milk, and I even took that vile cod liver oil you sent. Also, I have a very firm grasp of reality. I'm here to rescue Stefan, and the little boy inside Damon is a metaphor for his unconscious, which the blood we shared allowed me to see. She bounced once, but covered it by reaching for a glass of water. I feel like a happy puppy pulling at the leash. She exhibited her newly designed slave bracelets, silver, with lapis lazuli inserts in fluid designs. If I die suddenly, I am prepared. Dr. Megger's eyebrows worked up and down. Well, I can't find anything wrong with your pulse or your breathing. I don't see how a nice afternoon walk can hurt you. Damon's certainly up and walking. But don't you go giving Lady Ulma any ideas. She still needs months of bed rest. She has a nice little desk made from a breakfast tray, Bonnie explained, gesturing to show size and width. She designs clothes on that. Bonnie leaned forward, wide-eyed. And you know what? Her dresses are magic. I wouldn't expect anything less, grunted Dr. Megger. But the next moment, Elena remembered something unpleasant. Even when we get the keys, she said, we have to plot the actual jailbreak. What's a jailbreak? Lakshmi asked excitedly. It's like this. We've got the keys to Stefan's cell, but we still need to figure out how we're going to get into the prison and how we're going to smuggle him out. Lakshmi frowned. Why not just go in with the line and take him out the gate? Because, Elena said, trying for patience, they won't let us just walk in and get him. She narrowed her eyes as Lakshmi put her head in her hands. What are you thinking, Lakshmi? Well, first you say that you're going to have the key in your hand when you go to the prison. Then you act like they're not going to let him out of the prison. Meredith shook her head, bewildered. Bonnie put a hand to her forehead as if it ached, but Elena slowly leaned forward. "Lakshmi," she said very quietly, "are you saying that if we have a key to Stefan's cell, it's basically a pass in and out of prison?" Lakshmi brightened up. "Of course," she said. "Otherwise, what would a key be good for? They could just lock him in another cell." Elena could hardly believe the wonder of what she had just heard, so she immediately began trying to poke holes in it. "That would mean we could go straight from Blodowed's party to the prison and just take Stefan out," she said, with as much sarcasm as she could inject into her voice. "We could just show our key and they'd let us take him away." Lakshmi nodded eagerly. "Yes," she said joyfully, the sarcasm having gone right over her head. "And don't be mad, okay? But I wondered why you never went to visit him." "We can visit him?" "Sure, if you make an appointment." By now, Meredith and Bonnie had come to life and were supporting Elena on either side. "How soon can we send someone to make an appointment?" Elena said through her teeth, because it was taking all her effort to speak. Her entire weight was resting on her two friends. "Who can we send to make an appointment?" she whispered. "I'll go," Damon said from the crimson darkness behind them. "I'll go tonight. Give me 5 minutes." Matt could feel that he had on his most cross and stubborn expression. "Come on," Tyrone said, looking amused. They were both gearing up for a trip into the thicket. This meant putting on 2 of the mothball clove recipe coats each, and then using duct tape to fasten the gloves to the coats. Matt was sweating already. But Tyrone was a good guy, he thought. Here Matt had come out of nowhere and said, "Hey, you know that bizarre thing you saw with poor Jim Bryce last week? Well, it's all connected to something even more bizarre. All about fox spirits and the old wood. And Mrs. Flower says that if we don't figure out what's going on, we're going to be in real trouble. And Mrs. Flowers isn't just a batty old lady at the boarding house, even though everybody says so." "Of course she isn't," Dr. Alpert's brusque voice had said from the doorway. She put down her black bag, still a country doctor, even when the town was in crisis, and addressed her son. "Theophilia Flowers and I have known each other a long time. And Mrs. Sato, too. They were both always helping people. That's their nature." Well, Matt had seen an opportunity and jumped at it. "Mrs. Flowers is the one who needs help now. Really, really needs help." "Then what are you sitting there for, Tyrone? Hurry up and go help Mrs. Flowers." Dr. Alpert had ruffled her own iron gray hair with her fingers, then ruffled her son's black hair fondly. "I was, Mom. We were just leaving when you came in." Tyrone, seeing Matt's grim horror story of a car, had politely offered to drive them to Mrs. Flowers' house in his Camry. Matt, afraid of a terminal blowout at some crucial moment, was only too happy to accept. He was glad that Tyrone would be the linchpin of the Robert E. Lee High football team in the coming year. Ty was the kind of guy you could count on. As witness, his immediate offer of help today. He was a good sport, and absolutely straight and clean. Matt couldn't help but see how drugs and drinking had ruined not only the actual games, but the sportsmanship of the other teams on campus. Tyrone was also a guy who could keep his mouth shut. He hadn't even peppered Matt with questions as they drove back to the boarding house, but he did give a wolf whistle, not at Mrs. Flowers, but at the bright yellow Model T she was driving into the old stables. "Whoa," he said, jumping out to help her with a grocery bag, while his eyes drank in the Model T from fender to fender. That's a Model T four-door sedan. This could be one beautiful car if... He stopped abruptly, and his brown skin burned with a sunset glow. Oh, my, don't be embarrassed about the yellow carriage, Mrs. Flowers said, allowing Matt to take another bag of groceries back through the kitchen garden and into the kitchen of the house. She served this family for nearly 100 years, and she's accumulated some rust and damage. But she goes almost 30 miles an hour on paved roads. Mrs. Flowers added, speaking not only proudly, but with the somewhat awed respect owed to high-speed travel. Matt's eyes met Tyrone's, and Matt knew there was only one shared thought hanging in the air between them: to restore to perfection the dilapidated, worn, but still beautiful car that spent most of its time in a converted stable. We could do it, Matt said, feeling that, as Mrs. Flowers' representative, he should make the offer first. We sure could, Tyrone said dreamily. She's already in a double garage. No problems about room. We wouldn't have to strip her down to the frame. She really rides like a dream. You're kidding. We could clean the engine, though. Have a look at the plugs and belts and hoses and stuff, and... Dark eyes gleaming suddenly. My dad has a power sander. We could strip the paint and repaint it the exact same yellow. Mrs. Flowers suddenly beamed. That was what dear Mama was waiting for you to say, young man, she said, and Matt remembered his manners long enough to introduce Tyrone. Now, if you had said, we'll paint her burgundy or blue or any other color, I'm sure she would have objected, Mrs. Flowers said, as she began to make ham sandwiches, potato salad, and a large kettle of baked beans. Matt watched Tyrone's reaction to the mention of Mama and was pleased. There was an instant of surprise, followed by an expression like calm water. His mother had said Mrs. Flowers wasn't a batty old lady. Therefore, she wasn't a batty old lady. A huge weight seemed to roll off Matt's shoulders. He wasn't alone with a fragile, elderly woman to protect. He had a friend who was actually a little bigger than he was to rely on. Now, both of you, have a ham sandwich, and I'll make the potato salad while you're eating. I know that young men, Mrs. Flowers always spoke of men as if they were a special kind of flower, need lots of good, hearty meat before going into battle. But there's no reason to be formal. Let's just dig right in as things are done. They had happily obeyed. Now they were preparing for battle, feeling ready to fight tigers, since Mrs. Flowers' idea of dessert was a pecan pie, split between the boys, along with huge cups of coffee that cleared the brain like a power sander. Tyrone and Matt drove Matt's junker to the cemetery, followed by Mrs. Flowers in the Model T. Matt had seen what the trees could do to cars, and he wasn't going to subject Tyrone's whistle-clean Camry to the prospect. They walked down the hill to Matt and Sergeant Mossberg's hide, each of the boys giving a hand to help the frail Mrs. Flowers over rough bits. Once she tripped and would have fallen, but Tyrone dug the toes of his DC shoes into the hill and stood like a mountain as she tumbled against him. Oh, my, thank you, Tyrone, dear, she murmured, and Matt knew that Tyrone, dear, had been accepted into the fold. The sky was dark, except for one streak of scarlet as they reached the hide. Mrs. Flowers took out the sheriff's badge, rather clumsily, due to the gardening gloves she was wearing. First, she held it to her forehead. Then she slowly drew it away, still holding it in front of her at eye level. He stood here, and then he bent down and squatted here, she said, getting down in what was, in fact, the correct side of the hide. Matt nodded, hardly knowing what he was doing, and Mrs. Flowers said without opening her eyes, "No coaching, Matt dear." He heard someone behind him and whirled, drawing his gun. But it was only Matt, and they spoke in whispers for a while. Then he suddenly stood up. Mrs. Flowers stood suddenly, and Matt heard all sorts of alarming little pops and crackles in her delicate old body. He went walking, striding down into that thicket, that evil thicket. She set off for the thicket, as Sheriff Rich Mossberg had when Matt had watched him. Matt and Tyrone went hurrying after her, ready to stop her if she showed any signs of entering the remnant of old wood that still lived. Instead, she walked around it, with the badge held to eye height. Tyrone and Matt nodded at each other, and without speaking, each took one of her arms. This way they skirted the edge of the thicket, all the way around, with Matt going first, Mrs. Flowers next, and Tyrone last. At some point, Matt realized that tears were making their way down Mrs. Flowers' withered cheeks. At last, the fragile old woman stopped, took out a lacy handkerchief after one or two tries, and wiped her eyes with a gasp. "Did you find him?" Matt asked, unable to hold in his curiosity any longer. "Well, we'll have to see. Kitsune seemed to be very, very good at illusions. Everything I saw could have been an illusion, but," she heaved a sigh, "one of us is going to have to step into the wood." Matt gulped. "That'll be me, then," he was interrupted. "Hey, no way, man. You know they're ops. Whatever they are, you've got to get Mrs. Flowers out of this." "No. I can't risk just asking you to come over here and get hurt." "Well, what am I doing out here, then?" Tyrone demanded. "Wait, my dears," Mrs. Flowers said, sounding as if she were about to cry. The boys shut up immediately, and Matt felt ashamed of himself. "I know a way that you both can help me, but it's very dangerous. Dangerous for the two of you. But perhaps if we only have to do it once, we can cut the risk of danger and increase our chances of finding something." "What is it?" Tyrone and Matt said almost simultaneously. A few minutes later, they were prepped for it. They were lying side by side, facing the wall formed by the tall trees and tangled underbrush of the thicket. They were not only roped together, but they had Mrs. Saito's post-it notes placed all over their arms. "Now, when I say 3, I want you both to reach in and grab at the ground with your hands. If you feel something, keep hold of it and pull your arm out. If you don't feel anything, move your hand a little and then pull it out as fast as you can. And by the way," she added calmly, "if you feel anything trying to pull you in or immobilize your arm, yell and fight and kick and scream, and we'll help you to get out." There was a long, long minute of silence. "So basically you think there are things all around on the ground in the thicket, and that we might get hold of them just by reaching in blindly," Matt said. Yes, Mrs. Flowers said. All right, said Tyrone. And once again Matt glanced at him approvingly. He hadn't even asked, what kind of things could pull us into the wood? Now they were in position, and Mrs. Flowers was counting. 1, 2, 3. And then Matt had thrust his right arm in as far as it would go and was sweeping his arm while groping. He heard a shout from beside him. Got it! And then instantly, something's pulling me in! Matt pulled his own arm out of the thicket before trying to help Tyrone. Something dropped down on it, but it hit a post-it note, and it felt as if he'd been whacked by a piece of styrofoam. Tyrone was thrashing wildly and had already been dragged in to his shoulders. Matt grabbed him by the waist and used all his strength to haul backward. There was a moment of resistance, and then Tyrone came popping out as if suddenly released like a cork. There were scratches on his face and neck, but none where the overcoats had covered him or where the post-it notes were. Matt felt a desire to say thank you, but the two women who had made him amulets were far away, and he felt stupid saying it to Tyrone's coat. In any case, Mrs. Flowers was fluttering and thanking people enough for 3. Oh my, Matt! When that big branch came down, I thought your arm would be broken, at least. Thank the dear Lord that the Saito women make such excellent amulets. And Tyrone, dear, please take a swig out of this canteen. I don't really drink much. It's just hot lemonade. My own recipe, dear. If it weren't for both you boys, we wouldn't have succeeded. Tyrone, you found something, yes? And then you were caught and would never have been released if Matt hadn't been here to save you. Oh, I'm sure he'd have got out, Matt said hurriedly, because it must be embarrassing for anybody like the Tyreminator to admit they needed help. Tyrone, however, just said soberly, I know. Thanks, Matt. Matt felt himself blush. But I didn't get anything after all, Tyrone said disgustedly. It felt like a piece of old pipe or something. Well, let's have a look, Mrs. Flowers said very seriously. She turned the strongest flashlight on the object Tyrone had risked so much to bring out of the thicket. At first, Matt thought it was a gigantic, rawhide dog bone. But then, an all too familiar shape made him look closer. It was a femur. A human femur. The biggest bone in the body. The one from the leg. And it was still white. Fresh. It doesn't seem to be plastic, Mrs. Flowers said in a voice that seemed very far away. It wasn't plastic. Matt could see where little tiny bits had curled up and away from the exterior. It wasn't rawhide either. It was, well, real. A real, human leg bone. But that wasn't the most horrifying thing. The thing that sent Matt spiraling out into darkness. The bone was polished clean and marked with the imprints of dozens of tiny little teeth. Chapter 32. Elena was radiantly happy. She had gone to sleep happy, only to wake up again happy, serene in the knowledge that soon she would visit Stefan, and that after that, surely very soon, she would be able to take Stefan away. Bonnie and Meredith weren't surprised when she wanted to see Damon about 2 things. One being who should go, and two being what she was going to wear. What did surprise them were her choices. "If it's all right," she said slowly at the beginning, tracing a finger round and round on the large table in one of the parlors as everyone gathered the next morning. "I would like for just a few people to go with me. Stefan's been badly treated," she went on, "and he hates to look bad in front of other people. I don't want to humiliate him." There was sort of a group blush at this. Or maybe it was a group flush of resentment, and then a group blush of culpability. With the western window slightly open so that an early morning red light fell over everything, it was hard to tell. Only one thing was certain. Everyone wanted to go. "So I hope," Elena said, turning to look Meredith and Bonnie in the eye, "that none of you are hurt if I don't choose you to come with me." That tells both of them they're out, Elena thought, as she saw understanding blossom in both faces. Most of her plans depended on how her two best friends reacted to this. Meredith gallantly stepped up to bat first. "Elena, you've been through hell, literally, and almost died doing it to get to Stefan. You take with you the people who will do the most good." "We realize it isn't a popularity contest," Bonnie added, swallowing, because she was trying not to cry. She really wants to go, Elena thought, but she understands. "Stefan may feel more embarrassed in front of a girl than a boy," Bonnie said, and she didn't even add, "even though we would never do anything to embarrass him." Elena thought, going around for a hug and feeling Bonnie's soft little bird-like body in her arms. Then she turned and felt Meredith's warm and slim, hard arms, and as always, felt some of her tension drain away. "Thank you," she said, wiping tears from her eyes afterward. "And you're right. I think it would be harder to face girls than boys in the situation he's in. Also, it will be harder to face friends he already knows and loves. So I would like to ask these people to go with me. Sage, Damon, and Dr. Megger." Lakshmi leaped up as interested as if she had been chosen. "Where's he in jail?" she asked, quite cheerfully. Damon spoke up. "The she no she." Lakshmi's eyes became round. She stared at Damon for a moment, and then she was bounding out the door, her shaken voice floating behind her. "I've got chores to do, Master." Elena turned to look directly at Damon. "And what was that little reaction?" she asked in a voice that would have frozen lava at 30 meters. "I don't know. Truly, I don't. Shinichi showed me kanji characters and said that they were pronounced she no she, and they meant the death of death, as in lifting the curse of death from a vampire." Sage coughed. "Oh, my trusting little one, mon cher idiot. To not get a second opinion. I did, actually. I asked a middle-aged Japanese lady at the library if the romaji, that's the Japanese words written out in our letters, meant the death of death. And she said yes." "And you turned on your heel and walked out," Sage said. "How do you know?" Damon was getting angry. "Because, mon cher, those words mean many things. It all depends on the Japanese characters first used, which you did not show her." "I didn't have them." "Shinichi wrote it in the air for me, in red smoke." Then, in a kind of angry anguish, "What other things do they mean?" "Well, they can mean what you said. They also could mean the new death, or the true death, or even the gods of death. And given the way Stefan has been treated, if stairs had been stakes, Damon would have been a goner by now. Everyone was looking at him with hard, accusing eyes. He turned like a wolf at bay and bared his teeth at them in a 250-kilowatt smile. In any case, I didn't imagine it was anything remarkably pleasant, he said. I just thought it would help him to get rid of the curse of being a vampire. In any case, Elena repeated. Then she said, Sage, if you would go and make sure that they'll let us in when we arrive, I would be enormously grateful. As good as done, madame. And, let me see, I want everyone to wear something a little different to go visit him. If it's all right, I'll go talk to Lady Ulma. She could feel Bonnie's and Meredith's bewildered looks on her back as she left. Lady Ulma was pale, but bright of eye when Elena was escorted into her room. Her sketchbook was open, a good sign. It took only a few words and a heartfelt look before Lady Ulma said firmly, We can have everything done in an hour or two. It's just a matter of calling the right people, I promise. Elena squeezed her wrist very, very gently. Thank you, miracle worker. And so I am to go as a penitent, Damon said. He was right outside Lady Ulma's door when Elena came out, and Elena suspected him of some eavesdropping. No, that never even occurred to me, she said. I just think that Slave's clothing on you and the other guys will make Stefan less self-conscious. But why should you think I wanted to punish you, don't you? You're here to help me save Stefan. You've gone through... Elena had to stop and look in her sleeves for a clean handkerchief until Damon offered her a black silk one. All right, he said. We won't get into that. I'm sorry. I think of things to say and then I just say them, no matter how unlikely I think they are, considering the person I'm speaking to. And don't you ever hear another little voice? A voice that says that people can be good and may not be trying to hurt you? Elena asked wistfully, wondering how loaded with chains the child was now. I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes. But as that voice is generally wrong in this wicked world, why should I pay it any attention? I wish sometimes you would just try, Elena whispered. I might be in a better position to argue with you then. I like this position just fine, Damon told her telepathically, and Elena realized. How did this happen over and over? That they had melted into an embrace. Worse, she was wearing her morning attire, a long silky gown and a peignoir of the same material, both in the palest of pearly blues, which turned violet in the rays of the ever-setting sun. I like it too, Elena admitted, and felt shock waves go through Damon from his surface, through his body, and deep, deep into that unfathomable hole that one could see by looking into his eyes. I'm just trying to be honest, she added, almost frightened by his reaction. I can't expect anyone else to be honest, if I'm not. Don't be honest. Don't be honest. Hate me. Despise me, Damon begged her, at the same time caressing her arms and the 2 layers of silk that were all that stood between his hands and her skin. But why? Because I can't be trusted. I'm a wicked wolf, and you're a pure soul, a snow-white newborn lamb. You mustn't let me hurt you. Why should you hurt me? Because I might. No, I don't want to bite you. I only want to kiss you, just a little. like this. There was a revelation in Damon's mind voice. And he did kiss, so sweetly. And he always knew when Elena's knees were going to give out, and picked her up before she could fall on the floor. Damon, Damon. She was thinking, feeling very sweet herself, because she knew she was giving him pleasure, when she suddenly realized. Oh, Damon, please, let me go. I have to go, have a fitting right now. Deeply flushed, he slowly, reluctantly put her down, grabbed her before she could fall, and put her down again. I think I shall have to go have a fit right now as well, he told her earnestly as he stumbled out of the room, missing the door the first time. Not a fit, a fitting, Elena called after him, but she never knew if he had heard. She was pleased, though, that he had let her go, without really understanding anything except that she was saying no. That was quite a bit of improvement. Then she hurried into Lady Ulma's room, which was filled with all sorts of people, including 2 male models who had just been garbed in trousers and long shirts. Sage's clothes, said Lady Ulma, nodding at the large one. And Damon's. She nodded at the smaller man. Oh, they're perfect. Lady Ulma looked at her with just the slightest doubt in her eyes. These are made of genuine sacking, she said. The meanest, lowest cloth in the slave hierarchy. Are you sure they will wear them? They're wearing them or they aren't going at all, Elena said flatly and winked. Lady Ulma laughed. Good plan. Yes. But what do you think of my other plan? Elena asked, genuinely interested in Lady Ulma's opinion, even while she blushed. My dear benefactress, Lady Ulma said, I used to watch my mother put together such outfits. After I had turned 13, of course. And she told me that they always made her happy, for she was bringing joy to 2 at once, and that the purpose was nothing but joy. I promise you, Lucin and I will be done in no time. Now, should you not be getting ready? Oh, yes, oh, I do love you, Lady Ulma. It's so funny that the more people you love, the more you want to love. And with that, Elena went running back to her own rooms. Her maids-in-waiting were all there and all ready. Elena took the quickest, briskest bath of her life. She was keyed up and found herself on a couch in the middle of a smiling, keen-eyed bunch, each neatly doing her job without interfering with the others. There was a depilatory, of course, in fact one for each leg, one for her armpits, and one for her eyebrows. While these women and the women with soft creams and unguents were at work, creating a unique fragrance for Elena, another one thoughtfully considered her face and body as a whole. This woman touched up Elena's eyebrows to darken them, and gilded Elena's eyelids with metallic cosmetic paint before using something that added at least a 1/4 inch to Elena's eyelashes. Then she extended Elena's eyes with exotic, horizontal lines of kohl. Finally, she carefully made Elena's lips a rich, glossy red that somehow gave the impression that they were continually puckered for a kiss. After this, the woman sprinkled the faintest of iridescence all over Elena's body. Finally, a very large canary diamond that had been sent up from Lucin's jewelry bench was firmly cemented into her navel. It was while the hairdressers were seeing to the last of the little curls on her forehead that the 2 boxes and a scarlet cape came from Lady Ulma's women. Elena thanked all her ladies-in-waiting and beauticians sincerely, paid them all a bonus that had them twittering, and then asked them to leave her alone. When they dithered, she asked them again, just as politely, but in louder tones. They went. Elena's hands were trembling as she took out the outfit Lady Ulma had created. It was quite as decent as a bathing suit, but it looked like jewelry, strategically placed on wisps of golden tulle. It all coordinated with the canary diamond, from the necklace to the armlets to the golden bracelets that denoted that, however expensively Elena was dressed, she was still a slave. And that was it. She was going clad in tulle and jewelry, perfume and paint, to see her Stefan. Elena put the scarlet cloak on very, very carefully to avoid rumpling or smearing anything below, and slipped her feet into delicate golden sandals with very high heels. She hurried downstairs and was exactly on time. Sage and Damon were wearing cloaks tightly closed, which meant that they were dressed in the sacking outfits underneath. Sage had had Lady Ulma's coach made ready. Elena settled her matching golden bracelets on her wrists, hating them because she had to wear them, pretty as they were against the white fur trim on her scarlet cloak. Damon held out a hand to help her into the coach. I get to ride inside? Does that mean I don't have to wear... But looking at Sage, her hopes were crushed. Unless we want to curtain all the windows, he said. You're legally traveling outside without slave bracelets. Elena sighed and gave her hand to Damon. Standing against the sun, he was a dark silhouette. But then, as Elena blinked in the light, he stared in astonishment. Elena knew he'd seen her gilded eyelids. His eyes dropped to her pursed-to-be-kissed lips. Elena blushed. I forbid you to order me to show you what's under the cloak, she said hastily. Damon looked thwarted. Hair in tiny curls all over your forehead? Cloak that covers everything from neck to toes. Lipstick like... He stared again. His mouth twitched as if he were being compelled to fit it to hers. And it's time to go, Elena caroled, hastily getting into the carriage. She felt very happy, although she understood why freed slaves would never wear anything like a bracelet again. She was still happy when they reached the Shinoshi, that large building that seemed to combine a prison with a training facility for gladiators. And she was still happy as the guards at the large Shinoshi checkpoint let them into the building without showing any signs of ill feeling. But then it was hard to say if the cloak had any effect on them. They were demons, sullen, mauve-skinned, bullock-steady. She noticed something that was at first a shock, and then a river of hope inside her. The front lobby of the building had a door in one side that was like the door in the side of the depot slave shop, always kept shut. Strange symbols above, people walking up to it in different costumes, and announcing a destination before turning the key and opening the door. In other words, a dimensional door, right here in Stefan's prison. God alone knew how many guards would be after them if they tried to use it, but it was something to keep in mind. The guards on the lower floors of the Shinoshi building, in what was most definitely a dungeon, had clear and obnoxious reactions to Elena and her party. They were some smaller species of demons, imps maybe, Elena thought, and they gave the visitors a hard time over everything. Damon had to bribe them to be allowed into the area where Stefan's cell was, to go in alone, without one guard per visitor, and to allow Elena, a slave, to go in to see a free vampire. And even when Damon had given them a small fortune to get past these obstacles, they sniggered and made harsh, guttural gurglings in their throats. Elena didn't trust them. She was correct. At a corridor where Elena knew from her out-of-body experiences they should have turned left, instead they went straight through. They passed another set of guards, who almost collapsed from sniggering. Oh, God. Are they taking us to see Stefan's dead body? Elena wondered suddenly. Then it was Sage who really helped her. He put out a large arm and bodily held her up until she found her legs again. They went on walking, deeper into what was a filthy and stinking stone-floored dungeon now. Then abruptly, they turned right. Elena's heart raced on before them. It was saying, wrong, 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 even before they got to the last cell in the line. The cell was completely different from Stefan's old cell. It was surrounded, not by bars, but by a sort of curly-cued chicken wire that was lined with sharp spikes. No way to hand in a bottle of black magic. No way to get the bottle top in position to pour into a waiting mouth on the other side. No room, even, to get a finger or the mouth of a canteen through for the cellmate to suck. And the cell itself wasn't filthy, but it was bare of everything except a supine Stefan. No food, no water, no bed to hide anything in, no straw, just Stefan. Elena screamed, and had no idea if she screamed words or just a formless sound of anguish. She threw herself into the cell, or tried to. Her hands grabbed onto curls of steel as sharp as razor that caused blood to well up instantly wherever they touched. And then Damon, who had the fastest reactions, was pulling her back. And then he just pushed past her and stared. He stared open-mouthed at his younger brother, a gray-faced, skeletal, barely breathing young man who looked like a child lost in his rumpled, stained, threadbare prison uniform. Damon raised a hand, as if he'd forgotten the barrier already, and Stefan flinched. Stefan seemed not to know or recognize any of them. He peered more closely at the drops of blood left on the razor-sharp fencing where Elena had grasped it, sniffed, and then, as if something had penetrated the fog of his bafflement, looked around dully. Stefan looked up at Damon, whose cloak had fallen, and then, like a baby's, Stefan's gaze wandered on. Damon made a choking sound, and turned, and, knocking anyone in his way aside, ran the other way down the corner. If he was hoping that enough guards would follow him, that his allies could get Stefan out, he was wrong. A few followed, like monkeys, calling out insults. The rest stayed put, behind Sage. Meanwhile, Elena's mind was churning and churning out plans. Finally, she turned to Sage. "Use all the money we have plus this," she said, and she reached under her cloak for her canary diamond necklace, over 24 thumb-sized gems, "and call to me if we need more. Get me half an hour with him. 20 minutes, then," as Sage began to shake his head. "Stall them, somehow. Get me at least 20 minutes. I'll think of something if it kills me." After a moment, Sage looked her in the eyes and nodded. "I will." Then Elena looked at Dr. Megger pleadingly. Did he have something? Did something exist that would help? Dr. Megger's eyebrows went down, then their inner sides went up. It was a look of grief, of despair. But then he frowned and whispered, "There's something new. An injection that's said to help in dire cases. I could try it." Elena did her best not to fall at his feet. "Please, please try it, please." "It won't help beyond a couple of days. It won't need to. We'll get him out by then." "All right." Sage had by now herded all the guards away, saying, "I'm a dealer in gems, and there's something you all should see." Dr. Megger opened his bag and took out of it a syringe. "Wooden needle," he said with a wan smile as he filled it with a clear red liquid from a vial. Elena had taken another syringe, and she examined it eagerly as Dr. Megger coaxed Stefan by imitation to put his arm up to the bars. At last Stefan did as Dr. Megger wished, only to jump away with a cry of pain as a syringe was plunged into his arm and stinging liquid injected. Elena looked at the doctor desperately. "How much did he get?" "Only about a half. It's all right. I filled it with twice the dose and pushed as hard as I could to get some medical word Elena didn't recognize, into him. I knew it would hurt him more, injecting that fast, but I accomplished what I wanted." "Good," Elena said rapturously. "Now I want you to fill this syringe with my blood." "Blood?" Dr. Megger looked dismayed. "Yes. The syringe is long enough to go through the bars. The blood will drip out the other side. He can drink it as it comes out. It might save him." Elena said every word carefully, as if speaking to a child. She desperately wanted to convey her meaning. "Oh, Elena." The doctor sat down with a clink and took a hidden bottle of black magic out of his tunic. "I'm so sorry, but it's hard enough for me to get blood out of a vial. My eyes, child, they're ruined. But glasses, spectacles, they're no good to me anymore. It's a complicated condition, but you have to be very good to actually tap a vein in any case. Most doctors are pretty hopeless. I'm impossible. I'm sorry, child. But it's been 20 years since I was successful. Then I'll find Damon and have him open my aorta. I don't care if it kills me, but I do." This new voice, coming from the brilliantly lighted cell in front of them, made both the doctor and Elena jerk their heads up. "Stefan! Stefan! Stefan!" Uncaring of what the razor fence would do to her flesh, Elena leaned over to try to hold his hands. "No," Stefan whispered, as if sharing a precious secret. "Put your fingers here and here, on top of mine. This fence is only specially treated steel. It numbs my power, but it can't break my skin." Elena put her fingers there and there. And then she was touching Stefan, really touching him. After so long, neither of them spoke. Elena heard Dr. Megger get up and quietly creep away. To Sage, she supposed. But her mind was full of Stefan. She and he simply looked at each other, trembling, with tears quivering on their lashes, feeling very young and very close to death. "You say I always make you say it first, so I'll confound you. I love you, Elena." Teardrops fell from Elena's eyes. "Just this morning, I was thinking how many people there are to love. But it's really only because there's one in the first place," she whispered back to him. "One forever. I love you, Stefan. I love you." Elena drew back for a moment and wiped her eyes the way all clever girls know how to do without ruining their makeup, by putting her thumbs beneath her lower lashes and leaning backward, scooping tears and coal into infinitesimal droplets in the air. For the first time, she could think. "Stefan," she whispered, "I'm so sorry. I wasted time this morning getting dressed up, well, just down, to show you what's waiting for you when we get you out. But now, I feel like—" Now there were no tears in Stefan's eyes either. "Show me," he whispered back eagerly. Elena stood, and without theatrics, shrugged the cloak off, shut her eyes, her hair in hundreds of kiss curls, little wispy spirals that were plastered around her face, her gilded eyelids, waterproof, still gilded. Her only clothing, the wisps of golden tulle with jewels attached to make it decent. Her entire body iridescent, perfection in the first bloom of youth that could never be matched or recreated. There was a sound like a long sigh, and then silence, and Elena opened her eyes, terrified that Stefan might have died. But he was standing up, clutching at the iron gate as if he might wrench it off to get to her. "I get all this," he whispered. "All this for you. Everything for you," Elena said. At that moment, there was a soft sound behind her, and she whirled to see two eyes shining in the dimness of the cell opposite Stefan's. Chapter 33. To her surprise, Elena felt no anger, only a determination to protect Stefan if she could. And then she saw that in the cell she'd assumed was empty, there was a kitsune. The kitsune looked nothing like Shinichi or Misao. He had long, long hair as white as snow, but his face was young. He was wearing all white, too, tunic and breeches out of some flowing, silky material, and his tail practically filled the small cell. It was so fluffy. He also had fox ears, which twitched this way and that. His eyes were the gold of fireworks. He was gorgeous. The kitsune coughed again. Then he produced, from his long hair, Elena thought, a very, very small and thin-skinned leather bag. Like, Elena thought, the perfect bag for one perfect jewel. Now the kitsune took a pretend bottle of black magic. It was heavy, and a pretend drink was delicious, and filled the little bag with it. Then he took a pretend syringe. He held it as Dr. Megger had, and tapped it to get the bubbles out, and filled it from the little bag. Finally, he stuck the pretend syringe through his own bars and depressed his thumb, emptying it. "I can feed you black magic wine," Elena translated. "With this little pouch, I can hold it and fill the syringe. Dr. Megger could fill the syringe too. But there's no time, so I'm going to do it." Began Stefan. "You are going to drink as fast as you can." Elena loved Stefan, wanted to hear his voice, wanted to fill her eyes with him. But there was a life to be saved, and the life was his. She took the little pouch with a bow of thanks to the kitsune and left her cloak on the floor. She was too intent on Stefan to even remember how she was dressed. Her hands wanted to shake, but she wouldn't let them. She had 3 bottles of black magic here, her own in her cloak, Dr. Megger's, and somewhere in his cloak, Damon's. So with the delicate efficiency of a machine, She repeated what the kitsune had shown her over and over. Dip, pull up lever, push through bars, squirt. Over and over and over. After about a dozen of these, Elena developed a new technique, the catapult. Filling the tiny bag with wine and holding it up by the top until Stefan got his mouth positioned, and then, all in one motion, smashing the bag with her palm and squirting a fair amount straight into Stefan's mouth. It got the bars sticky. It got Stefan sticky. It would never have worked if the steel had been razor sharp for him, but it actually forced a surprising amount down his throat. The other bottle of black magic wine she put in the kitsune's cell, which had regular bars. She didn't quite know how to thank him, but when she could spare a second, she turned to him and smiled. He was chugging the black magic straight from the bottle, and his face was set in an expression of cool, appreciative pleasure. The end came too quickly. Elena heard Sage's voice booming. "It is no fair. Elena will not be ready. Elena has not had enough time with him." Elena didn't need an anvil dropped on her head. She shoved the last bottle of black magic wine into the kitsune's cell. She bowed for the last time and gave him back his tiny pouch, but with the canary diamond from her navel in it. It was the largest piece of jewelry she had left, and she saw him turn it over precisely in long-nailed fingers and then rise to his feet and make a tiny bow to her. There was a moment for a mutual smile, and then Elena was cleaning up Dr. Megger's bag and pulling on her red cloak. Then she was turning to Stefan, jelly inside once more, gasping. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make it a medical visit. But you saw the chance to save my life and just couldn't pass it up." Sometimes the brothers were very much alike. "Stefan, don't. Oh, I love you, Elena." He kissed her fingers, pressed to the bars. Then to the guards. "No, please, please, don't take her away. For pity's sake, give us one more minute. Just one." But Elena had to let go of his fingers to hold her cloak together. The last she saw of Stefan, he was pounding on the bars with his fists and calling, "Elena, I love you! Elena!" Then Elena was dragged out of the hallway, and a door shut between them. She sagged. Arms went around her, helped her to walk. Elena got angry. If Stefan was being put back in his old lice-ridden cell, as she supposed he was, right about now, he was being made to walk. And these demons did nothing gently. She knew that. He was probably being driven like an animal with sharp instruments of wood. Elena could walk too. As they reached the front of the Shinoshi lobby, Elena looked around. "Where's Damon?" "In the coach," Sage answered in his gentlest voice. "He needed some time." Part of Elena said, "I'll give him time. Time to scream once before I rip his throat out." But the rest of her was just sad. "I didn't get to say anything I wanted to say. I wanted to tell him how sorry Damon is, and how Damon's changed. He didn't even remember that Damon had been there. He talked to you." Sage seemed astonished. The two of them, Sage and Elena, walked out of the final marble doors of the building of the Gods of Death. That was the name Elena had chosen for it in her own mind. The carriage was at the curb in front of them, but no one got in. Instead, Sage gently steered Elena a little distance from the others. There he put his large hands on her shoulders and spoke. still in that very soft voice. Mon Dieu, my child. But I do not want to say this to you. It is that I must. I fear that even if we get your Stefan out of jail by the day of Lady Bloodowed's party, that it will be too late. In 3 days, he will already be... Is that your medical opinion? Elena said sharply, looking up at him. She knew her face was pinched and white, and that he pitied her greatly. But what she wanted was an answer. I am not a medical man, he said slowly. I am just another vampire. Just another old one. Sage's eyebrows went up. Now, what gave you that little idea? Nothing. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. But will you please get Dr. Megger? Sage looked at her for a long minute more, then departed to get the doctor. Both men came back. Elena was ready for them. Dr. Megger, Sage only saw Stefan at the beginning, before you gave him that injection. It was Sage's opinion that Stefan would be dead in 3 days. Given the effects of the injection, do you agree? Dr. Megger peered at her, and she could see the shine of tears in his short-sighted eyes. It is possible, just possible, that if he has enough willpower, he could still be alive by then. But most likely, would it make any difference to your opinion if I said that he drank maybe 1/3 of a bottle of black magic wine tonight? Both men stared at her. Are you saying... Is this just a plan you have now? Please. Forgetting about her cape, forgetting about everything, Elena grasped Dr. Megger's hands. I found a way to get him to drink about that much. Does it make a difference? She squeezed the elderly hands until she could feel bone. It certainly should. Dr. Megger looked bewildered and afraid to hope. If you really got that much into his system, he would be almost certain to live until the night of Bloodowed's party. That's what you want, isn't it? Elena sank back, unable to resist giving his hands a little kiss as she let go. And now, let's go tell Damon the good news, she said. In the carriage, Damon was sitting bolt upright, his profile outlined against a blood-red sky. Elena got in and shut the door behind her. With no expression at all, he said, Is it over? Over? Elena wasn't really this dense, but she figured it was important that Damon be clear in his own mind as to what he was asking. Is he dead? Damon said wearily, pinching the bridge of his nose with his fingers. Elena allowed the silence to go on for a few beats longer. Damon must know Stefan was not likely to actually die in the next half hour. Now that he wasn't getting instant confirmation of this, his head snapped up. Elena, tell me, what happened? He demanded, urgency in his voice. Is my brother dead? No, Elena said quietly. But he's likely to die in a few days. He was coherent this time, Damon. Why didn't you speak to him? There was an almost palpable drawing in on Damon's part. What do I have to say to him that matters? He asked harshly. Oh, I'm sorry, I almost killed you. Oh, I hope that you make it another few days. Things like that, maybe, if you lose the sarcasm. When I die, Damon said cuttingly, I'm going to be standing on my own 2 feet and fighting. Elena slapped him across the mouth. There wasn't room to get much leverage here, but she put as much power behind the motion as she dared without risking breaking the carriage. Afterward, there was a long silence. Damon was touching his bleeding lip, accelerating the healing, swallowing his own blood. Finally, he said, "It never even occurred to you that you are my slave, did it? That I'm your master?" "If you're going to retreat into fantasy, that's your affair," Elena said. "Myself, I have to deal with the real world. And by the way, soon after you ran away, Stefan was not only standing, but laughing. Elena," on a quick rising note, "you found a way to give him blood." He grasped her arm so hard it hurt. "Not blood. A little black magic. With 2 of us there, it would have gone twice as fast. There were 3 of you there. Sage and Dr. Megger had to distract the guards." Damon took his hand away. "I see," he said, expressionlessly. "So I failed him yet again." Elena looked at him with sympathy. "You're completely inside the stone ball now, aren't you?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "The stone ball. You stick anything that might hurt you inside. You even draw yourself inside it, although it must be very cramped in there. Catherine must be in there, I suppose, walled off in her own little chamber." She remembered the night at the hotel. "And your mother, of course. I should say Stefan's mother. She was the mother you knew." "Don't. My mother." Damon couldn't even form a coherent sentence. Elena knew what he wanted. He wanted to be held and soothed and told it was all right, just the 2 of them, under her cloak, with her warm arms holding him. But he wasn't going to get it. This time, she was saying no. She had promised Stefan that this was for him, alone. And, she thought, she would keep to the spirit of that promise, if she hadn't kept to the letter forever. As the week progressed, Elena was able to recover from the pain of seeing Stefan. Although none of them could speak about it, except in choked, brief exclamations, they listened when Elena said that there was still a job to be done, and that if they managed to complete it well, they would be able to go home soon, while if they did not complete it, Elena didn't care whether she went home or stayed here in the dark dimension. Home. It had the sound of a haven, even though Bonnie and Meredith knew firsthand what kind of hell was lurking in Fell's Church for them. But somehow, anything would be preferable to this land of bloody light. With hope kindling interest in their surroundings, they were once again able to feel pleasure at the dresses Lady Ulma was having made for them. Designing was the one pursuit that the lady could still enjoy during her official bed rest, and Lady Ulma had been hard at work with her sketchbook. Since Blodawed's party would be an indoor-outdoor affair, all 3 dresses had to be carefully designed to be attractive both under candlelight and under the giant red sun's crimson rays. Meredith's gown was deep metallic blue, violet in the sunlight, and it showed an entirely different side of the girl from the siren in the skin-tight mermaid dress who had attended Fazina's gala. It reminded Elena somehow of something an Egyptian princess would wear. Once again, it left Meredith's arms and shoulders bare, but the modest, narrow skirt that fell in straight lines to her sandals and the delicacy of the sapphire beads that adorned the shoulder straps served to give Meredith an unassuming look. That look was emphasized by Meredith's hair, which Lady Ulma dictated be worn down, and her face, which was bare of makeup except kohl around the eyes. At her throat, a necklace made of the very largest oval-cut sapphires formed an elaborate collar. She also had matching blue gems on her wrists and slender fingers. Bonnie's dress was a little clever invention. It was made of a silvery material which took on a pastel tinge of the color of the ambient lighting. Moonlight-colored indoors, it shone a soft, shimmering pink, almost exactly the color of Bonnie's strawberry hair when she was outside. It sported a belt, necklace, bracelets, earrings, and rings, all of matching cabochon-cut white opals. Bonnie's curls were to be carefully pinned up and away from her face in a daringly mussed-up mass, leaving her translucent skin to shine softly rose in the sunlight and ethereally pale inside. Once again, Elena's dress was the simplest and the most striking. Her gown was scarlet, the same color under blood-red sun or indoor gas lamp. It was rather low-cut, giving her creamy skin a chance to shine golden in the sunlight. Clinging close to her figure, it was slashed up one side to give her room to walk or dance. On the afternoon of the party, Lady Ulma had Elena's hair carefully brushed into a tangled cloud that shimmered Titian outdoors, golden indoors. Her jewelry ranged from an inset of diamonds at the bottom of the neckline to diamonds on her fingers, wrists, and one upper arm, plus a diamond choker that fit over Stefan's necklace. All these would blaze as red as rubies in the sunlight, but would occasionally glint another startling color, like a burst of mini fireworks. Onlookers, Lady Ulma promised, would be dazzled. "But I can't wear these," Elena had protested to Lady Ulma. "I might not get to see you again before we get Stefan, and from that moment we're on the run." "It's the same for all of us," Meredith had added quietly, looking at each of the girls in their indoor colors of silvery blue, scarlet, and opal. "We're all wearing the most jewelry we've ever worn indoors or out, but you might lose it all." "And you might need it all," Lucien had said quietly. "All the more reason for you to have jewelry that you can trade for carriages, safety, food, whatever. It's simply designed, too. You can wrench out a stone and use it as payment. And the jewels are not in an elaborate setting that might not be to some collector's taste. In addition to which, they are all of the highest quality," Lady Ulma had added. "They are the most flawless examples of their kind we could get on such short notice." At that point, all three girls had reached their limit and rushed the couple. Lady Ulma on her enormous bed, sketchbook always beside her, and Lucien standing nearby, and cried and kissed and generally undid the beautiful jobs that had been done on their faces. "You're like angels to us. Do you know that?" Elena sobbed. "Just like fairy godparents or angels. I don't know how I can say goodbye." "Like angels," Lady Ulma had said then, wiping a tear from Elena's cheek. Then she grasped Elena, saying, "Look," and gestured to herself comfortably in bed, with a couple of blooming, dewy-eyed young women ready to attend to her wishes. Lady Ulma had then nodded at the window, out of which a small mill stream could be seen, and some plum trees with ripe fruit blazing like jewels on the branches, and then with a sweep of her hand indicated the gardens, orchards, fields, and forests on the estate. Then she had taken Elena's hand and smoothed it over her own softly curving abdomen. "You see," she had spoken almost in a whisper. "Do you see all of this? And can you remember how you found me? Which of us is an angel now?" At the words, "how you found me," Elena's hands had flown up to cover her face, as if she'd been unable to bear what memory showed her at that moment. Then she was hugging and kissing Lady Ulma again, and a whole new round of cosmetic-destroying embraces had begun. Master Damon was even kind enough to buy lucin, Lady Ulma had said. And you may not be able to picture it, but here she had looked at the quiet, bearded jeweler with eyes full of tears. "I feel for him as you feel for your Stefan." And then she had blushed and hidden her face in her hands. "He's freeing Lucin today," Elena had said, dropping to her knees to rest her head against Lady Ulma's pillow, "and giving the estate to you irrevocably. He's had a lawyer, an advocate, you'd say, working on the papers all week with a guardian. They're done now, and even if that hideous general should come back, he couldn't touch you. You have your home forever." More crying, more kissing. Sage, who had been innocently walking down the hallway whistling after a romp with his dog Saber, had passed Lady Ulma's room and had been drawn in. "We'll all miss you too," Elena had wept. "Oh, thank you." Later that day, Damon had made good on all of Elena's promises, besides giving a large bonus to each member of the staff. The air had been full of metallic confetti, rose petals, music, and cries of farewell, as Damon, Elena, Bonnie, and Meredith had been carried to Blood-a-Wed's party and away forever. "Come to think of it, why didn't Damon free us?" Bonnie asked Meredith as they rode in litters toward Blood-a-Wed's mansion. "I can understand that we needed to be slaves to get into this world, but we're in now. Why not make honest girls of us?" "Bonnie, we're honest girls already," Meredith reminded her. "And I think the point is that we were never real slaves at all." "Well, I meant, why doesn't he free us so that everyone knows we're honest girls, Meredith? And you know it." "Because you can't free somebody who's free already, that's why." "But he could have gone through the ceremony," Bonnie persisted. "Or is it really hard to free a slave here?" "I don't know," Meredith said, breaking at last under this tireless inquisition. "But I'll tell you why I think he doesn't do it. I think that it's because this way he's responsible for us. I mean, it's not that slaves can't be punished. We saw that with Elena." Meredith paused while they both shuddered at the memory. "But ultimately, it's the slave owner that can lose their life over it. Remember, they wanted to stake Damon for what Elena did?" "So he's doing it for us? To protect us?" "I don't know. I suppose so," Meredith said slowly. "Then I guess we've been wrong about him in the past." Bonnie generously said we've instead of you've. Meredith had always been the one of Elena's group most resistant to Damon's charm. "I suppose so," Meredith said again. "Although it seems that everyone is forgetting that until recently, Damon helped the Kitsune twins to put Stefan here. And Stefan definitely hadn't done anything to deserve it. Well, of course that's true, Bonnie said, sounding relieved not to have been too wrong, and at the same time strangely wistful. All Stephen ever wanted from Damon was peace and quiet, Meredith continued, as if on more steady ground there. And Elena, Bonnie added automatically. Yes, and Elena. But all Elena wanted was Stephen. I mean, all Elena wants. Meredith's voice trailed off. The sentence didn't seem to work properly in the present tense anymore. She tried again. All Elena wants now is... Bonnie just watched her speechlessly. Well, whatever she wants, Meredith concluded, rather shaken. She wants Stephen to be a part of it. And she doesn't want any of us to have to stay here in this hellhole. In another litter, just beside them, things were very quiet. Bonnie and Meredith were so used by now to traveling in closed litters that they hadn't even realized that another palanquin had drawn abreast of them and that their voices carried clearly in the hot, still afternoon air. In the second litter, Damon and Elena both looked very hard at the silken curtains fluttering open. Now, Elena, with an almost mad air of needing something to do, hurriedly unwound a cord and the curtains dropped into place. It was a mistake. It closed Elena and Damon into a surreal, glowing red oblong in which only the words that they had just heard seemed to have validity. Elena felt her breath coming too quickly. Her aura was slipping. Everything was slipping sideways. They don't believe that I only want to be with Stephen. Steady on, Damon said. This is the last night. By tomorrow, Elena held up a hand to keep him from saying it. By tomorrow we'll have found the key and gotten Stephen, and we'll be out of here, Damon said anyway. Jinx, thought Elena, and sent up a prayer after it. They rode in silence up toward Bloodwed's grand mansion. For a surprisingly long time, Elena didn't realize that Damon was trembling. It was a quick, involuntary, shaken breath that alerted her. Damon? Dear heaven! Elena was stricken, at a loss, not for words, but for the right words. Damon, look at me! Why? Why? Damon replied in the only voice he could trust not to tremble or crack or break, because. Do you ever think of what's happening to Stephen while you're going to a party wearing splendid clothes, being carried along to drink the finest wine and to dance while he... The thought remained unfinished. This is just what I needed right before being seen in public, Elena thought, as they reached the long driveway to Bloodwed's home. She tried to call on all of her resources before the curtains were drawn and they were free to step out at the location of the second half of the key. Chapter 34. I don't think about those things, Elena answered in the same way Damon had spoken, and for the same reason. I don't think, because if I do, I'll go insane. But if I go insane, what good will I be to Stephen? I couldn't help him. Instead, I'd block it all out with walls of iron, and I'd keep it away at any cost. And you can manage that? Damon asked, his voice shaking slightly. I can, because I have to. Remember in the beginning when we were arguing about the ropes around our wrists? Meredith and Bonnie had doubts, but they knew that I would wear handcuffs and crawl after you if that's what it took. Elena turned to look at Damon in the crimson darkness and added, "And you've given yourself away, time after time, you know." She slipped arms around him to touch his healed back so that he would have no doubt about what she meant. "That was for you," Damon said harshly. "Not really," Elena replied. "Think about it. If you hadn't agreed to the discipline, we might have run out of town, but we could never have helped Stefan after that. When you get down to it, everything, all you've done for Stefan." "When you get down to it, I was the one who put Stefan here in the first place," Damon said tiredly. "I figure we're just about even now." "How many times, Damon? You were possessed when you let Shinichi talk you into it," Elena said, feeling exhausted herself. "Maybe you need to be possessed again, just a little, so you remember how it feels." Every cell in Damon's body seemed to flinch away from this idea. But aloud he just said, "There's something that everyone has missed, you know. About the archetypal story of how two brothers killed each other simultaneously and became vampires because they dallied with the same girl." "What?" Elena said sharply, shocked out of her tiredness. "Damon, what do you mean?" "What I said. There's something you've all missed." "Huh. Maybe even Stefan has missed it. The story gets told and retold, but nobody catches it." Damon had turned his face away. Elena moved closer to him, just a bit, so he could smell her perfume, which was attar of roses that night. "Damon, tell me. Tell me, please." Damon started to turn toward her, and it was at that moment that the liftmen stopped. Elena had only a second to wipe her face, and the curtains were being drawn. Meredith had told them all the myth about Bloodawed, which she'd got from a storytelling globe. All about how Bloodawed had been made out of flowers and brought to life by the gods, and how she had betrayed her husband to his death, and how, in punishment, she had been doomed to spend each night from midnight to dawn as an owl. And apparently, there was something the myths didn't mention. The fact that she had been doomed to live here, banished from the celestial court into the deep red twilight of the dark dimension. All things considered, it was logical that her parties started at 6 in the evening. Elena found that her mind was jumping from subject to subject. She accepted a goblet of black magic from a slave as her eyes wandered. Every woman, and most of the men at the party, were wearing clever attire that changed color in the sun. Elena felt quite modest. After all, everything out of doors seemed to be pink or scarlet or wine-colored. Downing her goblet of magic, Elena was slightly surprised to find herself going into automatic party mode behavior, greeting people she'd met earlier in the week with cheek kisses and hugs as if she'd known them for years. Meanwhile, she and Damon worked their way toward the mansion, sometimes with, sometimes against the tide of constantly moving people. They made it up one steep set of white, pink marble stairs, which sported on either side banks of glorious blue, violet, delphiniums, and pink, scarlet, wild roses. Elena stopped here for 2 reasons. One was to get a new goblet of black magic. The first had already given her a pleasant glow, although, of course, everything was constantly glowing here. She was hoping that the second cup would help her forget everything that Damon had brought up in the litter except the key, and help her remember what she'd been fretting over originally, before her thoughts had been hijacked by Bonnie and Meredith's talk. "I expect the best way is just to ask someone," she told Damon, who was suddenly and silently at her elbow. "Ask what?" Elena leaned a little toward the slave who'd just supplied her with a fresh goblet. "May I ask, where is Lady Bloodwed's main ballroom?" The liveried slave looked surprised. Then, with his head, he made a gesture all around. "This plaza, below the canopy, has gained the name the Great Ballroom," he said, bowing over his tray. Elena stared at him. Then she stared around her. Under a giant canopy, it looked semi-permanent to her and was hung all around with pretty lanterns in shades that were enhanced by the sun. The smooth grass lawn stretched away for hundreds of yards on all sides. "It is bigger than a football field." "What I'd like to know?" Bonnie was asking a fellow guest, a woman who had clearly been to many of Bloodwed's affairs and knew her way around the mansion, "is this. Which room is the main ballroom?" "Oh, my dear, it depends on what you mean," the guest replied cheerfully. "There's the great ballroom out of doors. You must have seen it while climbing. The big pavilion. And then there's the white ballroom inside. That's lit with candelabras and has the curtains drawn all round. Sometimes it's called the waltz room, since all that is played in there is waltzes." But Bonnie was still caught in horror a few sentences back. "There's a ballroom outside?" she said shakily, hoping that somehow she hadn't heard right. "That's it, dear. You can see through the wall there." The woman was telling the truth. You could see through the wall, because the walls were all of glass, one beyond another, allowing Bonnie to see what seemed to be an illusion done with mirrors. Lighted room after lighted room, all filled with people. Only the last room on the bottom floor seemed to be made out of something solid. That must be the white ballroom. But through the opposite wall, where the guest was pointing, oh yes, there was a canopy top. She remembered vaguely passing it. The other thing she remembered was, they dance on the grass? That enormous field of grass? Of course. It's all especially cut and rolled smooth. You won't trip over a weed or hummock of ground. Are you sure you're feeling quite well? You look rather pale." "Well," the guest laughed, "as pale as anyone can look in this light." "I'm fine," Bonnie said dazedly. "I'm just fine." The two parties met later and told each other of the horrors that they had unearthed. Damon and Elena had discovered that the ground of the outdoor ballroom was almost as hard as rock. Anything that had been buried there before the ground was rolled smooth by heavy rollers would now be packed down in something like cement. The only place that anyone could dig there was around the perimeter. "We should have brought a diviner," Damon said. "You know, someone who uses a forked stick or a pendulum or a bit of a missing person's clothing to home in on the correct area." "You're right," Meredith said, her tone clearly adding, for once. "Why didn't we bring a diviner?" "Because I don't know of any," Damon said, with his sweetest, most ferocious, barracuda smile. Bonnie and Meredith had found that the inside ballroom's flooring was rock, very beautiful white marble. There were dozens of floral arrangements in the room, But all that Bonnie had stuck her small hand into, as unobtrusively as possible, were simply cut flowers in a vase of water. No soil, nothing that could justify using the term buried in. And besides, why would Shinichi and Misao put the key in water they knew would be thrown out in a few days? Bonnie asked, frowning, while Meredith added, and how do you find a loose floorboard in marble? So we can't see how it could be buried there. By the way, I checked, and the white ballroom has been here for years. So there's no chance that they dumped it under the building stones either. Elena, by now drinking her third goblet of black magic, said, all right, the way we look at this is, one room, scratched off the list. Now, we've already got half of the key. Look how easy that was. Maybe that was just to tease us, Damon said, raising an eyebrow, to get our hopes up, before dashing them completely. Here. That can't be, Elena said desperately, glaring at him. We've come so far, farther than Misao ever imagined we would. We can find it. We will find it. All right, Damon said, suddenly deadly serious. If we have to pretend to be staff and use pickaxes on that soil outdoors, we'll do it. But first, let's go through the entire house inside. That seemed to work well last time. All right, Meredith said, for once looking straight at him and without disapproval. Bonnie and I will take the upstairs floors, and you can take the downstairs ones. Maybe you can make something of that white waltz ballroom. All right. They set to work. Elena wished that she could calm down. Despite most of 3 goblets of black magic oscillating inside her, or perhaps because of them, she was seeing certain things in new lights. But she must keep her mind on the quest, and only on the quest. She would do anything, she told herself, to get the key. Anything for Stefan. The white ballroom smelled of flowers and was garlanded with large, opulent blooms in the midst of abundant greenery. Standing arrangements were placed to shield an area around a fountain into an intimate nook where couples could sit. And although there was no visible orchestra, music poured into the ballroom, demanding a response from Elena's susceptible body. I don't suppose you know how to waltz, Damon said suddenly, and Elena realized that she had been swaying in time to the beat, eyes closed. Of course I do, Elena answered, a little offended. We, all of us, went to Ms. Hopewell's classes. That was the equivalent of charm school in Fell's Church, she added, seeing the funny side of it and laughing at herself. But Ms. Hopewell did love to dance, and she taught us every dance and movement she thought was graceful. That was when I was about 11. I suppose it would be absurd for me to ask you to dance with me, Damon said. Elena looked at him with what she knew were large and puzzled eyes. Despite the low-cut scarlet dress, she didn't feel like an irresistible siren tonight. She was too wrought up to feel the magic woven in the cloth, magic which she now realized was telling her she was a dancing flame, a fire, elemental. She supposed that Meredith must feel like a quiet stream, flowing swiftly and steadily to her destination, but sparkling and glinting all the way. And Bonnie, of course, was a sprite of the air, meant to dance as lightly as a feather in that opalescent dress, barely subject to gravity. But abruptly, Elena remembered certain glances of admiration she had seen directed toward herself. And now suddenly Damon was vulnerable? Yet he didn't imagine she would dance with him. "Of course, I would love to dance," she said, realizing with a slight shock that she hadn't noticed before that Damon was in flawless white tie. Of course, it was on the one night when it might hinder them, but it made him look like a prince of the blood. Her lips quirked slightly at the title. Of the blood. Oh, yes. "Are you sure you know how to waltz?" she asked him. "A good question. I took it up in 1885 because it was known to be riotous and indecent. But it depends on whether you are speaking of the peasant waltz, the Viennese waltz, the hesitation waltz, or, oh, come on, or we'll miss another dance." Elena grabbed his hand, feeling tiny sparks as if she'd stroked a cat's fur the wrong way, and pulled him into the swaying crowd. Another waltz began. Music flooded into the room and lifted Elena almost off her feet as the small hairs on the back of her neck stood up. Her body tingled all over as if she had drunk some sort of celestial elixir. It was her favorite waltz since childhood, the one she'd been brought up on, Tchaikovsky's Sleeping Beauty waltz. But some child part of her mind could never help but pairing the sweet, sweeping notes that came after the thundering, electrifying beginning together with the words from the Disney movie version. "I know you. I danced with you once upon a dream." As always, they brought tears to her eyes. They made her heart sing and her feet want to fly rather than dance. Her dress was backless. Damon's warm hand was on her bare skin there. "I know," something whispered to her, "why they called this dance riotous and indecent." And now, certainly, Elena felt like a flame. We were meant to be this way. She couldn't remember if it was an old quote of Damon's or something new he was just barely whispering to her mind now, like two flames that join and merge into one. "You're good," Damon told her. And this time she knew that it was him speaking, and that it was in the present. "You don't need to patronize me. I'm too happy already." Elena laughed back. Damon was an expert, and not just at the precision of the steps. He danced the waltz as if it were still riotous and indecent. He had a firm lead, which of course Elena's human strength could not break. But he could interpret little signals of her own about what she wanted, and he obliged her, as if they were ice dancing, as if at any moment they might twirl and leap. Elena's stomach was slowly melting and taking her other internal organs with it. And it never once occurred to her to think what her high school friends and rivals and enemies would have thought of her melting over classical music. She was free of petty spite, petty shame over differences. She was through with labeling. She wished that she could go back to show everyone that she'd never meant it in the first place. The waltz was over all too soon, and Elena wanted to push the replay button and do it from the beginning again. There was a moment, just when the music stopped, where she and Damon were looking at each other with equal exaltation and yearning, and then Damon bowed over her hand. "There is more to the waltz than just moving your feet," he said, not looking up at her. "There is a swaying grace that can be put into the movements. a leaping flame of joy and oneness, with the music, with a partner. Those are not matters of expertise. Thank you very much for giving me the pleasure. Elena laughed because she wanted to cry. She never wanted to stop dancing. She wanted to tango with Damon, a real tango, the kind you were supposed to have to get married after. But there was another mission, a necessary mission that had to be completed. And as she turned, there were a whole crowd of other things in front of her. Men, demons, vampires, beast-like creatures. All of them wanted a dance. Damon's tuxedoed back was walking away from her. Damon! He paused, but did not turn back. Yes? Help me. We need to find the other half of the key. It seemed to take him a moment to assess the situation, but then he understood. He came back to her, and taking her by the hand, said in a clear, ringing voice, "This girl is my personal assistant. I do not desire that she dance with anyone other than myself." There was a restless murmuring at this. The kind of slaves that got taken to balls of this sort were not usually the kind that were forbidden to interact with strangers. But just then, there was a sort of flurry at the side of the room, eventually pressing toward the opposite side where Damon and Elena were. "What is it?" Elena asked, the dance and the key both forgotten. "Who is it, I'd ask, rather," Damon replied. "And I'd answer. Our hostess, Lady Bloodwed herself." Elena found herself crowding behind other people to get a glimpse of this most extraordinary creature. But when she actually saw the girl standing alone in the doorway to the ballroom, she gasped. She was made out of flowers, Elena remembered. What would a girl made out of flowers look like? She would have skin like the faintest blush of pink on an apple blossom, Elena thought, staring unashamedly. Her cheeks would be slightly deeper pink, like a dawn-colored rose. Her eyes, enormous in her delicate, perfect face, would be the color of larkspur, with heavy, feathery black lashes that would make them droop half shut, as if she walked always half in a dream. And she would have yellow hair as pale as primroses, falling down almost to the floor, wound in braids that were themselves incorporated into thicker braids until the whole mass was brought together just above her delicate ankles. Her lips would be as red as poppies, half open and inviting, and she would give off a scent that was like a bouquet of all the first blossoms of spring. She would walk as if swaying in the breeze. Elena could only remember standing, gazing after this vision like the dozens of other guests around her. Just one more second to drink in such loveliness, her mind begged. But what was she wearing? Elena heard herself say aloud. She could not remember either a stunning dress or a glimpse of lustrous apple blossom skin through the many braids. Some sort of gown. It was made of what else? Flowers. Damon put in wryly. She was wearing a dress made of every kind of flower I've ever seen. I don't understand how they stayed put. Maybe they were silk and sewn together. He was the only one who didn't seem dazzled by this vision. I wonder if she would talk to us. Just a few words, Elena said. She was longing to hear the delicate, magical girl's voice. I doubt it, a man in the crowd answered her. She doesn't talk much, at least until midnight. Say, it's you. How are you feeling? Very well, thank you, Elena replied politely, and then quickly stepped back. She recognized the speaker as one of the young men who had forced their cards on Damon at the end of the godfather's ceremony, the night of her discipline. Now she just wanted to get away unobtrusively. But there were too many of the men, and it was clear that they were not about to let her and Damon go. This is the girl I told you about. She goes into a trance, and no matter how she's marked, she doesn't feel a thing. Blood running down her sides like water, and she never flinched. They're a professional act. They go on the road. Elena was just about to say coolly that Blood-a-Wed had strictly forbidden this kind of barbarism at her party, when she heard one of the young vampires saying, Don't you know, I was the one who persuaded Lady Blood-a-Wed to ask you to this get-together. I told her about your act, and she was most interested to see it. Well, scratch one excuse, Elena thought, but at least be nice to these young men. They might be helpful somehow later. I'm afraid I can't do it tonight, she said quietly, so that they would be quiet themselves. I'll apologize to Lady Blood-a-Wed directly, of course, but it just isn't possible. Yes, it is. Damon's voice, just behind her, astounded her. It's quite possible, given that someone finds my amulet. Damon, what are you saying? Hush. What I have to. Unfortunately, about 3.5 weeks ago, I lost a very important amulet. It looks like this. He brought out the half of the fox key and let them all take a good look at it. Is that what you used to do the trick? Someone asked. But Damon was far too clever for that. No. Many people saw me do the act just a week or so ago without it. This is a personal amulet. But with part of it missing, I simply don't feel like doing magic. It looks like a little fox. You're not a kitsune. Someone, too clever for their own good, Elena thought, asked next. It may look like that to you. It's actually an arrow with 2 green stones at the arrowhead. It's a masculine charm. A female voice somewhere in the crowd said, I shouldn't think you need any more masculine charm than you have right now. And there was laughter. Chapter 35. Nevertheless, Damon's eyes took on a steely glint. Without the amulet, my assistant and I will not perform. But with it you will? I say, are you saying that you lost your amulet here? As a matter of fact, yes. Just around the time the party arrangements were being set up. Damon flashed a beautiful, haunting smile at the young vampires and then turned it off suddenly. I had no idea I would have your help, and I was trying to find a way to get an invitation. So I took a look around to see how the place would be laid out. Don't tell me it was before the grass was rolled, someone said apprehensively. Unfortunately, yes. And I was given a psychic message, which told me that the amulet is buried somewhere here. There was a chorus of groans from the crowd. Then there were individual voices raised, pointing out the difficulties, the rock hardness of the rolled grass, the many ballrooms with their many floral arrangements in soil, the kitchen garden and flower gardens, which we haven't even seen yet, Elena thought. I realized the virtual impossibility of finding this, Damon said, taking the half of the fox key back into his hand and making it disappear neatly by passing it near Elena's hand, which was ready to receive it. She now had a special place for it. Lady Ulma had seen to that. Damon was saying, "That is why I simply said no at the beginning. But you pressed me, and now I've given you the full answer." There was some more grumbling, but then people began walking out in ones and twos and threes, talking about the best places to start looking. "Damon, they're going to destroy Bloodowed's grounds," Elena protested silently. "Good. We'll offer all the jewels you three girls have on you, as well as all the gold I have on me, as a recompense. But what 4 people can't do, maybe 1,000 can." Elena sighed. "I still wish we had the chance to talk to Bloodowed, not just to hear her speak, but to ask her some questions. I mean, what reason would a beautiful blossom like her have to protect Shinichi and Misao?" Damon's telepathic answer was brief. "Well, let's try the top rooms, then." That was where she was headed, anyway. They found a case of crystal stairs, quite difficult to locate when all the walls were transparent, and frightening to ascend. Once on the 2nd floor, they looked for another one. Eventually, Elena found it by stumbling over the first step. "Oh," she said, looking from the step, which now showed itself through a line of red across its front edge, to her shin, which showed the same damage. "Well, it may be invisible, but we aren't. It's not quite invisible." Damon was channeling power to his eyes, she knew. She'd been doing the same, but these days she wondered which of them had more of her blood in them, him or her. "Don't strain yourself. I can see the steps," he said. "Just shut your eyes." "My eyes—" Before she could ask why she knew why, and before she could scream, he had picked her up, his body warm and solid, and the only solid thing anywhere around. He headed up the stairs, holding her, so that her dress was out of the way of the blood droplets that fell freely into space. For someone afraid of heights, it was a wild, terrifying ride, even though she knew Damon was in top condition and would not drop her, and even though she was certain he could see where he was going. Still, left to herself and her own volition, she would never have made it farther than the first stair. As it was, she didn't even dare wiggle much, in case she threw Damon off balance. She could only whimper and try to endure. When, an eternity later, they reached the top, Elena wondered who would carry her down, or if she would be left here the rest of her life. They were confronted by Bloodowed, the most enchantingly inhuman creature Elena had yet seen. Enchanting, but odd. Was there not a slight primrose pattern to her hair and back, and on the sides? Wasn't her face actually the shape of an apple blossom petal, as well as having the petal's faint bloom? "You are in my private library," she said. And as if a mirror had cracked, Elena came free of the last of Bloodowed's glamour. The gods had made her out of flowers, but flowers don't speak. Bloodowed's voice was toneless and flat. It ruined the image of the flower-made girl completely. "We're sorry," Damon said, naturally not at all out of breath, "but we'd like to ask you some questions." "If you think I will help you, I will not," the flower petal girl said in the same nasal tone. "I hate humans. But I am a vampire, as you have surely already discerned," Damon was beginning, laying the charm on thick, when Bloodowed interrupted him. "Once a human, always a human." "I beg your pardon." Damon's loss of control might have been the best thing that could have happened, Elena thought, trying to keep behind him. He was so clearly sincere about his scorn for humans that Bloodowed softened a little. "What did you come to ask?" "Only if you had seen one of two kitsune lately. They're brother and sister, and call themselves Shinichi and Misao." "Yes. Or they might—" "I'm sorry? Yes?" "The thieves came to my house at night. I was at a party. I flew back from the party and almost caught them. Kitsune are hard to catch, though." "Where—" Damon swallowed. "Where were they?" "Running down the front stairs. And do you remember the date that they were here?" "It was the night that the grounds were made ready for this party. Stone rollers went over the grass. The canopy was erected." Weird things to do at night, Elena thought. But then she remembered, again. The light was always the same. But her heart was beating fast. Shinichi and Misao could only have been here for one reason: to drop off half of the fox key. And maybe drop it in the great ballroom, Elena thought. She watched dully as the entire outside of the library rotated, almost like a giant planetarium, so that Bloodowed could pick out a globe and place it in some contraption that must make the music play in various rooms. "Excuse me," Damon said. "This is my private library," Bloodowed said coldly against the swelling of the glorious ending to the Firebird suite. "Meaning now we must leave?" "Meaning now I am going to kill you." Chapter 36. "What?" shouted Damon over the music, while adding, "Run! Go!" telepathically to Elena. If it had merely been Elena's life, she would have been glad enough to die here with the thunderous beauty of Firebird all around her, rather than facing those steep, invisible steps alone. But it wasn't just her life. It was Stefan's life, too. Still, the Flower Maiden didn't look particularly menacing, and Elena couldn't summon up enough adrenaline to try making it down the hideous stairway. "Damon, let's both go. We have to search the great ballroom outside. Only you're strong enough—" A hesitation. Damon would rather fight than face that enormous, impossible green field outside, Elena thought. But Bloodowed, despite her words, was now spinning the room around them again, so that she, at the edge of some invisible walkway, could find the exact orb she wanted. Damon lifted Elena in his arms and said, "Shut your eyes." Elena not only shut her eyes, but put her hands over them as well. If Damon was going to drop her, she wasn't going to help matters by shouting, "Look out," as he did it. The sensations themselves were sickening enough. Damon leaped from step to step like an ibex. He seemed barely to touch the steps in going down, and Elena wondered, quite suddenly, if anything were after them. If so, it was information she needed to know. She began to lift her hands and heard Damon whisper snarl, "Keep them shut," in a voice that few people liked to argue with. Elena peeked out between her hands, met Damon's exasperated eyes, and saw nothing following them. She clamped her hands back together and prayed. "If you were really a slave, you wouldn't last a day here, you know," Damon informed her, taking a final leap into space and then setting her down on invisible, but at least level, ground. "I wouldn't want to," Elena said coldly. "I swear I'd rather die." "Be careful what you promise." Damon flashed his splendid smile down at her suddenly. "You may end up in other dimensions trying to fulfill your word." Elena didn't even try to one-up him. They were out, free, and racing through the glass house down to the stairs to the lower floor. A little tricky in her state of mind, but bearable. And finally out the door. On the grass of the great ballroom they found Meredith and Bonnie, and Sage. He was actually in white tie as well, although his jacket strained at his shoulders. In addition, Talon was sitting on one, so the problem might be taken care of fairly soon, as she was ripping the material and drawing blood. Sage didn't seem aware of it. Saber was at his master's side, looking at Elena with eyes too thoughtful to be mere animal eyes, but without malice. "Thank God you came back," Bonnie cried, running to them. "Sage came, and he has a marvelous idea." Even Meredith was excited. "You remember how Damon said we should have brought a diviner? Well, we have two now." She turned to Sage. "Please, tell them." "As a rule, I don't take these two to parties." Sage reached down to scratch under Saber's throat. "But a little bird told me that you might be in trouble." His hand moved up to stroke Talon, ruffling the falcon's feathers slightly. "So, dites-moi, please. Just how much have you two been handling the half-key you do possess?" "I touched it tonight, and in the beginning, the night we found it," said Elena. "But Lady Ulma handled it, and Lucien made a chest for it, and we've all handled that." "But outside the box?" "I've held it and looked at it once or twice," said Damon. "Eh bien. The kitsune smells should be much stronger on it, and kitsune have very distinctive smells." "So you mean that Saber—" Elena's voice gave out for pure faintness. "Can sniff out anything with the smell of kitsune on it. Meanwhile, Talon has very good eyesight. She can fly overhead and look for the glint of gold in case it's in plain sight somewhere. Now, show them what they will be searching for." Elena obligingly held out the crescent-shaped half-key for Saber to sniff. "Voila. And Talon, now you take a good look." Sage backed away to what was, Elena supposed, Talon's optimal seeing distance. Then, when he came back, he said, "Commençons." And the black dog exploded away, nose to ground, while the falcon took off in grand, high, sweeping circles. "So you think the kitsune were on this grass?" Elena asked Sage, as Saber began racing back and forth, nose still just above the grass, and then suddenly veered out onto the middle of the marble steps. "But assuredly they were here. You see how Saber runs? Like a black panther, with his head low and his tail straight. He has business in hand, him. He is hot on the scent." "I know someone else who gives off the same feeling," Elena thought as she glanced back at Damon, who stood with his arms folded, motionless, coiled like a spring, waiting for whatever news the animals would bring. She happened to glance at Sage at the same moment, and she saw an expression on his face that, well, it was probably the same expression she'd been wearing a minute ago. He glanced at her, and she blushed. "Pardonnez-moi, monsieur," she said, looking away quickly. "Parlez-vous français, madame?" "Un peu," Elena said humbly, an unusual condition for her. "I can't really keep up a serious conversation, but I loved going to France." She was about to say something else when Saber barked once, sharply, to attract attention, and then sat bolt upright at the curb. "They came or left in a carriage or litter," Sage translated. "But what did they do in the house? I need a trail going the other way," Damon said, looking up at Sage with something like raw desperation. "All right, All right, Saber. Contre marche. The black dog instantly turned around, put its nose to the ground as if it afforded him the greatest delight, and began running back and forth across the stairs and the lawn that formed the great ballroom, now becoming pitted with holes as people took shovels, pickaxes, and even large spoons to it. Kitsune are hard to catch, Elena murmured into Damon's ear. He nodded, glancing at his watch. I hope we are too, he murmured back. There was a sharp bark from Saber. Elena's heart leaped in her chest. What? She cried. What is it? Damon passed her, grabbed her hand, and dragged her in his wake. What has he found? Elena gasped as they all reached the same point simultaneously. I don't know. It's not part of the great ballroom, replied Meredith. Saber was sitting up proudly in front of a bed of tall, clustering pale lavender, deep violet, hydrangeas. They don't look like they're doing too well, said Bonnie. And it's not below any of the upper ballrooms either, Meredith said, stooping to get at Saber's height and then look up. There's just the library. Well, I know one thing without a question, Damon said. We're going to have to dig up this flower patch, and I don't fancy asking Ms. Larkspur Eyes now I have to kill you for her permission. Oh, did you think they were Larkspur her eyes? Because I thought of bluebells, rather, said a guest behind Bonnie. Did she really say she had to kill you? But why? Another guest, nearer to Elena, asked nervously. Elena ignored them. Well, let's put it this way. She's certainly not going to like it, but it's the only clue we've got. Except, I suppose, if the Kitsune meant to leave it here, but then took off in a coach, she added voicelessly to Damon. So that means the show can commence, cried one of the young vampire fans, stepping toward Elena. But I don't have my amulet back, Damon said flatly, moving in front of Elena like an impenetrable wall. But you will in minutes, surely. Look, couldn't some fellows backtrack with the dog to wherever the bad guys came to the estate from, if you get me? And meanwhile, we can be getting on with the show? Can Saber do that? Damon asked. Follow a carriage. With a fox in it? But of course. Actually, I could go with them, Sage said quietly. I could make sure that these two enemies are caught if they are on the other end of the trail. Show them to me. These are the only shapes I know. Damon reached out 2 fingers and touched Sage's temple. But, of course, they'll have more forms. Possibly infinite ones. Well, they are not our priority, I assume. The, amulet is. Yes, Damon said. Even if you don't land a blow on them, get the key half and race back. So, even more important than revenge? Sage said softly, shaking his head in wonder. Then he added quickly, well, I will wish us good luck. Any adventurous types who want to go with me? Ah, good. 4. Very well. 5, madame, is enough. And he was gone. Elena looked at Damon, who was looking back with blank, black eyes. You really expect me to do that again? All you need to do is stand there. I'll make sure you lose as little blood as possible. And if you ever want to stop, we can have a signal. Yes, but now I understand. And I can't handle it. His face went cold suddenly, shutting her out. You're not required to handle anything. Besides, isn't it enough if I say it's a fair bargain for Stefan? Stefan. Elena's entire body went through some sort of elemental change. Let me share it, she begged, and knew that she was begging, and knew what Damon was going to say. Stefan is going to need you when we get out. Just make sure you can handle that. Stop. Think. Don't bash his head in, Elena's brain told her. He's pushing your buttons. He knows how to do it. Don't let him push your buttons. I can handle both, she said. Please, Damon. Don't treat me as if I were one of your one-nighters, or even your princess of darkness. Talk to me as if I were Sage. Sage. Sage is the most frustrating, cunning, I know, but you talk to him. And you used to talk to me, and now you're not. Listen to me. I can't bear to go through this scenario again. I'll scream. Now you're threatening. No, I'm telling you what will happen. Unless you gag me, I'll scream. And scream as I would scream for Stefan. I can't help it. Maybe I'm breaking down. But don't you see? Suddenly he had whirled around and taken hold of her hands. We're almost at the end. You, who've been the strongest all along. You can't break down now. The strongest? Elena was shaking her head. I thought we were right there, on the verge of understanding each other. All right. His words came as hard chips of marble now. What if we do 5? 5? 5 strokes instead of 10. We'll promise to do the other 5 when the amulet is found, but we'll run when we do find it. You would have to break your word. If it takes that, no, she said flatly. You say nothing. I'll tell them. I'm a liar and a cheat, and I've always played with men. We'll see if I can't finally put my talents to good use. And there's no point in trying any of the other girls, she added, glancing up. Bonnie and Meredith are wearing gowns that would fall right off if you slashed them. Only I have a bare back. She pirouetted in place to show off how her dress met only very high at the neck in a halter and very low in the back in a V. Then we're agreed. Damon had a slave refill his goblet, and Elena thought, we're going to be the tipsiest act in history, if nothing else. She couldn't help but shiver. The last time she had felt an inner trembling was from Damon's warm hand on her bare back as they danced. Now she felt something much icier, just a draught of cold air perhaps, but it drew her mind to the feeling of her own blood running down her sides. Suddenly, Bonnie and Meredith were there beside her, forming a barricade between her and the increasingly curious and excited crowd. Elena, what's happened? They said a barbarian human girl was to be whipped, began Meredith. And you just knew it had to be me, completed Elena. Well, it's true. I don't see how I can get out of it. But what have you done? Bonnie asked frantically. Been an idiot. Let some fraternity-type vampire boys think that it was a sort of magic act, Damon put in. His face was still grim. That's a little unfair, isn't it? Meredith asked. Elena told us about the first time. It sounded as if they jumped to the conclusion that it was an act all by themselves. We should have denied it then. Now we're stuck with it, Damon said flatly. Then, as if he were making an effort. Oh well, maybe we'll get what we came for anyway. That was how we found out. Some idiot came running down the steps yelling about an amulet with 2 green stones. It was all we could think of, Elena explained wearily. It's worth it for Damon and I to do this, if only we can find the other half of the key. You don't have to do it, Meredith said. We can just leave. Bonnie stared at her. Without the fox key? Elena shook her head. We've already been through all that. The unanimous decision was to do it this way. She looked around. Now where are the guys that wanted to see it so much? looking in the field. It used to be a ballroom, Bonnie replied. We're getting shovels, lots of them, from Bloodowed's gardening compound. Ow! Why did you pinch me, Meredith? Oh, my, did that pinch? I meant to do this. But Elena was already striding away, as eager now as Damon was to get it over with. Half over with. I just hope he remembers to change into his leather jacket and black jeans, she thought. In white tie, the blood. I won't let there be any blood. The thought was sudden, and Elena didn't know where it came from, but in the deepest reaches of her being she thought, he's been punished enough. He was trembling in the litter. He thought about another person's well-being from minute to minute. It's enough now. Stefan wouldn't want him to be hurt anymore. She glanced up to see one of the dark dimension's small, misshapen moons moving visibly above her. This time, the surrender she made to it was bright red, a feather shining in sullen crimson light. But she gave herself up to it unreservedly, body and soul, and it rested on the hallowed spring of eternal blood that was her womanhood. And then she knew what she had to do. Bonnie, Meredith, look. We're a triumvirate. We have to try to share this with Damon. No one looked enthusiastic. Elena, whose pride had been entirely broken from the moment she first saw Stefan in his cell, knelt down in front of them on the hard marble step. I'm begging you. Elena, stop that, Meredith gasped. Please get up. Oh, Elena. Bonnie was a breath away from tears. And so, it was small, soft-hearted Bonnie who turned the tide. I'll try to teach Meredith how. But anyway, we'll at least share it between the three of us. Hug, kiss, a murmur into strawberry hair. I know what you see in the dark. You're the bravest person I know. And then leaving a stunned Bonnie behind, Elena went to collect spectators for her own whipping. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Elena had been tied, like someone in a B-movie who will soon be released, standing upright against a pillar. Digging on the field was still going on in a dilatory way, as the vampires who had put her up to this fetched an ash stick they had brought and allowed Damon to inspect it. Damon himself was moving in slow motion, trying to find points to kibitz about, waiting for the rattling of coach wheels that would tell him the carriage was back, acting brisk, but inside feeling as sluggish as half-cooled lead. I've never been a sadist, he thought. I've always tried to give pleasure, except in fights. But it should be me in that prison cell. Can't Elena see that? It's my turn beneath the lash now. He had changed into his magician clothes, taking as long as he dared without looking as if he wanted to put this off. And now there were somewhere between 600 and 800 creatures waiting to see Elena's blood spill, to watch Elena's back cut and miraculously heal again. All right, I'm as ready as I'll ever be to do this. He came into his body, into the now of what was happening. Elena swallowed. Share the pain, she'd said, without in the least knowing how to do it. But here she was, like a sacrifice tied to a pillar, staring at Bloodowed's house and waiting for the blows to come. Damon was giving the crowd an introductory speech, talking gibberish and doing it very well. Elena found a particular window of the house to stare at, and then she realized that Damon was no longer speaking. A touch of the rod against her back, a telepathic whisper. Are you ready? Yes, she said immediately, knowing that she wasn't, and then hearing, against dead silence, a swish through the air. Bonnie's mind floating into hers, Meredith's mind flowing like a stream. The blow was a mere cuff, although Elena felt blood spill. She could feel Damon's bewilderment. What should have been a sword slash was a mere slap. Painful, but definitely bearable. And once again, the triumvirate portioned out the pain before Damon's mind could receive it. Keep the triangle moving. And a third. 2 more to go. Elena allowed her gaze to wander over the house, up to the 3rd floor where Blood-a-Wed had to be enraged at what had become of her party. 1 more to go. The voice of a guest coming back to her. That library. She has more orbs than most public libraries, and, with his voice dropping for a moment, they say she has all sorts of spheres up there. Forbidden ones, you know. Elena hadn't known, and still could hardly imagine what might be forbidden here. In her library, Blood-a-Wed, a single, lonely figure, moved in the brilliantly lighted great sphere to find a new orb. Inside the house, music would be playing. Different music, in each different room. Outside, Elena could hear nothing. The last blow. The triumvirate managed to handle it, allotting agonizing pain amongst 4 people. At least, Elena thought, my dress was already as red as it could be. And then it was over, and Bonnie and Meredith were quarreling with some of the vampire ladies who wanted to help bathe the blood from Elena's back, showing it once again unblemished and perfect, glowing golden in the sunlight. Better keep them away, Elena thought rather drowsily to Damon. Some of them may be compulsive nail-biters or finger-lickers. We can't afford for anyone to taste my blood and feel the life force in it. Not when I've gone through so much to conceal my aura. Although there was clapping and cheering everywhere, no one had thought to untie Elena's wrists. So she stood, leaning against the pillar, gazing at the library. And then the world froze. All around her was music and motion. She was the still point in a turning universe. But she had to get moving, and fast. She yanked hard at her bonds, lacerating herself. Meredith, untie me! Cut these ropes, quick! Meredith obeyed hastily. When Elena turned, she knew what she would see. The face. Damon's face. Bewildered, half resentful, half humble. It was good enough for her. Right then. Damon, we need to get to the... But then they were engulfed by a riot. Well-wishers, fans, skeptics, vampires begging for a tiny taste, gogglers who wanted to make sure that Elena's back was real and warm and unmarked. Elena felt too many hands on her body. Get away from her, damn you! It was the primal savage roar of a beast defending its mate. People backed away from Elena, only to close in, very slowly and timidly, on Damon. All right, Elena thought. I'll do it alone. I can do it alone. For Stefan, I can. She shouldered her way through the crowd, accepting bunches of hastily dug-up flowers from admirers, and feeling more hands on her body. Hey, she really isn't marked! At last, Meredith and Bonnie helped her to get out. Without them, she would never have made it. And then she was running into the house, not bothering to use the door that was near to Saber's barking place. She thought she knew what was there anyway. On the 2nd floor, she spent a minute being bewildered before seeing a thin, red line in nothingness. Her blood. See how many things it was good for? Right now, it highlighted the first of the glass steps for her, the one she had stumbled into before. And at that time, cradled in Damon's strong arms, she hadn't been able to imagine even crawling up these steps. Now she channeled all the power she had into her eye nodes, and the stairs lit up. It was still terrifying. There were no handholds on either side, and she was woozy from excitement, fear, and loss of blood. But she forced herself up and up and up. "Elena, I love you. Elena!" She could hear the cry as if Stefan were beside her now. Up, up, up. Her legs ached. Keep going. No excuses. If you can't walk, hobble. If you can't hobble, crawl. She was crawling as she finally reached the top, the edge of the nest of the owl bloodowed. At least it was still a pretty, if insipid-looking maiden who greeted her. Elena realized at last what was wrong with Bloodowed's looks. She had no animal vitality. She was, at heart, a vegetable. "I am going to kill you, you know." No. She was a vegetable with no heart. Elena glanced around her. She could see outside from here, although in between was the dome that was made of shelves and shelves upon shelves of orbs, so everything was weirdly distorted. There were no hanging creepers here, no flagrant displays of exotic, tropical blooms, but she was already in the center of the room, in Bloodowed's owl nest. Bloodowed was nowhere near it. She was on the contraption that let her reach her star balls. The key could only be buried in that nest. "I don't want to steal from you," Elena promised, breathing hard. Even as she spoke, she plunged 2 arms into the nest. "Those kitsune played a trick on both of us. They stole something of mine and put the key to it in your nest. I'm just taking back what they put in." "Ha! You human slave, barbarian. You dared to violate my private library. People outside are digging up my beautiful ballroom, my precious flowers. You think you're going to get away again this time? But you're not. This time you're going to die." It was an entirely different voice than the flat, nasal, but still maiden-like tones that had greeted Elena before. This was a powerful voice, a heavy voice, a voice to go with the size of the nest. Elena looked up. She couldn't make anything of what she saw. An enormous fur coat in a very exotic pattern? Some huge stuffed animal's back? The creature in the library turned toward her, or rather, its head swiveled toward her, while its back remained perfectly still. It rotated its head sideways, and Elena knew that what she was seeing was a face. The head was even more hideous and more indescribable than she could have imagined. It had a sort of single eyebrow which dipped from the edge of one side of its forehead down toward the nose, or where the nose should have been, and then went up again. The feature was like a gigantic V-shaped brow, and below it were 2 huge round yellow eyes that often blinked. There was no nose or mouth like a human's, but instead there was a large, cruel, hooked black beak. The rest of the face was covered in feathers, mostly white, turning mottled gray at the bottom, where the neck seemed to be. It was also gray and white in two horn-like projections that shot up from the top of the head, like a demon's horns, Elena thought wildly. Then, with the head still staring at her, the body turned toward Elena. It was the body of a sturdy woman, covered in white and grizzled feathers, Elena saw. Talons peeked out from under the lowest feathers. "Hello," the creature said in a grating voice, its beak opening and closing to bite off the words. "I'm Bloodawed, and I never let anyone touch my library. I am your death." The words, "Can't we at least talk about it first?" were on Elena's lips. She didn't want to be a hero. She certainly didn't want to take on Bloodawed while searching for the key that must be here, somewhere. Elena kept on trying to explain while frantically feeling inside the nest, when Bloodawed extended wings that spanned the room and came at her. And then, like a streak of lightning, something zipped between them, giving out a raucous cry. It was Talon. Sage must have given the hawk orders when he left her. The owl seemed to shrink a little. The better to attack, thought Elena. "Please, let me explain. I haven't found it yet, but there is something in your nest that doesn't belong to you. It's mine and Stefan's, and the kitsune hid it the night you had to chase them off your estate. Do you remember that?" Bloodawed didn't answer for a moment. Then she showed that she had a simple, one-size-fits-all situations philosophy. "You set foot into my private quarters, you die," she said. And this time, when she swooped by Elena could hear the clack of her beak coming together. Again, something small and bright dove at Bloodawed, aiming for her eyes. The great owl had to take her attention off Elena in order to deal with it. Elena gave up. Sometimes you just needed help. "Talon!" she cried, unsure of how much human speech Talon understood. "Try to keep her occupied, just for a minute." As the two birds darted and wheeled and shrieked around her, Elena tried to search with her arms, while ducking when she needed to. But that great black beak was always too close. Once it sliced into her arm, but Elena was on an adrenaline high, and she hardly felt the pain. She kept searching without a pause. Finally, she realized what she should have done from the beginning. She snatched up an orb from its transparent rack. "Talon," she called. "Here!" The falcon dove down toward her, and there was a snap. But afterward, Elena still had all her fingers, and the Hoshi no Tama was gone. Now! Elena truly heard a shriek of rage from Bloodawed. The giant owl went after the hawk, but it was like a human trying to slap a fly, an intelligent fly. "Give that orb back! It's priceless! Priceless!" "You'll get it back as soon as I find what I'm looking for." Elena, mad with terror and soaked in hormones, climbed all the way inside the nest and began searching the marble bottom with her fingers. Twice Talon saved her by dropping orbs with a crash to the ground as the huge owl Bloodawed was headed toward Elena. Each time, the noise of the crash caused the owl to forget about Elena and try to attack the hawk. Then Talon snatched another orb and swept at great speed right under the owl's nose. Elena was beginning to have a nightmare feeling that everything she had known just a half hour before was wrong. She had been leaning against the canopy pole, exhausted, staring up into the library, and the maiden who inhabited it, and the words had simply flowed into her mind. Bloodawed's orb room, Bloodawed's globe room, Bloodawed's star ballroom, Bloodawed's ballroom. 2 ways to take the same words, 2 very different kinds of rooms. It was just as she was remembering this that her fingers touched metal. Chapter 38. Talon! Heal! Elena shouted and began to race as fast as she could to get out of the room. This was strategy. Would the owl become even smaller so as to get through the door, or would it destroy its sanctuary in order to stay on top of Elena? It was a good strategy, but it didn't amount to much in the end. The owl shrank to dart through the door, and then resumed gigantic size to attack Elena as she ran down the stairs. Yes, ran. With all of her power channeled to her eyes, Elena leaped from step to step as Damon had before. Now there was no time for fear, no time for thinking. There was only time to turn over in her fingers a small, hard, crescent-shaped object. Shinichi and Misao, they did make it into her nest. There must be a ladder or something made of glass that even Damon couldn't see, in the flower bed where Saber had stopped and barked. No, Damon would have seen it, so they must have brought their own ladder. That's why their trail ended there. They climbed straight up into the library, and they ruined the flowers in the bed, which is why the new flowers weren't doing so well. Elena knew from Aunt Judith, from her childhood, that transplanted flowers took a while to revive and perk up again. Leap, jump, leap. I am a spirit of fire. I cannot miss a step. I am a fire elemental. Leap, leap, leap. And then Elena was looking at level ground, trying not to leap into it, but a prisoner to her body, which was already leaping. She fell hard enough to numb one side, but she kept hold of the precious crescent clenched in a death grip in her hand. A gigantic beak smashed into glass where she had been a moment before she slid. Talons raked her back. Bloodawed was still after her. Sage and his group of sturdy young male and female vampires traveled at the pace of a running dog. Saber could lead them, but only as fast as he himself could go. Fortunately, few people seemed to want to instigate a fight with a dog that weighed as much as they did, that weighed more than many of the beggars and children they encountered as they reached the bazaar. The children crowded around the carriage, slowing them further. Sage took the time to exchange an expensive jewel for a purse full of small change, and he scattered the coins behind the carriage as they went, allowing Saber free rein. They passed dozens of stalls and crossing streets, but Saber was no ordinary bloodhound. He had enough power to confound most vampires. With perhaps only 1 or 2 of the key molecules stuck to his nasal membrane, he could hunt down his goal. Where another dog might be fooled by one of the hundreds of similar Kitsune trails they were traveling through, Saber examined and rejected each of them as being not quite the right shape, size, or sculpture. There came a time, though, when even Saber seemed defeated. He stood in the center of a 6-way crossroads, regardless of traffic, limping slightly and going in circles. He couldn't seem to choose a path. And nor could I, my friend, Sage thought. We've come so far, but it's clear they went on farther. No way to go up or dig down. Sage hesitated, looking around the crimson-colored wheel of roads. And then he saw something directly across from him, but to his left was a perfumery. It must sell hundreds of fragrances, and billions of scent molecules were deliberately being released into the air. Saber was blind. Not blind in his keen, liquid, dark eyes, but where it mattered, he was numbed and blinded by the billions of scents that were being blown up his nose. The vampires in the carriage were calling to go on or go back. They had no sense of real adventure, them. They just wanted a nice show. And undoubtedly, many had slaves who were recording the whipping for them, so they could enjoy it at leisure at home. At that moment, a flash of blue and gold decided Sage. A guardian. Eh bien. Heel, Saber. Saber's head and tail drooped as Sage randomly picked one of the directions and had him race alongside the running vampire to get out of the thoroughfare and onto another street. But then, miraculously, the tail went up again. Sage estimated that there could not be even one molecule of the kitsune scent left in Saber's nostrils now. But the memory of the scent, that was still there. Saber was once again in hunting mode, with head down, tail straight, all his power and intelligence concentrated on one goal and one goal only: to find another molecule that matched the three-dimensional memory of the one in his mind. Now that he was not blinded by the searing smell of all those different, concentrated odors, he was able to think more clearly. And thinking alerted him to slip in between streets, causing a commotion behind him. What about the carriage? Forget about the carriage. Don't lose sight of that guy with the dog. Sage, trying to keep up with Saber himself, knew when a chase was about to end. Tranquillité, he thought to Saber. He also barely whispered the word. He had never been certain if his animal friends were telepathic or not, but he liked to believe that they were, while behaving as if they were not. Tranquillité, he told himself. And so, when the huge black dog with the shining dark eyes and the man ran up the steps to one particular ramshackle building, they did it silently. Then, as if he'd had a pleasant stroll in the country, Saber sat and looked at Sage in the face, laughing, panting. He opened and closed his mouth in a silent parody of a bark. Sage waited for the young vampires to catch up with him before he opened the door, and, as he wanted the element of surprise, he didn't knock. Instead, he smashed a fist with the power of a sledgehammer through the door and groped for locks and chains and bolts. He could feel none. He did feel a knob. Before opening the door and going into who knew what peril, he said to those behind him, "Any loot we take is the property of Master Demon. I am his foreman, and it was only through my dog's skills that we have made it so far." There was agreement, ranging from grumbling to indifferent. "By the same token," Sage said, "whatever danger is in there, I face first. Saber, now!" They burst into the room, nearly taking the door off its hinges. Elena cried out involuntarily. Blood-a-Wed had just done what Damon would not, and lined her back with bloody furrows from her talons. But even as Elena managed to find the glass door to the outside, she could feel other minds surging to help sustain her, to lift and share some of the pain. Bonnie and Meredith were picking their way through huge shards of glass to get to her. They were screaming at the owl, and Talon, heroically, was attacking from above. Elena couldn't stand it any longer. She had to see. She had to know that this metallic-feeling thing that she picked out of Bloodawed's nest wasn't some bit of filthy rubbish. She had to know now. Rubbing the tiny scrap of metal against the ill-fated scarlet dress, she took a moment to glance downward to see crimson sunlight sparkle against gold and diamonds and two folded back little ears and two bright green alexandrite eyes. The duplicate of the first fox key half, but facing the other way. Elena's legs almost gave way underneath her. She was holding the second half of the fox key. Hurriedly then, Elena brought up her free hand and plunged her fingers down into the carefully made little pocket behind the diamond insert. It concealed a tiny pouch, specially sewn there by Lady Ulma herself. In it was the first half of the fox key, replaced there as soon as Saber and Talon had finished with it. Now, as she shoved the second half key into the pocket with the first, she was disconcerted to feel movement in the pouch. The two pieces of the fox key were, what, becoming one? A black beak slammed into the wall beside her. Without even thinking, Elena ducked and rolled to escape it. When her fingers flew back to make sure that the pouch was tied up and secure, she was astonished to feel a familiar shape resting inside. Not a key? Not a key? The world was spinning wildly around Elena. Nothing mattered. Not the object, not her own life. The Kitsune twins had tricked them, had made fools of the idiot humans and the vampire who had dared to face up to them. There was no double fox key. Still, hope refused to die. What was it Stefan used to say? Mai dire mai. Never say never. Knowing what a chance she was taking, knowing she was a fool for taking it, Elena thrust her finger again into the pouch. Something cool slipped onto one finger and stayed there. She glanced down and for a moment was arrested by the sight. There, on her ring finger, gleamed a gold, diamond-encrusted ring. It represented two abstract foxes curled together, one facing each way. Each fox had two ears, two green alexandrite eyes, and a pointed nose. And that was all. Of what use was a trinket like this to Stefan? It bore no resemblance to the double-winged keys shown in the pictures of Kitsune shrines. As treasure, it was surely worth 1,000,000 times less than what they had already spent to get it. And then Elena noticed something. A light shone from the eyes of one of the foxes. If she hadn't been staring at it so closely, or if she hadn't been by now in the white waltz ballroom where colors showed true, she might not have noticed it. But the light was shining straight ahead of her as she turned her hand sideways. Now it was shining from 4 eyes. It was shining in exactly the direction of Stefan's prison cell. Hope rose up like a phoenix in Elena's heart and took her soaring on a mental journey out of this labyrinth of glass rooms. The music playing was the waltz from Faust, away from the sun, deep into the heart of the city. That was where Stefan was, and that was where the pale green light from the fox's eyes was shining. Riding high on hope, she turned the ring. The light winked out of both fox's eyes, but when she turned the ring so that the second fox was in line with Stefan's cell, it winked on. Secret signals. How long could she have owned a ring like that and done nothing if she hadn't already known where Stefan's prison was? longer than Stefan had left to live, probably. Now she only had to survive long enough to reach him. Chapter 39. Elena waded into the crowd feeling like a soldier. She didn't know why. Maybe because she had thought of a quest and had managed to complete it and stay alive and bring back loot. Maybe because she bore honorable wounds. Maybe because above her there was an enemy who was still out for her blood. Come to think of it, she thought, I'd better get all these non-combatants out of here. We can keep them in a safe house. Well, a few dozen safe houses, and what was she thinking? Safe house was a phrase from a book. She wasn't responsible for these people, idiots mostly, who had stood, slavering, and watched her being whipped. But despite that, maybe she should get them out of here. Blood-a-wed! She cried dramatically and pointed to a wheeling silhouette above. Blood-a-wed is free! She gave me these, pointing to the 3 lacerations on her back. She'll go after you, too! At first, most of the angry exclamation seemed to be about the fact that Elena now had a marked back. Elena was in no mood to argue. There was only one person here she wanted to talk to now. Keeping Bonnie and Meredith close behind her, she called, Damon! Damon, it's me! Where are you? There was so much telepathic traffic that she doubted he would hear her. But finally, she caught a faint, Elena? Yes. Elena, hold on to me. Think of holding me physically, and I'll take us to a different frequency. Hold on to a voice? But Elena imagined holding on to Damon tightly while she physically held Bonnie's and Meredith's hands. Now can you hear me? This time the voice was much clearer, much louder. Yes, but I can't see you. But I see you. I'm coming to watch out! Too late. Elena's senses warned her of a huge shadow plummeting from above. She couldn't move quickly enough to get out of the way of a snapping, alligator-sized beak. But Damon could. Leaping from somewhere, he gathered her and Bonnie and Meredith all in one great armful and leaped again, hitting grass and rolling. Oh, God! Damon! Is anybody hurt? He asked aloud. I'm fine, Meredith said quietly, calmly. But I suspect I owe you my life. Thank you. Bonnie? Elena asked. I'm okay, I mean. I'm okay. But Elena, you're back. For the first time, Damon was able to turn Elena and see the wounds on her back. I did that? But I thought Blood-a-wed did that, Elena said sharply, looking upward for a circling shape in the deep red sky. She just barely touched me. She has talons like knives, like steel. We have to go, now. Damon put both hands on her shoulders. And come back when things have calmed down, you mean? And never come back. Oh, God, here she comes. Something out of the corner of her eye became baseball-sized in an instant, volleyball-sized in a second, human-sized in a moment. And then they were all scattering, leaping, rolling, trying to get away, except Damon, who seized Elena and shouted, This is my slave. If you have any argument with her, you first argue with me. And I am Blood-a-wed, created by the gods, condemned to be a murderer every night. I'll kill you first, then eat her, the thief. Blood-a-wed called back in her raucous new voice. 2 bites is all it will take. Damon, I need to tell you something. I'll fight you, but my slave is out of it. First bite. Here I come. Damon, we have to go! A scream of primal pain and fury. Damon was standing slightly crouched, with a huge piece of glass held in his hand like a sword, and great black drops of blood were dripping from where he had... Oh, God, Elena thought. He'd put out one of Bloodowed's eyes. You will all die. All. Bloodowed made a charge at a random vampire directly below her, and Elena screamed as the vampire screamed. The black beak had caught him by one leg and was lifting him. But Damon was running forward, jumping, slashing. With a scream of fury, Bloodowed took to the sky again. Now everyone understood the danger. 2 other vampires rushed to take their comrade from Damon, and Elena was glad that her friends were not responsible for another life. She had too much on her hands already. Damon, I'm leaving now. You can come with me or not. I've got the key. Elena sent the words on the frequency that they were more or less alone on, and she sent it without dramatics. She had no room for drama left. She'd been stripped of everything, except the need to get to Stefan. This time, she knew Damon heard her. At first, she thought Damon was dying, that Bloodowed had somehow come back and pierced him through his entire body, as with a spear made of light. Then she realized that the feeling was rapture, and 2 tiny child hands reached out of the light and clung to hers, allowing her to pull a thin, ragged, but laughing child away free. No chains, she thought dizzily. He's not even wearing slave bracelets. My brother, he told her. My little brother's going to live. Well, that's a fine thing, Elena said shakily. He's going to live. A tiny frown line appeared. If you hurry, and take good care of him, and... Elena put 2 fingers over his lips very gently. You don't need to worry about anything like that. You just be happy. The little boy laughed. I will. I am. Elena? Elena came out of, well, she supposed it was a daze, although it had been more real than many other things she'd experienced recently. Elena! Damon was trying desperately to restrain himself. Show me the key. Slowly, majestically, Elena lifted her hand. Damon's shoulders, tensed for something, went down. It's a ring, he said dully. The slow and majestic bit hadn't worked on him at all. That's what I thought at first. It's a key. I'm not asking you, or seeing if you agree with me. I'm telling you. It's a key. The light from its eyes points to Stefan. What light? I'll show you later. Bonnie, Meredith, we're leaving. You're not if I say you're not. Watch out! Screamed Bonnie. The owl was diving again. And again at the last second, Damon gathered the 3 girls and leaped. The owl's beak struck not grass, nor shards of glass, but the marble steps. They cracked. There was a scream of pain, and another as Damon, nimble as a dancer, slashed at the giant bird's one good eye. He got in a cut right above it. Blood began to fill the eye. Elena couldn't stand any more. Ever since starting out on this journey with Damon and Matt, she had been a vial filling with anger. Drop by drop, with each new outrage, that anger had filled and filled the vial. Now her rage was about to fill it to overflowing. But then, what would happen? She didn't want to know. She was afraid she wouldn't survive it. What she did know was that she couldn't watch any more pain and blood and anguish right now. Damon genuinely enjoyed fighting. Good. Let him. She was going to Stefan if she had to walk the whole way. Meredith and Bonnie were silent. They knew Elena in this mood. She wasn't fooling around, and neither of them wanted to be left behind. It was exactly at that moment that the carriage came rumbling up to the base of the marble stairs. Sage, who obviously knew something about human nature, demonic nature, vampiric nature, and various kinds of bestial nature, jumped out of the carriage with 2 swords drawn. He also whistled. In a moment, a shadow, a small one, came streaking to him out of the sky. Last, slowly, stretching each leg like a tiger, came Saber, who immediately pulled back his lips to show an amazing number of teeth. Elena leaped toward the carriage, her eyes meeting Sage's. "Help me," she thought desperately, and his eyes said just as plainly, "Have no fear." Blindly, she reached behind her with both hands. One small, fine-boned, lightly trembling hand was thrust into hers. One slim, cool hand, hard as a boy's, but with long tapering fingers, grabbed her other one. There was no one here to trust, no one to say goodbye to, or leave messages of goodbye with. Elena scrambled into the carriage. She got into the back seat, the farthest from the front, to accommodate incoming humans and animals. And in they did come, like an avalanche. She had dragged Bonnie with her, and Meredith had followed, so that when Saber leaped into his accustomed place, he landed on 3 soft laps. Sage hadn't wasted a moment. With Talon clamped on his left wrist, he left just enough room for Damon's final spring, and a spring it was, cracked and broken, oozing black fluid. Blood-a-Web's beak hit the end of the marble stairs where Damon had been standing. "Directions!" shouted Sage, but only after the horses were heading at a gallop somewhere, anywhere, away. "Oh, please, don't let her hurt those horses!" Bonnie gasped. "Oh, please, don't let her split this roof like cardboard," said Meredith, somehow able to be wry even when her life was in danger. "Directions! S'il vous plaît!" roared Sage. "The prison, of course," panted Elena. She felt that it had been a long time since she had been able to get enough air. "The prison?" Damon seemed distracted. "Yes, the prison." But then, he added, pulling up something like a pillowcase filled with billiard balls. "Sage, what are these?" "Loot, booty, spoils, plunder." As the horses swung in a new direction, Sage's voice seemed to get more and more cheerful. "And look around your feet." "More pillowcases?" "I wasn't prepared for a big haul tonight, but things worked out well anyway." But now Elena was feeling one of the pillowcases for herself. The case was indeed full of clear, sparkling Hoshi no Tama, star balls, memories worthless? Priceless. Although, of course, we don't know what's on them. Sage's voice changed subtly. Elena remembered the warning about forbidden spheres. What, in the name of the yellow sun, could they possibly forbid down here? Bonnie was the first to pick up a disc and put it to her temple. She did it so quickly, with such flashing, bird-like movements, that Elena couldn't stop her. What is it? Elena gasped, trying to pull the star ball away. It's poetry. Poetry I can't understand, said Bonnie crossly. Meredith had also picked up a sparkling orb. Elena reached for her, but once again she was too late. Meredith sat as if in a trance for a moment, then grimaced and put the sphere down. What? Demanded Elena. Meredith shook her head. She wore a delicate expression of distaste. What? Elena almost yelled. Then, as Meredith put the star ball by her feet, Elena lunged at it. She clapped it to her own temple and immediately was dressed in black leather from head to toe. There were two broad, square men in front of her, without a lot of muscle tone, and she could see all of their musculature because they were stark naked, except for rags such as beggars wore. But they weren't beggars. They looked well-fed and oily, and it was clearly an act when one of them groveled. "We have trespassed. We beg your forgiveness, O Master." Elena was reaching to take the sphere off her temple. They stuck gently, if you put a little pressure there, and saying, "Why don't they use the space for something else?" Something else was immediately all around her. A girl, in poor clothing, but not sacking. She looked terrified. Elena wondered if she were being controlled. And Elena was the girl. "Please don't let it get at me, please don't let it get me, please don't let it get me." "Let what get you?" Elena asked. But it was like watching a movie or book character while they were going into a lonely house in a howling storm and the music had turned eerie. The Elena who was walking in fear could not hear the Elena who was asking practical questions. "I don't think I want to see how this one comes out," she decided. She put the star ball back at Meredith's feet. "Do we have 3 sacks?" "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 3 sacks full." Oh, that didn't work out very well. Elena was opening her mouth again when Damon added quietly, "And 1 sack empty." "Really? We do?" "Then let's all try to divide these. Anything forbidden goes in 1 sack. Weird stuff like Bonnie's poetry reading goes into another. Any news of Stefan or of us goes in the 3rd. And nice things like summer days go in the 4th, Elena said. "I think you are being optimistic, me," Sage said. "To expect to find an orb with Stefan on it so quickly." "Everybody hush," Bonnie said frantically. "This is Shinichi and Damon talking him into it." Sage stiffened, as if taking a lightning bolt from the stormy sky. Then he smiled. "Speak of the devil," he murmured. Elena smiled at him and squeezed his hand before taking another ball. "This one seems to be some kind of legal stuff. I don't understand it. A slave must be taking it because I can see all of them." Elena felt her facial muscles tighten with hatred at the sight, even in a sort of dream, of Shinichi, the kitsune who had done so much harm. His hair was black, except for an irregular fringe around the edges, which made it look as if it had been dipped in red-hot lava. And then, of course, Misao, Shinichi's sister, allegedly. This star ball must have been made by a slave, because she could see both of the twins and a lawyerly-looking man. Misao, Elena thought. Delicate, deferential, demure, demonic. Her hair was the same as Shinichi's, but it was held up and back in a ponytail. You could see the demonic part if she raised her eyes. They were effervescent, golden, laughing eyes, just like her brother's. Eyes that had never had a regret, except perhaps for not exacting enough revenge. They took no responsibility. They found anguish funny. And then something odd happened. All three of the figures in the room suddenly turned around and looked straight at her. Straight at whoever had made the sphere, Elena corrected herself. But it still was disconcerting. It was even more disconcerting when they continued to advance. Who am I? Elena thought, feeling half frantic with anxiety. Then she tried something she had never done before, or seen or heard of being done. She carefully extended her power into the self around the orb. She was wordy, a sort of lawyer's secretary. He took notes when important deals were done. And Wordy definitely didn't like the way things were going right now. The two clients and his boss closing in on him like this, in a way they never had before. Elena pulled herself out of the clerk and put the ball down to one side. She shivered, feeling as if she'd been plunged into ice-cold water. And then the roof crashed in. Bloodawed. Even with her crippled beak, the huge owl tore off quite a bit of the roof of the carriage. Everyone was screaming, and no one was giving much good advice. Saber and Damon had both damaged her. Saber, by raising right off the 3 soft laps he was sitting on and lunging straight up for Bloodawed's feet. He had torn and shaken one before letting go to fall back into the carriage, where he almost slid off the back. Elena, Bonnie, and Meredith grabbed at whatever portions of canine anatomy they could reach and hauled the huge animal into the back seat again. "Scoot over! Give him his own seat!" wailed Bonnie, looking at the shreds of her pearl-colored dress where Saber had taken off and ripped right through the gauzy material. He'd left red welts in his path. "Well," Meredith said, "next time we'll request steel petticoats. But I really hope there isn't going to be a next time anyway." Elena prayed fervently that she was right. Bloodawed was skimming in from a lower angle now, undoubtedly hoping to snap off a few heads. "Everybody grab wood and spheres. Throw the spheres at her as she comes close to us." Elena was hoping that the sight of star globes, Bloodawed's obsession, might slow her down. At the same time, Sage shouted, "Don't waste the star balls. Throw anything else. Besides, we're almost there. Hard left, then straight away." The words gave Elena new hope. "I have the key," she thought. "The ring is the key. All I have to do now is get Stefan, and get all of us to the door with the keyhole. All in one building. I'm practically home." The next sweep came in even lower. Bloodawed, blind in one eye, with blood filling the other one, and her olfactory senses blocked by her own dried blood, was trying to ram the carriage and knock it over. "If she manages it, we'll be dead," Elena thought. "And any who are still writhing like worms on the ground, she can pick off." "Duck!" She screamed the word both vocally and telepathically. And then something like an airplane flew so close to her that she felt tufts of hair being pulled out, caught in its claws. Elena heard a cry of pain from the front seat, but didn't raise her head to see what it was. And that was good. For while the carriage suddenly slammed to a halt, the next instant a whirling, screaming bird of death came searing out on the same course. Now Elena needed all of her attention, all her faculties, to avoid this monster that was buzzing them even lower. "The carriage! She is finished! Get out! Run!" Sage's voice came rumbling to her. "The horses!" screamed Elena. "Finish! Get out, damn you!" Elena had never heard Sage swear before. She dropped the subject. Elena never knew how she and Meredith did get out, tumbling over each other, trying to help and only getting in each other's way. Bonnie was already out, by virtue of the coach having hit a pole and sending her flying. Fortunately, it had sent her into a square of ugly but springy red clover, and she wasn't seriously injured. "Ah, my bracelet! No, there it is," she cried, grabbing something glittering out of the clover. She cast a cautious look upward into the crimson night. "Now what do we do?" "We run," came Damon's voice. He came around the wreckage of the corner where they had fallen in a heap. There was blood on his mouth, on the previously immaculate white at his throat. It reminded Elena of those people who drank cow's blood as well as milk for nutrition, but Damon only drank from humans. He would never stoop to equine blood. "The horses will still be here, and so will Bloodowed," a harsh voice explained in her head. She would play with them. There would be pain. This way was quick. It was a whim. Elena reached for his hands, gasping. "Damon, I'm sorry." "Get out of here!" Sage was roaring. "We have to get to Stefan," Elena said, and grabbed Bonnie with her other hand. "Help guide me, please. I can't see the ring very well." Meredith, she trusted, would get to the She building on her own resources. And then there was a nightmare of running and flinching and false alarms by a shaken Bonnie. Twice the horror from above came skimming straight toward them, only to crash just in front of them, or a little to the side, breaking wood and tile road alike, throwing up clouds of dust. Elena didn't know about all owls, but Bloodowed swooped down at an angle on her prey, then opened her wings and dropped at the last moment. Part of the worst thing about the giant owl was her silence. There was no rustling to warn them of where she might be. Something in her own feathers muffled the sound, so that they never knew when she was going to drop next. In the end, they had to crawl through all sorts of rubbish, going as fast as they could, holding wood, glass, anything sharp over their heads as Bloodowed made another pass. And all the time Elena was trying to use her power. It was not a power she had used before, but she could feel its name shaping her lips. What she could not feel, could not force, was a connection between the words and the power. "I'm useless as a heroine," she thought. "I'm pathetic. They should have given these powers to someone who already knew how to control such things. Or, no, they should have given them to someone and then given the someone a course on how to use them. Or, no, Elena!" Rubbish was flying in front of her. But then she was cutting left and somehow getting around it. And then she was on the ground and looking up at Damon, who had protected her with his body. "Thank you," she whispered. "Come on. I'm sorry." She whispered and held out her right hand with the ring on it for him to take. And then she doubled up, heaving with sobs. She could hear the flapping of Bloodowed right above her. Chapter 40. Matt and Mrs. Flowers were in the bunker, the addition to the house that Mrs. Flowers' uncle had put onto the back for woodwork and other hobbies. It had fallen into even more neglect than the rest of the house, being used as a storage space for things Mrs. Flowers didn't know where else to put, such as Cousin Joe's folding cot and that old sagging couch that didn't match a stick of furniture inside anymore. Now, at night, it was their haven. No child or adult from Fell's Church had ever been invited inside. In fact, except for Mrs. Flowers, Stefan, who'd helped move large furniture into it, and now Matt, no one had even been in for as long as Mrs. Flowers could remember. Matt clung to this. He had been, slowly but surely, reading through the material Meredith had researched, and one precious excerpt had meant a lot to him and Mrs. Flowers. It was the reason they were able to sleep at night when the voices came. The Kitsune is often thought to be a sort of cousin to Western vampires, seducing chosen men, as most fox spirits take on a female form, and feeding directly on their chi, or life spirit, without the intermediary of blood. Thus, one may make a case that they are bound by similar rules to the vampire. For example, they cannot enter human dwellings without invitation. And oh, the voices. He was profoundly glad now that he'd taken Meredith and Bonnie's advice and gone to Mrs. Flowers first before going home. The girls had convinced him he'd only be putting his parents in danger by facing up to the lynch mob that awaited him, ready to kill him for allegedly assaulting Caroline. Caroline seemed to have found him at the boarding house immediately, anyway, but she never brought any kind of mob with her. Matt thought that perhaps it was because that would have been useless. He had no idea what might have happened if the voices had belonged to ex-friends long ago invited to his house while he was at home. Tonight. Come on, Matt. Caroline's voice, lazy, slow, and seductive, purred. It sounded as if she were lying down, speaking into the crack under the door. Don't be such a spoil sport. You know you have to come out sometime. Let me talk to my mom. I can't, Matt. I told you before, she's undergoing training. To be like you? It takes a lot of work to get to be like me, Matt. Suddenly, Caroline's tone was not flirtatious any longer. I bet, Matt muttered, and added, you hurt my family, and you're going to be sorrier than you can imagine. Oh, Matt. Come on, get real. Nobody is going to hurt anybody. Matt slowly opened his hands to look at what he had clenched between them. Meredith's old revolver, filled with the bullets blessed by Obasan. What is Elena's middle name? He asked, not loudly, even though there were the sounds of music and dancing in Mrs. Flowers' backyard. Matt, what are you talking about? What are you doing in there, making a family tree? I asked you a simple question, Care. You and Elena played since you were practically babies, right? So what is her middle name? A flurry of activity. When Caroline finally answered, he could clearly hear the whispered coaching, as Stephen had heard so long ago, just a beat before her words. If all you're interested in is playing games, Matthew Honeycutt, I'll go find someone else to talk to. He could practically hear her flounce away. But he felt like celebrating. He allowed himself a whole graham cracker and half a cup of Mrs. Flowers' homemade apple juice. They never knew when they might be locked in here for good, with only the supplies they had, so whenever Matt went out of the bunker, he brought back as many things as he could find that might be useful. A barbecue lighter and hairspray equaled a flamethrower. Jar after jar of Mrs. Flowers' delicious preserves. Lapis rings in case the worst happened and they ended up with pointy teeth. Mrs. Flowers turned in her sleep on the couch. Who was that, Matt dear? She asked. Nobody at all, Mrs. Flowers. You just go back to sleep. I see, Mrs. Flowers said in her sweet old lady voice. Well, if nobody at all comes back, you might ask her her own mother's first name. I see, Matt said in his best imitation of her voice, and then they both laughed. But underneath his laughter there was a lump in his throat. He had known Mrs. Forbes a long time, too, and he was scared. Scared of the time that it would be Shinichi's voice calling. Then they were going to be in trouble for good. "There it is!" shouted Sage. "Elena!" screamed Meredith. "Oh, God!" screamed Bonnie. The next instant, Elena was thrown, and something landed on top of her. Dully, she heard a cry, but it was different from the others. It was a choking sound of pure pain as Bloodawed's beak thunked into something made of flesh. Me, Elena thought. But there was no pain. Not me? There was a coughing sound above her. "Elena, go! My shields won't hold. Damon, we'll go together." "Hurts." It was just the shadow of a telepathic whisper, and Elena knew Damon didn't think she'd heard it. But she was circling her power, faster and faster, done with deception, caring only about getting those she loved out of danger. "I'll find a way," she told Damon. "I'll carry you. Fireman's lift." He laughed at that, giving Elena some hope that he wasn't dying. Now Elena wished she'd taken Dr. Megger in the carriage with them, so he could use his healing powers on the injured. And then what? Leave him to the mercies of Bloodawed? He wants to build a hospital here, in this world. He wants to help the children, who surely don't deserve all the evils that I've seen visited on them. She shunted the thoughts aside. This was no time for a philosophical debate about doctors and their obligations. It was time to run. Reaching behind her, she found two hands. One was slick with blood, so she reached farther, thanking her late mother for all the ballet lessons, all the children's yoga, and she grabbed the sleeve above it. And then she put her back into it and pulled. To her surprise, she hauled Damon up with her. She tried to heft him farther up on her back, but that didn't work. And then she even managed a wobbly step forward, and another. And then Sage was there, picking both of them up, and they were going into the lobby of the building of the She Knows She. "Everyone get out! Get out! Bloodawed's after us, and she'll kill anything in her way!" Elena shouted. It was the strangest thing. She hadn't meant to shout, hadn't formulated the words, except perhaps in the deepest parts of her subconscious. But she did shout them into the already frenzied lobby, and she heard the cry taken up by others. What she didn't expect was that they would run, not out into the street, but down toward the cells. She ought to have, of course, but she hadn't. And then she felt herself, and Sage, and Damon going down the way they had last night. But was it really the right way? Elena clamped one hand over the other and saw, judging by foxlight, that they needed to head off to the right. "What are those cells to the right of us? How do we get there?" she shouted to the young vampire gentleman next to her. "That's isolation and mentally disturbed," the vampire gentleman shouted back. "Don't go that way." "I have to. Do I need a key?" "Yes, but do you have a key?" "Yes, but give it to me now." "I can't do that," he wailed in a way that reminded her of Bonnie at her most difficult. "All right. Sage, madame, send Talon back to peck this man's eyes out. He won't give me the key to Stefan's ward. As good as done, madame. Oh, wait, I changed my mind. Here's the key." The vampire fished through a ring of keys and handed one to her. It looked like the other keys on his ring. Too much alike, Elena's suspicious mind said. "Sage, madame." Can you wait till I pass with Saber? I want him to tear the you-know-what off this guy if he's lied to me. Of course, madame. Wait, gasped the vampire. It was clear that he was completely terrified. I may have given you the wrong key in this light. Give me the right key and tell me anything I need to know, or I'll have the dog backtrack you and kill you, Elena said, and at that moment, she meant it. Here. This time the key didn't look like a key. It was round, slightly convex, with a hole in the middle, like a donut that's been sat on by a police officer, part of Elena's mind said, and began laughing hysterically. Shut up, she told her mind sharply. Sage, madame, can Talon see the man I'm holding by the hair? She had to go on tiptoe to grasp him. But of course, madame. Can she remember him? If I can't find Stefan, I want her to show him to Saber so he can track him. Got it, madame. A hand, dripping blood from the wrist, lifted a falcon high, at the same time as there was a serendipitous crash from the top of the building. The vampire was almost sobbing. Turn right at the next right. Use the key in the slot at head height to get into the corridor. There may be guards there, but if you don't have a key to the individual cell you want, I'm sorry, but I do. I have the cell key, and I know what to do after that. Thank you. You've been very kind and helpful. Elena let go of the vampire's hair. Sage, Damon, Bonnie, look for a corridor, locked, going right. Then don't get swept away. Sage, hold Bonnie and have Saber bark like crazy. Bonnie, hold on to Meredith in front of the guys. The corridor leads to Stefan. Elena never knew how much any one of her allies heard of this message, sent by voice and telepathy. But ahead, she heard a sound that to her was like choirs of angels singing. Saber was barking madly. Elena would never have been able to stop by herself. She was in a raging river of people, and the raging river was taking her right around the barrier made by 4 people, a falcon, and a mad-seeming dog. But 8 hands reached out to her as she was swept by, and a snarling, snapping muzzle leaped ahead of her to divide the crowd. Somehow she was being run into, bruised, cradled, shoved, and grasping, forced all the way to the right wall. But Sage was looking at that same wall in despair. Madame, he tricked you. There is no keyhole here. Elena's throat went raw. She prepared to shout, Saber, heel, and go after the vampire. But then, just below her, Bonnie's voice said, Of course there is. It's shaped like a circle. And Elena remembered. Smaller guards, like imps or monkeys, Bonnie's size. Bonnie, take this. Shove it into the hole. Be careful. It's the only one we've got. Sage immediately directed Saber to stand and snarl just ahead of Bonnie in the tunnel to keep the stream of panicked demons and vampires from jostling her. Carefully, solemnly, Bonnie took the large key, examined it, cocked her head, turned it in her hands, and placed it in the wall. Nothing's happening. Try turning or pushing. Click. The door slid open. Elena and her group more or less fell into the corridor, while Saber stood between them and the herd pounding by, barking and snapping and leaping. Elena, lying on the ground, legs entwined with who knew who else's, cupped a hand around her ring. The fox eyes shone straight ahead and a bit to the right. They were shining into a cell ahead. Chapter 41. Stefan! Elena screamed, and knew that she sounded like a mad woman when she screamed it. There was no answer. She was running, following the light. Stefan! Stefan! An empty cell. A yellowed mummy. A pyramid of dust. Somehow, subconsciously, she suspected one of these things, and any one would have caused her to run out to fight Bloodawed with her bare hands. Instead, when she reached the right cell, she saw a weary young man whose face showed that he had given up all hope. He lifted a stick-thin arm, rejecting her utterly. They told me the truth. You are exported for aiding a prisoner. I'm not susceptible to dreams anymore. Stefan! She fell to her knees. Do we have to go through this every single time? Do you know how often they recreate you? Bitch! Elena was shocked. More than shocked. But the next moment the hatred had faded from his face. At least I get to look at you. I had a picture, but they took that, of course. They cut it up very slowly, making me watch. Sometimes they made me cut it. If I didn't cut it, they would... Oh, darling, Stefan, darling, look at me. Listen to the prison. Bloodawed is destroying it. Because I've stolen the other half of your key from her nest, Stefan, and I am not a dream. Do you see this? Did they ever show you this? She held out the hand with the double fox ring on it. Now, where do I put it? You are warm. The bars are cold, Stefan said, clutching her hand and speaking as if reciting out of a children's book. Here, Elena cried triumphantly. She didn't need to take the ring off. Stefan was holding her other hand, and this lock worked like a seal ring. She placed it straight into a circular depression in the wall. Then, when nothing happened, she turned it right. Nothing. Left. The cell bars slowly began to lift into the ceiling. Elena couldn't believe it, and for an instant thought she was hallucinating. Then, when she turned sharply to look at the ground, she saw that the bars were already at least a foot above it. Then she looked at Stefan, who was standing again. Both of them fell back to their knees. They would have both gotten down and wriggled like snakes if necessary. The need to touch was so great. The horizontal struts on the bars made it impossible for them to hold hands as the bars lifted. Then the bars were over the top of Elena's head, and she was holding Stefan. She was holding Stefan in her arms, appalled to feel bones under her hands, but holding him. And no one could tell her he was a hallucination or a dream. And if she and Stefan had to die together, then they would die together. Nothing mattered but that they not be separated again. She covered the unfamiliar, bony face with kisses. Strange, no half-grown, gone-to-the-wild beard, but vampires didn't grow beards unless they had them when they became vampires. And then there were other people in the cell. Good people. People laughing and crying and helping her create a makeshift litter out of stinking blankets and Stefan's pallet. And no one screamed when lice jumped on them because everyone knew that Elena would have turned and ripped their throat out like Saber. Or rather, like Saber. But as Ms. Cortland had always said, with feeling. To Saber, it was just a job. Then, somehow, things had begun to become disconnected. Elena was watching Stefan's beloved face and gripping his litter and running. He didn't weigh anything. Up a different corridor than the one she'd fought and shouldered and pushed and floundered in on her way in. Apparently, all the she-no-she's salmon had chosen the other corridor to swim up. Undoubtedly, there was a safe place for them at the end on that side. And even as Elena wondered how a face could be so pure and handsome and perfect, even when it looked almost like a skull, she was thinking, I can run and stoop. And she bent over Stefan, and her hair made a shield around them, so that it was just the two of them inside it. The entire outside world was shut out, and they were alone, and she said in his ear, Please, we need you to be strong. Please, for me. Please, for Bonnie. Please, for Damon. Please. She would have gone on naming all of them, and probably some over and over, but it was too much already. After his long deprivation, Stefan was in no mood to be contrary. His head darted up, and Elena felt more than the usual pain because he was at the wrong angle. And Elena was glad because Stefan had struck a vein down its length, and blood was flowing into his mouth in a steady stream. They had to go a little more slowly now, or Elena would have tripped and colored Stefan's face maroon like a demon's. But they were still jogging. Someone else was guiding them. Then, very suddenly, they stopped. Elena, eyes shut, mine locked on to Stefan's, would not have looked up for the world. But in a moment they were moving again, and there was a feeling of spaciousness all around Elena, and she realized that they were in the lobby, and she had to make sure everyone knew. It's on the left side of us now, she sent to Damon. It's close to the front. It's a door with all sorts of symbols above. I believe I'm familiar with the species, Damon sent back dryly, but even he couldn't hide two things from her. One was that he was glad, actually glad, to feel Elena's elation, and to know that it was he, in the main part, that had brought it about. The other was simple, that if there was a choice between the life of himself and the life of his brother, he would give his own life. For Elena's sake, for his own pride, for Stefan. Elena didn't dwell on these secret things she had no right to know. She simply embraced them, let Stefan feel them in all their raw vibrancy, and made sure there was no feedback to tell Damon that Stefan knew. Angels were singing in heaven for her. Black magic rose petals were scattering around her body. There was a release of doves, and she felt their wings. She was happy, but she was not safe. She only learned it as she entered the lobby, but they were very lucky that the dimensional door was on the side it was. Bloodowed had methodically destroyed the other side until it had collapsed into a mound that was nothing but splintered wood. Elena and Bloodowed's feud might have started out as a quarrel between a hostess who thought her guest had broken the house rules and a guest who just wanted to run away, but it had become a war to the death. And given the way vampires, werewolves, demons, and other folk down here in the dark dimension reacted, it had created a sensation. The Guardians had their hands full keeping people out of the building. Dead bodies lay strewn on the street. Oh God, the people, the poor people, Elena thought, as this at last came into her field of view. As for the Guardians, who were keeping this place clear and fighting Bloodowed on her behalf, God bless you for that, Elena thought, envisioning a standing-room-only lobby as they tried to race with Stefan across the floor. As it was, they were alone. Now we need your key again, Elena, Damon's voice, just above her, said. Elena gently pried Stefan off her throat. Just for a moment, my darling, just for a moment. Looking at the door, Elena was confounded for several moments. There was a hole, but nothing happened when she put the ring in it and pushed, jammed, or twisted left or right. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw some dark shadow above her, dismissed it as irrelevant, and then had it come screaming at her like a dive bomber, steel talons reaching for her. There was no roof. Bloodowed's talons had methodically ripped it away. Elena knew it. Because somehow, Elena suddenly saw the whole of the situation, not just her part in it, but as if she were someone outside her body, who understood many more things than puny little Elena Gilbert did. The Guardians were here to prevent collateral damage. They could or would not stop Bloodowed. Elena knew that too. All the people running down the other corridor had been doing what an owl's prey normally does. They had been dashing for the bottom of their burrow. There was an enormous safe room there. Somehow Elena knew it. But now, blurrily but definitely, Bloodowed saw the ones she had been after in the first place, the nest robbers, the ones who had forever put out one of her huge, round, orange, far-seeing eyes, and cut her so deeply that the other eye was filling with blood. Elena could feel it. Bloodowed could see they were the ones who had caused her to smash her beak, the criminals, the savages, the ones she would tear to pieces slowly, a limb at a time, switching from one to another as she clutched 5 or 6 in one set of claws, or as she watched them, unable to run from lack of limbs, writhing beneath her. Elena could sense it. Beneath her. Right now, they were directly beneath Bloodowed. Bloodowed dove. C'est bien! Talon! Shouted Sage. But Elena knew that there would be no distraction now. There would be nothing but killing and tearing slowly, and screams echoing off the single lobby wall. Elena could picture it. "It won't open, damn it!" shouted Damon. He was manipulating Elena's wrist to move the key in the hole, but no matter how he pulled or pushed, nothing happened. Bloodowed was almost upon them. She accelerated, throwing telepathic images before her. Sinews stretching, joints cracking, bones splintering. Elena knew. No! Elena's cup of rage ran over. Suddenly she saw everything she needed to know in one great, sweeping epiphany. But it was too late to get Stefan inside the door, so the first thing she shouted was, "Wings of protection!" Bloodowed, barely 6 feet away, slammed into a barrier that a nuclear missile could not have harmed. She slammed into it at the speed of a racing car and with the mass of a medium-sized airplane. Horror exploded, beak first, against Elena's wings. They were clear green at the top, dotted with flashing emeralds, and shading into a dawn pink covered with crystals at the bottom. The wings enwrapped all 6 humans and 2 animals, and they did not move by 1 millimeter when Bloodowed smashed into them. Bloodowed had made herself roadkill. Shutting her eyes and trying not to think of the maiden who had been made of flowers and who had killed her husband, Elena told herself desperately, with dry lips and wetness trickling down her cheeks. Elena turned back to the door, put the ring in, made sure it was flush, and said, "Fells Church, Virginia, USA, Earth. Near the boarding house, please." It was well after midnight. Matt was sleeping on the bunker's cot, while Mrs. Flowers slept on the couch, when they were suddenly wakened by a thump. "What on earth?" Mrs. Flowers got up and stared out the window, which should have been dark. "Be careful, ma'am," Matt said automatically, but couldn't help adding, "What is it?" As always, expecting the worst and making sure the revolver with the blessed bullets was ready. "It's light," Mrs. Flowers said helplessly. "I don't know what else to say about it. It's light." Matt could see the light, throwing shadows on their bunker floor. There was no sound of thunder, and hadn't been since he woke up. Hastily, he ran to join Mrs. Flowers at the window. "Did you ever?" exclaimed Mrs. Flowers, lifting her hands and dropping them again. "Whatever could it mean?" "I don't know. But I remember everybody talking about ley lines. Lines of power in the ground." "Yes, but those run along the surface of the earth. They don't point upward like a fountain," Mrs. Flowers said. "But I heard that wherever 3 ley lines come together, I think Damon said they can form a gate to where they were going." "Dear me," said Mrs. Flowers. "You mean you think one of those gateway things is out there? Maybe it's them coming back." It couldn't be. The time Matt had spent with this particular old woman had made him not only respect her, but love her. "But I don't think we should go outside anyway." "Dear Matt, you are such a comfort to me," Mrs. Flowers murmured. Matt didn't really see how. It was all her stored food and water they were using. Even the fold-up cot was hers. If he had been on his own, he might have investigated this extraordinary thing. 3 spotlights shining out of the ground at an angle so that they met just about at the height of a human being. Bright lights, and getting brighter every minute. Matt sucked in his breath. 3 ley lines, huh? God, it was probably an invasion of monsters. He didn't even dare to hope. Elena didn't know if she had needed to say USA or Earth, or even if the door could take her to Fell's Church, or if Damon would have to give her the name of some gate that was close to it. But surely, with all those ley lines... The door opened, revealing a small room, like an elevator. Sage said quietly, "Can you carry him if you have to fight too?" And after a second to unravel what this meant, 3 shrieks of protest in 3 different feminine tones came. "No, oh please, no, oh don't leave us," Bonnie begging. "You're not coming home with us?" Meredith, straight from the shoulder. "I order you to get in, and make it quick." Elena. "Such a dominant woman," murmured Sage. "Ah well, it seems the great pendulum has swung again. I am only a man. I obey." "What? Does that mean you're coming?" Bonnie cried. "It means I am coming, yes." Gently, Sage took Stefan's wasted body in his arms and stepped into the little cubicle inside the door. Unlike the first keys Elena had used today, this one seemed to work more like a voice-activated elevator. She hoped. After all, Shinichi and Misao had each only needed 1 key for themselves. Here, a number of people might want to go to the same place at once. She hoped. Sage back-kicked Stefan's old bedding away. Something rattled on the ground. "Oh," Stefan reached helplessly for it. "It's my Elena diamond. I found it on the floor after—" "Plenty more where that came from," Meredith said. "It's important to him," Damon, who was already inside, said. Instead of crowding farther into the elevator, the little room that might disappear at any second, that might be gone for Fell's Church before he could turn back, he walked out into the lobby, looked closely at the floor, and knelt. Then, quickly, he reached down, and then got up and hurried into the little room again. Do you want to hold it, or shall I? You hold it. For me. Take care of it. Anyone who knew of Damon's track record, especially with regards to Elena, or even an old diamond that had belonged to Elena, would have said Stefan had to be a madman, but Stefan wasn't mad. He clasped his hand over his brother's that held the diamond. And I'll hold on to you, he said with a faint, wry smile. I don't know if anyone is interested, Meredith said, but there is a single button on the inside of this contraption. Push it, cried Sage and Bonnie. But Elena cried more loudly, No, wait! She'd spotted something. Across the lobby, the Guardians had been unable to stop a single, apparently unarmed citizen from entering the room and crossing the floor at a high-paced, graceful glide. He must have been over 6 feet tall, wearing an entirely white tunic and breeches, which matched his long white hair, alert, fox-like ears, and the long, flowing, silky tail that waved behind him. Shut the door, bellowed Sage. Oh, my, breathed Bonnie. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Snarled Damon. Don't worry. It's only a fellow prisoner. A silent fellow. Hey, you got out too. Stefan was smiling, and that was enough for Elena. And the intruder was holding out something to him that, well, it couldn't be what it looked like, but it was getting quite close now, and it looked like a bouquet of flowers. That is a kitsune, is it not? Meredith asked, as if the world had gone mad around her. A prisoner, said Stefan. A thief, shouted Sage. Hush, said Elena. He can probably hear even if he can't speak. By then, the kitsune was upon them. He met Stefan's eye, glanced at the others, and held out the bouquet, which was heavily sealed in plastic wrap and some kind of long stickers with magical-looking inscriptions on them. This is for Stefan, he said. Everyone, including Stefan, gasped. Now I must deal with some tiresome guardians, he sighed. And you must press the button to make the room go, beauty, he said to Elena. Elena, who had momentarily been fascinated by the whisking of a fluffy tail around silken breeches, suddenly blushed scarlet. She was remembering certain things that had seemed very different in a lonely dungeon, in the dark of artificially formed night. Oh well, best to put a brave face on it. Thank you, she said, and pushed the button. The doors began to close. Thank you again, she added, bowing slightly to the kitsune. I'm Elena. Yoroshiku. I am. The door shut between them. Is it that you've gone crazy? Sage cried. Taking a bouquet from a fox? You're the one who seems to know him, Monsieur Sage, Meredith said. What's his name? I do not know his name. I do know he stole 3/5 of the same cloister treasure from me. I know that he is expert, but expert at cheating at the cards? Ah! The last was not a cry of rage, but an exclamation of alarm. For the little room was moving sideways, plunging downward, almost stopping, before it resumed its former steady motion. Will it really take us to Fell's Church? Bonnie asked timidly, and Damon put an arm around her. It'll take us somewhere, he promised. And then we'll see. We're a pretty able set of survivalists, which reminds me, Meredith said. I think Stefan looks better. Elena, who had been helping to buffer him from the dimensional elevator's motion, glanced up at her quickly. Do you really? Or is it just the light? I think you should be feeding, she said anxiously. Stefan flushed, and Elena pressed fingers to her lips to stop them trembling. Don't, darling, she said voicelessly. Every one of these people have been willing to give their life for you, or for me, for us. I'm healthy. I'm still bleeding. Please don't waste it. Stefan murmured. I'll stop the bleeding. But when she bent to him, as she had known he would, he drank. Chapter 42. By now, Matt and Mrs. Flowers couldn't ignore the blinding lights anymore. They had to go outside. But just as Matt opened the door, there was, well, Matt didn't know what it was. Something blasted straight out of the ground and into the sky, where it got smaller and smaller, became a star, and disappeared. A meteor that had gone through the earth? But wouldn't that mean tsunamis and earthquakes and shock waves and forest fires and maybe even the earth ripping apart? If one meteor that hit the surface could kill off all the dinosaurs. The light that had been shining upward had faded slightly. Well, bless my soul, said Mrs. Flowers in a small, shaken voice. Matt, dear, are you all right? Yes, ma'am, but Matt's vocabulary couldn't stand the strain. What the hell was it? And to his slight surprise, Mrs. Flowers said, My sentiments exactly. Wait, there's something moving. Get back. Dear Matt, be careful with that gun. It's people. Oh my God, it's Elena. Matt abruptly sat down on the ground. He could only whisper now. Elena, she's alive. She's alive. From what Matt could see, there were a group of people climbing and helping others climb out of a perfectly rectangular hole, perhaps 5 feet deep, in Mrs. Flowers' angelica patch. They could hear voices. All right, Elena was saying as she bent down. Now grab my hands. But the way she was dressed, a scrap of scarlet that showed all sorts of scratches and cuts on her legs. On top, well, the remains of the gown covered about what a bikini would, and she was wearing the largest, most sparkly costume jewelry that Matt had ever seen. More voices, going on through Matt's shock. Be careful, yes? I will lift him to you. I can climb out of my own. Surely that was Stefan. You see? Elena rejoiced. He says he can climb out his own. Oui, but perhaps one small lift. This is hardly the time for machismo, little brother. And that, Matt thought, fingering the revolver, was Damon. Blessed bullets. No, I want to do it myself, okay? Got it. There. There, you see? He's better every second, Elena caroled. Where's the diamond? Damon. Stefan sounded anxious. I have it safe. Relax. I want to hold it, please. More than you want to hold me? Elena asked. There was a blur, and then Stefan was lying back in her arms while she said, Easy, easy. Matt stared. Damon was right behind them, almost as if he belonged there. I'll watch the diamond, he said flatly. You watch your girl. Excuse me, I'm sorry, but could somebody please lift me out? And that was Bonnie. Bonnie, sounding plaintive, but not afraid or unhappy. Bonnie giggling. Have we got all the sacks of star balls? We've got all the ones from that house we found. And that was Meredith. Thank God, they'd all made it out. But despite his thoughts, his eyes were drawn again to one figure, the one who seemed to be supervising things, The one with golden hair. We need the star balls because any one of them might be... She was beginning when Bonnie cried out, "Oh, look! Look, it's Mrs. Flowers and Matt!" "Now, Bonnie, they'd hardly be waiting for us," Meredith put in. "Where? Bonnie, where?" Elena demanded. "If it's Shinichi and Misao in disguise, I'm going to..." "Hey, Matt! Will someone please tell me where?" "Right there, Meredith." "Oh, Mrs. Flowers, I hope we didn't wake you." "I have never had a happier awakening," Mrs. Flowers said solemnly. "I can see what you have been through in the dark place. Your, lack of sufficient clothing." A sudden silence. Meredith glanced at Bonnie. Bonnie glanced at Meredith. "I know these clothes and gems may seem a little too much." Matt found his voice. "Those jewels? They're real?" "Oh, they're nothing, and we're all dirty." "Forgive me. We stink, which is my fault," Stefan began, only to have Elena cut in. "Mrs. Flowers, Matt, Stefan's been a prisoner all this time, starved and tortured. Oh, God. Elena, shh. You got me back. We got you back. Now I'll never let you go. Ever, ever. Easy, love. I really need a bath," and Stefan stopped suddenly. "There are no iron bars. Nothing to shut off my powers. I can..." He stepped away from Elena, who clung with one hand. There was a soft, silvery flash of light, like a full moon appearing and disappearing in their midst. "Over here," he said. "Anyone who doesn't want little beastly parasites, I can take care of you." "I'm your girl," said Meredith. "I have a phobia about fleas, and Damon never even got me any flea powder. What a master." There was laughter at this. Laughter Matt didn't understand. Meredith was wearing, well, it had to be costume jewelry, but still it looked like about a few $1 million worth of sapphires. Stefan took Meredith's hand. There was the same soft flash of light, and then Meredith stepped back, saying, "Thanks." Stefan's low response was, "Thank you, Meredith." Meredith's blue dress was at least in one piece, Matt observed. Bonnie, whose dress had been slashed into starlight-colored ribbons, was raising a hand. "Me too, please." Stefan took her hand, and it happened all over again. "Thank you, Stefan. Oh, I feel so much better. I hated itching." "Thank you, Bonnie. I hated to think I was dying alone." "Other vampires, take care of yourselves," Elena said, as if she had a clipboard and were checking items off. "And Stefan, please." She held out her hands to him. He knelt in front of her, kissed both her hands, then enshrouded them in the soft white light. "But I'd still like a bath," said Bonnie pleadingly, as the new vampire, the tall, fit one, and Damon had each sparked a moonlight glow around themselves. Mrs. Flowers spoke up. "There are 4 working bathtubs in that house. In Stefan's room, in my room, in the rooms on either side of Stefan's. Be my guest. I'll put some bath salts in each right now." And then she added, holding her arms out to the whole ragged, bleeding, dirty bunch of them, "My house is yours, my dears." There was a chorus of passionate thank yous. "I'll arrange a rota for feeding Stefan, I mean, if you girls are willing," Elena added quickly, looking at Bonnie and Meredith. "He doesn't need much, just a little every hour until morning." Elena still seemed very shy of Matt. Matt was very shy of her. But he stepped forward, empty hands held up to show that he was harmless. "Is it a rule that it's only girls?" 'Cause I've got blood too, and I'm healthy as a horse. Stefan quickly looked at him. No rule about only girls. But you don't have to. I want to help you. Okay then. Thank you, Matt. The proper response seemed to be, thank you, Stefan. But Matt couldn't think of anything until, thanks for taking care of Elena. Stefan smiled. Thank Damon for that. He and the others all helped me and each other. We also walk dogs. At least Sage does, Damon said slyly. Oh, that reminds me. I should use that deep parasiting trick on my two friends. Saber, Talon, Heel. He added a whistle that Matt could never have imitated. In any case, Matt was operating in a dream. A huge dog, almost as big as a pony, seemingly, and a falcon came out of the darkness. Now, the fit vampire said, and once again the soft light shone. And then, there. If you don't mind, I prefer to sleep out of doors with my friends. I am grateful for all your kindnesses, madame. And my name is Sage. The hawk is Talon, the dog Saber. Elena said, dibs on Stefan's bath for Stefan and me, and Mrs. Flowers' bath for the girls. You boys can work things out on your own. Mrs. Flowers said gravely, we'll be in the kitchen, making sandwiches. She turned to go. That was when Shinichi arose from the earth above them. Or rather, when his face arose. It was clearly an illusion, but a terrifying and marvelous one. Shinichi actually seemed to be there, a giant, perhaps supporting the world on his shoulders. The black part of his hair blended in with the night, but the scarlet tips made a flaming halo around his face. Having come from a land that was dominated by a giant red sun night and day, it was an odd sight. Shinichi's eyes were red as well, like two small moons in the sky, and they focused on the group by Mrs. Flowers' house. Hello, he said. What? You look so surprised. You shouldn't be. I really couldn't let you come back without popping up to say hello. After all, it's been a long time, for some of you, the giant face said, grinning. Also, of course, to share in the festivities. We've saved little Stefan, and we even fought an oversized chicken to do it. I'd like to see you take Bloodwed on, one-on-one, and get a secret key out of her nest at the same time, Bonnie began indignantly, but stopped when Meredith squeezed her arm. Sage, meanwhile, was murmuring something about what his own oversized chicken Talon would do if Shinichi were brave enough to show up in person. Shinichi ignored all this. Oh, yes, and the mental calisthenics you had to go through. Truly formidable. Well, never again will we mistake you for blunder-headed idiots who never really asked why my sister would give you any clues in the first place, much less clues that outsiders could understand. I mean, he leered. Why not just go and swallow the key in the first place, You're bluffing, Meredith said flatly. You underestimated us, plain and simple. Maybe, said Shinichi. Or maybe it was something else entirely. You lost, said Damon. I realize that may be an entirely new concept for you, but it's true. Elena has gained much more control over her powers. But will they work here? Shinichi smiled eerily. Or will they suddenly disappear in the light of a pale yellow sun, or in the depths of true darkness? Don't let him bait you, madame, Sage shouted. Your powers come from a place he cannot enter. Oh, yes, and the renegade, the rebel's rebel son. I wonder, what are you calling yourself this time? Cage? Rage? I wonder what these children will think when they learn who you really are. It won't matter who he is, Bonnie cried. We know that. We know that he's a vampire, but that he can be gentle and kind, and he's saved us over and over again. She shut her eyes, but held her ground against the gale of Shinichi's laughter. So, Madame, Shinichi mocked, you think you have gained sage. But I wonder if you know what in chess we call a gambit is. No? Well, I'm sure your intellectual friend will be glad to inform you. There was a pause. Then Meredith said, with no expression at all, a gambit is when a chess player sacrifices something, for instance, a pawn, deliberately just to get something else. A position on the chessboard that they want, for instance. I knew you'd be able to tell them. What do you think of our first gambit? Another silence. Then Meredith said, I presume you mean you've given us back Stefan to achieve something better. Oh, if you only had golden hair, as your friend Elena has so generously displayed. There were various exclamations on the theme of, huh? Most of them directed at Shinichi, but some at Elena, who promptly exploded. You took Stefan's memories? Now, nothing so drastic, my dear, but a 30 session beautician. Now, she was most cooperative. Elena turned her gaze up at the giant face with a look of utter contempt. You cad. Oh, I'm stricken to the heart. But the thing was, Shinichi's giant face did look stricken, angry and dangerous. Between you, all such close friends. Do you know how many secrets there are? Of course, Meredith is a mistress of secrecy, keeping her secrets from her friends all these years. You think you've already pumped her dry, but the best is yet to come. And then, of course, there is Damon's secret. Which, if spoken of here and now, will mean instant war, Damon said. And you know, it's strange, but I got the feeling that you came here tonight to negotiate. This time, Shinichi's laughter really was a gale, and Damon had to leap behind Meredith to prevent her being knocked into the hole the elevator had made. Very gallant, Shinichi boomed again, shattering glass somewhere on Mrs. Flower's house. But I really must be going. Shall I leave a synopsis of the prizes you still have to search for before your little company can look each other in the eye? I think we already have them. And you are no longer welcome around this home, Mrs. Flowers said coolly. But Elena's mind was still working. Even standing here, knowing that Stefan needed her, she was searching for the reasons behind this, Shinichi's second gambit, because she was sure that this was one. Where are the pillowcases? She said in a sharp voice that frightened and bewildered half the group and simply frightened the rest. I was holding one, but then I decided to hold on to Seba instead. Sage. I had one at the bottom of the hole, but I dropped it when somebody lifted me out. Bonnie. I've still got one. Although I don't understand what good, Damon began. Damon, Elena whirled to him. Trust me. We've got yours and Sage's safe. What's happening to Bonnie's in the hole? The moment she had said, trust me, Damon had dumped his pillowcase on top of Sage's, and by the time she was finished, he had leaped into the hole, which was still so bright with ley light as to hurt any vampire's eyes. But Damon made no complaint. He said, "I have it safe now. No, wait! A root! A damned root is curled around one of the star balls. Someone toss me a knife, quick!" While everyone else was slapping their pockets for knives, Matt did something that Elena couldn't believe. First, he glanced down into the 6-foot-deep hole while pointing. A revolver, was it? Yes. She recognized it as the twin of Meredith's. Then, without trying to let himself down easily, he simply jumped as Damon had, into the hole. "Don't you want to know?" roared Shinichi. But no one was paying any attention to him. Matt's jump didn't end lightly as Damon's had. It ended with a gasp and a stifled curse. But Matt didn't waste time. Still on his knees, he handed the gun up to Damon. "Blessed bullets! Shoot it!" Damon moved very fast. He didn't even seem to aim, but he must have clicked the safety off and aimed immediately, for the root was now streaking for the soft wall of the hole, its end wrapped tightly around something round. Elena heard 2 shattering revolver shots. 3. Then Damon stooped and picked up a vine-wrapped ball, medium-sized, and crystal clear where its true surface could be seen. "Put that down!" Shinichi's rage was beyond all measure. The 2 burning red spots of his eyes were like flames, like moons of fire. He seemed to be trying to get them to comply by sheer volume. "I said, don't touch that with your filthy human hands!" "Oh my God!" gasped Bonnie. Meredith said simply, "It's Misau's. It has to be. He'd gamble with his own, but not with hers. Damon, hand it up to me, along with the revolver. I bet it's not bulletproof." She knelt, reaching into the hole. Damon, with a raised eyebrow, did as she said. "Oh, God!" Bonnie cried from the edge of the hole. "Matt sprained his ankle at least." "I told you!" roared Shinichi. "You'll be sorry." "Here," Damon said to Bonnie, taking not the slightest notice of Shinichi. Without any more ado, he picked up Matt and floated up out of the hole. He deposited the fair-haired boy beside Bonnie, who looked at him with the wide brown eyes of utter confusion. Matt, though, was a Virginian through and through. After swallowing only once, he got out a, "Thank you, Damon." "No problem, Matt," Damon said. And then, "What?" as someone gasped. "You remembered!" Bonnie cried. "You remembered his... Meredith!" She broke off, looking at the tall girl. "The grass!" Meredith, who had been examining the star ball with a strange expression, now tossed the revolver to Damon and tried with her free hand to tear away the grass that had twined around her feet and up her ankles already. But even as she did so, the grass seemed to leap upward and grab her hand, binding it to her feet. And now it was sprouting, growing, racing up her body toward the ball, which she held high in the air. At the same time, it was tightening around her chest, forcing air out of her lungs. It all happened so fast that it was only when she gasped, "Somebody take the ball," that the others leaped to her aid. Bonnie was the first to get there, tearing with her fingernails at the greenery that was squeezing Meredith's chest. But each blade was like steel, and she couldn't rip away even one of them. Neither could Matt or Elena. Meanwhile, Sage was trying to lift Meredith bodily, to pluck her from the earth, and having no more success than the rest. Meredith's face, clearly visible in the light, still shining from the hole, was going white. Damon snatched the star ball from her fingers just before the tangled greenery running up her arm could reach it. He then began moving literally faster than the human eye could track, never stopping in any one place long enough for any plant to grasp him. But still, the grass around Meredith was tightening. Now her face was turning blue. Her eyes were wide, her mouth open for a breath that would not come. "Stop it!" Elena screamed at Shinichi. "We'll give you the star ball. Just let go of her."
"Let go of her?"
Shinichi bellowed laughter.
"Maybe you'd better look to your own interests first before asking me a favor."
Wildly, Elena looked around and saw that grass had almost completely enveloped a kneeling Stefan, who had been too weak to move as quickly as the others had, and he had never made a sound to call attention to himself. "No!" Elena's desperate scream almost drowned out Shinichi's laughter. "Stefan, no!" Even knowing it was futile, she threw herself at him and tried to rip the grass away from his thin chest. Stefan simply gave her the faintest of smiles and shook his head sadly. That was when Damon came to a stop. He held the star ball up toward Shinichi's lowering visage. "Take it!" he shouted. "Take the ball, damn you! But let the two of them go!" This time the gale of Shinichi's laughter went on and on. A spiral of grass grew from a point beside Damon, and an instant later had formed a hideous, shaggy green fist, which almost reached the star ball. "But not yet, my dears," gasped Mrs. Flowers. She and Matt had come breathlessly from the boarding house storage room, Matt limping badly, and they both held what looked like Post-it notes in their hands. The next thing Elena knew, Damon was moving at ferocious speed again, away from the fist, and Matt was slapping a bit of paper on the grass covering Stefan, while Mrs. Flowers did the same to the greenery on Meredith. As Elena watched in disbelief, the grass seemed to melt, dying away into hay-colored blades that fell to the ground. The next moment she was holding Stefan. "Let's get inside, my dears," Mrs. Flowers said. "It's safe in the storage room. The able help the wounded, of course." Meredith and Stefan were taking great, gasping breaths. But Shinichi had the last word.
"Don't you worry,"
he said, strangely calm, as if he realized he'd lost. For now.
"I'll get that sphere back soon enough. You don't know how to use that kind of power anyway. And besides all that, I'm going to tell you what you've been hiding from your so-called friends. Just a few secrets, yes?"
"The hell with your secrets!" shouted Bonnie.
Language. How about this? One of you has kept a secret all their life and is doing so even now. One of you is a murderer. And I am not speaking of a vampire or a mercy killing or anything like that. And then there is the question of the true identity of Sage. Good luck on your research there. One of you has already had their memory erased. And I don't mean Damon or Stefan. And what about the secret stolen kiss? And then there is the question of what happened the night of the motel, that it seems that nobody but Elena can recall. You might ask her sometime about her theories about Camelot. And then...
That was when the sound as loud as Shinichi's giant-sized gales of laughter interrupted him. It tore through the face in the sky, leaving it drooping ridiculously. Then the face disappeared. What was that?
Who has the gun?
What kind of gun could do that to him? One with less bullets, Damon said coolly, showing them the revolver, pointed down. You mean you did that? Good for Damon. Forget Shinichi. He is a liar when it suits him, that I can tell you. I think, Mrs. Flowers said, that we can retire to the boarding house now. Yeah, and let's go get our baths.
Just one last thing.
Shinichi's voice, giant-sized, seemed to come from everywhere around them, from the sky, from the earth.
You're really going to love what I have in mind next for you. If I were you, I'd start negotiating for that star ball right now.
But his laughter was off, and the muffled feminine sound behind him was almost like crying, as if Misao couldn't help herself.
You're going to love it,
Shinichi insisted in a roar. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Elena had a feeling she couldn't quite describe. It wasn't let down, it was let up. For what seemed like most of her life, she had been searching for Stefan. But now she had him back again, quite safe and clean. He had a long bath while she insisted on scrubbing him gently with all sorts of brushes and pumice stones, and then a shower, and then a rather cramped shower with her. His hair was drying into the silky, soft, dark shock, a little longer than he usually kept it, that she knew. He hadn't had energy for frivolities like keeping his hair short and clean before. Elena understood that. And now, there were no guards or kitsunie around to spy on them. There was nothing to keep them from each other. They had been playful in the shower, splashing each other, Elena always making sure to keep her feet on the no-slip guard and ready to try to support Stefan's lanky weight. But they could not be playful now. The shower spray had been very helpful, too, at concealing the teardrops that kept flowing down Elena's cheeks. She could, oh dear heaven, count and feel each one of his ribs. He was just bones and skin, her beautiful Stefan, but his green eyes were alive, sparkling and dancing in his pale face. After they were dressed in night clothes, they simply sat on the bed for a little while. Sitting together, both breathing, Stefan had got into the habit from being around humans so much, and recently from trying to eke out the small amount of nutrition he received, in synchronicity, and both feeling the other's warm body beside them. It was almost too much. Then, almost tentatively, Stefan groped for Elena's hand, and catching it, held it in both of his, turning it over wonderingly. Elena was swallowing and swallowing, trying to make a start in a conversation, felt herself practically radiating bliss. Oh, I never want anything more, she thought, although she knew that soon enough she would want to talk, and to hold, and to kiss, and to feed Stefan. But if someone had asked her if she would have accepted just this, sitting together, communicating by touch and love alone, she would have accepted it. Before she knew it, she was talking, words that came like bubbles out of molasses, only these were bubbles from her soul. I thought that somehow I might lose this time, that I'd won so many times, and that this time something would teach me a lesson and you wouldn't make it. Stefan was still wondering over her hand, bending industriously to kiss each separate finger. You call winning, dying in pain, and sunlight to save my worthless life, and my even more worthless brothers. I call this a better kind of winning. Elena admitted. Any time we get to be together is winning. Any moment. Even in that dungeon. Stefan winced, but Elena had to finish her thought. Even there, to look in your eyes, to touch your hand, to know that you were looking at me and touching me, and that you were happy. Well, that's winning in my book. Stefan lifted his eyes to hers. In the dim light, the green looked suddenly dark and mysterious. And one more thing, he whispered. Because I am what I am, and because your crowning glory isn't that glorious golden cloud of hair, but an aura that is ineffable, indescribable, beyond any words. Elena had thought they would sit and simply gaze at each other, drowning in each other's eyes, but that wasn't happening. Stefan's expression had slipped, and Elena realized how close to bloodlust and to death he still really was. Hurriedly, Elena pulled her damp hair to one side of her neck, and then she leaned back, knowing Stefan would catch her. He did this, but although Elena tilted her chin back, he tilted it down in his two hands to look at her. Do you know how much I love you? He asked. His entire face was masked now, enigmatic and strangely thrilling. I don't think you do, he whispered. I've watched and watched how you were willing to do anything to save me. But I don't think you know how much that love has been building up, Elena. Delicious shivers were going down Elena's spine. Then you'd better show me, she whispered. Or I might not believe that you mean it. I'll show you what I mean, Stefan whispered back. But when he bent down, it was to kiss her softly. The feelings inside Elena, that this starving creature wanted to kiss her instead of going at once for her throat, reached a peak that she could not explain in thoughts or words, but only by drawing Stefan's head so that his mouth rested on her neck. Please, she said. Oh, Stefan, please. Then she felt the quick, sacrificial pains. And then Stefan was drinking her blood and her mind, which had been fluttering around like a bird in a lighted room, now saw its nest and its mate and swooped up and up and up to at last reach unity with its best beloved. After that, there was no need for clumsy things like words. They communicated in thoughts as pure and clear as shimmering gems, and Elena rejoiced because all of Stefan's mind was open to her, and none of it was walled off or dark, and there were no boulders of secrets or chained and weeping children. What? She heard Stefan exclaim voicelessly. A child in chains? A mountain-sized boulder? Who could have that in their mind? Stefan broke off, knowing the answer, even before Elena's lightning-swift thought could tell him. Elena felt the clear green wave of his pity, spiced by the natural anger of a young man who has gone through the depths of hell, but untainted by the terrible black poison of hatred of brother for brother. When Elena had finished explaining all she knew about Damon's mental processes, she said, And I don't know what to do. I've done everything I could, Stefan. I've even loved him. I gave him everything that wasn't yours alone, but I don't know if it's made even the slightest difference. He called Matt instead of Mutt, Stefan interrupted. Yes, I noticed that. I'd kept asking him to, but it never seemed to matter. It mattered this way. You managed to change him. Not many people can. Elena wrapped him in a tight embrace, stopped, worried that it was too tight, and glanced at him. He smiled and shook his head. He was already looking like a person rather than a death camp survivor. "You should keep using it," Stefan said voicelessly. "Your influence over him is strongest." "I will. Without any artificial wings," Elena promised. Then she worried that Stefan would think her too presumptuous or too attached. But one look at Stefan was enough to assure her that she was doing the right thing. They clung to each other. It wasn't as hard as Elena had imagined it would be, handing Stefan over to other humans to be bled. Stefan had a clean pair of pajamas on, and the first thing he said to all 3 donors was, "If you get frightened or change your mind, just say so. I can hear perfectly well, and I'm not in bloodlust. And anyway, I'll probably sense it if you're not enjoying it before you do, and I'll stop. And finally, thank you. Thank you all. I've decided to break my oath tonight because there's still some little chance that if I slept, I wouldn't wake up tomorrow without you." Bonnie was horrified and indignant and furious.
"You mean you couldn't sleep all that time because you were afraid to...
"I did fall asleep from time to time, but thank fortune, thank God, I always woke up again. There were times when I didn't dare move to conserve energy, but somehow Elena kept finding ways to come to me, and every single time she came, she brought me some kind of sustenance." He gave Elena a look that sent her heart spinning out of her chest and high into the stratosphere. And then she set up a schedule, with Stefan being fed every hour on the hour. And then she and the others left the first volunteer, Bonnie, alone, so as to be more comfortable. It was the next morning. Damon had already been out to visit Lee, the antique seller's niece, who had seemed very glad to see him. And now he was back, to look with scorn at the slug-a-beds who were distributed all around the boarding house. That was when he saw the bouquet. It was heavily sealed down with wards, amulets to help get it through the dimensional gap. There was something powerful in there. Damon cocked his head to one side. I wondered what. "Dear Diary, I don't know what to say. We're home. Last night we each had a long bath, and I was half disappointed because my favorite long-handled back-scrubbing brush wasn't there, and there was no Starball to make dreamy music for Stefan, and the water was lukewarm. And Stefan went to see if the water heater was turned on all the way, and met Damon going to do the same thing, only they couldn't because we're home again. But I woke up a couple of hours ago, for a few minutes, to see the most beautiful sight in the world. A sunrise, pale pink and eerie green in the east, with the nighttime still full dark in the west. Then deeper rose in the sky, and the trees all wreathed in dew clouds. Then a shiny glory from the edge of the horizon, and dark rose, cream, and even a green melon color in the sky. Finally, a line of fire, and in an instant all the colors change. The line becomes an arc. The western sky is deepest blue, and then up comes the sun, bringing warmth and light and color to the green trees, and the sky begins to become celestial blue. Celestial just means heavenly, although somehow I have a delicious, shivery feeling when I say it. The sky becomes a gem-like, celestial, cerulean blue, and the golden sun begins to pour energy, love, light, and every good thing onto the world. Who could not be happy to watch this while Stefan held her? We who are so lucky as to be born into the light, who see it every day and never think about it, we're blessed. We could have been born shadow souls, who live and die in crimson darkness, never even knowing that somewhere there is something better. Chapter 44. Elena was wakened by shouting. She'd already once awakened to unbelievable bliss. Now she was awake again, but surely that was Damon's voice. Shouting? Damon didn't shout. Throwing on a robe, she went dashing out the door and downstairs. Raised voices. Confusion. Damon was kneeling on the floor. His face was blue-white. There wasn't a plant in the room that could be strangling him. Poisoned was the next thing Elena thought, and immediately her eyes darted around the room to see a spilled drink, a dropped plate, any sign that poison had done this. There was nothing. Sage was clapping Damon on the back. Oh God, could he have choked? But that was idiocy. Vampires didn't breathe, except for talking and building power. But then what was happening? You have to breathe. Sage was shouting in Damon's ear. Take a breath, as if you are going to speak, but then hold on to it, as if for raising your power. Think about your insides. Get those lungs working. The words only confused Elena. There, cried Sage. You see? But it only lasts an instant. Then I need to do it again. But yes, that is the point. I tell you I'm dying and you laugh at me. A disheveled Damon shouted. I'm blind and deaf. My senses are haywire and you laugh. Disheveled, thought Elena, bothered by something. Well, Sage seemed to be at least trying not to laugh. Perhaps, mon petit chou, you should not have opened something that was not addressed to you. I put wards all round me before I did it. The house was safe. But you were not. Breathe! Breathe, Damon! It looked completely harmless. And admit it, we were all going to open it last night when we got too tired. But to do it alone, to open a present from a kitsune, that was foolish, yes? A choking Damon snapped. Don't lecture me. Help me. Why am I muffled in cotton wool? Why can't I see, or hear, or smell anything? I'm telling you, I can't smell a thing. You are fit and sharp as any human could be. You could probably defeat most vampires if you fought with one right now. But human senses are very few and very dull. Words were swimming in Elena's head. Opening things not addressed to you? Bouquet from a kitsune. Human. Oh my God. Apparently, the same words were going through the mind of someone else, because suddenly a figure dashed in from the kitchen area. Stefan. You stole my bouquet? From the kitsune? I was very careful. Do you realize what you've done? Stefan shook Damon. Ow, that hurts. Do you want to break my neck? That hurts? Damon, you're in for a world of hurt. Do you understand? I talked to that kitsune, told him the whole story of my life. Elena came to visit, and he saw her practically... Well, never mind. He saw her crying over me. Do you realize what you have done? It was as if Stefan had started climbing a series of steps, and that each one lifted him to a higher level of fury than the last. And here, at the top, I'll kill you, Stefan shouted. You took it! My humanity! He gave it to me, and you took it! You'll kill me? I'll kill you, you bastard! There was one flower in the middle, a black rose, bigger than I had ever seen, and it smelled heavenly. It's gone, Matt reported, producing the bouquet. He displayed it. There was a gaping hole in the center of the mixed flower arrangement. Despite the hole, Stefan ran to it and stuck his face into the bouquet, sucking in great heaving breaths of air. He kept coming up and snapping his fingers, and each time lightning flared between his fingertips. Sorry, bud, Matt said. I think it's gone. Elena could see it all now. That Kitsune. He was one of the good ones, like the stories Meredith had told them about, or at least good enough to sympathize with Stefan's plight. And so, when he had gotten free, he had made up a bouquet. Kitsune could do anything with plants, although surely this was a great feat. Something like finding the secret of eternal youth, to turn vampires into humans. And after Stefan had endured and endured and endured, and should have finally gotten his reward, right now. I'm going back, Stefan shouted. I'm going to find him, Meredith said quietly. With or without Elena, Stefan stopped. He looked up at the stairway, and his eyes met Elena's. Elena, we'll go together. No, Stefan shouted. I would never put you through that. I'm not going after all. I'm just going to murder you. He swung back on his brother. Been there, done that. Besides, I'm the one that's going to kill you, you bastard. You took my world away from me. I am a vampire. I'm not a... Some creative cursing. Human. Well, you are now, Matt said. He was just barely not laughing out loud. So I'd say you'd better get used to it. Damon leaped at Stefan. Stefan didn't step aside. In an instant, there was a ball of thrashing, kicking and punching, and cursing in Italian that made it sound as if there were at least 4 vampires fighting 5 or 6 humans. Elena sat down helplessly. Damon? A human? How were they going to deal with this? Elena looked up to see that Bonnie had carefully made up a tray of all sorts of things that tasted good to humans, and that she'd undoubtedly done it for Damon before he had worked his way into hysteria. Bonnie, Elena said quietly, don't give it to him yet. He'll just throw it at you. But perhaps later.
Later he won't throw it?
Elena winced.
How is Damon going to deal with being human?
She asked herself aloud. Bonnie looked at the cursing, spitting ball of vampire-human fury.
I'd say kicking and screaming the whole way.
Just then, Mrs. Flowers came out of the kitchen. She had a huge mound of fluffy waffles stacked on several plates on a tray. She saw the rolling, swearing, snarling ball that was Stefan and Damon.
Oh, my, she said. Did something go wrong?
Elena looked at Bonnie. Bonnie looked at Meredith. Meredith looked at Elena. You could say so, gasped Elena. And then the 3 of them gave way to it. Gales and gales of helpless laughter. You've lost a powerful ally, said a voice in Elena's mind. Do you know that? Can you foresee the consequences? Today, when you have just come back from a world of shinichis. We'll win, Elena thought. We have to.